that's the only pole on the other side of the slope from Little Mark. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Oh, you're just doing the recording on your side. Okay, I'll just grab that because when it's
Yes.
done, it's done. Okay, so anyway, so you are in Denmark.
Yeah, I am. I'm a student in Denmark, and I'm doing this project where
Yeah.
I speak, where I do a project about the flat Earth community and how
Uh-huh.
people like treat you and stuff. So
Cool.
yeah, so a little bit about the flat Earth community, but more focus about how we like interact with each other and how people treat you. Yeah.
Nice. What university?
It's my school. It's the 10th grade. I'm 16 years old.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, yeah. I just look a little bit older.
Well, awesome. No, it's great. So what's the high school called, or what's the school called?
It's like it's high school called ÖU. I don't know how to say it in English, but
No, but that's what it's called in
yeah,
your country.
ÖU. Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah. That's perfect.
Wow. All right.
It's like an artist school, so we do art.
Oh, the creative arts type. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, but first I just wanted to introduce you to like the people who don't know you, who's gonna
Okay.
see this interview afterwards.
Sure.
So you're Mark Sargent, and you
Hmm.
have recently been into a Netflix documentary.
Yes,
Called
called Behind the Curve. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, Behind the Curve. It,
Yeah.
we call it a little bit other stuff in Denmark, so it's confusing over here. Yes, it's cool. And you're like one of the front figures in the flat Earth community, in the flat Earth
Yes,
society.
that
Yeah,
is true.
very
When it
cool.
comes to media, chances are you've seen me more than most.
Yeah,
That is true.
yeah.
Yeah, and the documentary actually helped that a lot.
So you just
When
became a little bit famous afterwards, or what?
beforehand, I wasn't recognized on the street, but I didn't realize that, at least I don't know what it's like over there, but over here, anyone under the age of 30 has Netflix because it's the cheapest bang for your buck. You get the most value for your media dollar.
Yeah,
And then so within a couple months after that thing had come out, yeah, I was recognized in really obscure places. I mean, really obscure. I mean, cashiers and flight attendants and
what?
construction workers. Oh yeah. I was well, yeah. It's a weird subject. So when people watch it, they're like, "What is going on? Who's this strange guy? And who are these people?" So yeah,
It must
yeah.
have been so strange, just go from being like this normal guy to being a bit fame, or really fame.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's also, it's not like I was a major movie or a television show. It was about flat Earth.
Yeah,
So I'm always a little leery when somebody comes up to me and wants to shake my hand because it's like, okay, do they hate me? But truth is most people don't. They think it's really, really interesting, but I get very little hate at all.
but that's great.
Yeah, that is
That's
great.
great. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
I just think that we have to treat each other with respect, no matter what our opinion is.
I agree. I'm one of the first, in fact, I have a hard time judging people since I got into this
Yeah,
because, beforehand I'd be, if there was a conspiracy, I've got an opinion on just about every conspiracy you can think of. But after I got into this, I can't judge people based on conspiracies because, I mean, I start my day with flat Earth. So who am I to? It's
yeah.
like, you believe in the Loch Ness monster? Beforehand, I'd be like, nah, I don't think so. But now I'd be like, yeah, you know what? I got a few
Maybe,
minutes. Tell
maybe.
tell me what you got. Sure. Why not? I'm not going to be hypocritical. So,
But that's also good to just have an open mind, and that's what I'm gonna do also. I'm like pretty sure that the Earth is round, and I
mm,
think I'm gonna keep that opinion. But I'm not gonna judge people who think it's flat.
sure.
I
That's
just
fine.
think it's interesting, like the rest of the people you meet.
Yep.
So
I hear you.
That's why I've made some questions, and one of them is that there are a lot of different types of the flat Earth model, and I get like a little bit confused. Which one do you think is like the most legit one of them?
The most legit one for me is the enclosed world. So the snow globe model. In fact, I'll while I'm talking to you, I'll throw you some slides,
Oh,
some
that's
various things. I'll throw it in Skype and it shouldn't screw you up too badly. So like the model that I follow, here's like one of the first things I used in my speech for last year, which was my the 2019 Flat Earth speech that I did in different countries, which is just about every culture in our civilization basically drew the same thing, which was the snow globe. We're living in a building with walls and a floor and a ceiling because, back before we had a space program, that's what you perceived. The skies, the stars moved overhead in sort of an arcing pattern and the ground was fixed. And so that's what they drew. And everyone followed this thing, and it was what all cultures believed in for the first 4,000 years at least. And people want to say, "Oh no, it's the Greeks." The Greeks knew it was a globe. I'm going, no, 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 no. The Greeks thought that it might be a globe, but even then you didn't know where the continents were. Remember, we didn't even have a Mercator map until about 500 years ago. So that's the one I believe in. I believe that we're in a building with walls and a floor and a ceiling, and that it's so big that our best and brightest didn't figure it out until almost 1960. And because we didn't have the technology. Again, remember, we didn't even have pressurized cabins and airplanes until the 1930s, 1940s, maybe
yeah.
even the 1950s. And we didn't have jet planes until, later on. And so until you had the ability to explore all these areas, what did you really know? And when they figured it out in 1960, about the same time that the space programs were founded, that's when they said, yeah, you know what? Let's not tell anyone. Which might be one of your questions anyway, which is why wouldn't you tell the public?
Yeah,
Everybody out
one of
is like,
the
what?
big questions that I
Yeah,
have.
why not tell people? Well, the biggest reason is because our civilization was already built. Meaning the infrastructure, everything that is we are founded as a civilization was already done. The science, the pillars of science built everything around us. And people were being taught a certain methodology. And you're basically going to them and saying, basically overturning that. So I'll give you three quick examples. First one would be academic. So every university in every country, think about what would happen. Astronomy and astrophysics, they'd have to be shut down immediately, forever, never reopen. And then the remaining physical sciences like geology, hydrology, biology, seismology, blah, blah, blah. Anything with an ology, that would have to be retooled from the ground up. That's every university.
Because it's all a lie, or what?
Well, everything that we know right now is based on the globe. It is you start with the globe and then you work outwards, and that's just academics. Financially, world markets would have to be suspended for months until you figure out exactly what it meant to the paradigm. But the big one would be spirituality more than anything. Think of the five major, if you watch the clues at all, the five major religious houses of the world, which are Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, and Christianity. You're giving them leverage against science for the first time in 5 centuries. Between those three things, there's a lot of potential chaos. And this is like, look, everything's already been built. So it's like, oh, do we really want to potentially tear this down? If there's even a 10% chance that people are going to march through the streets with torches, do you tell people? Nah, no, you don't. Not until you're ready to tell them, which is why
keeping the secret, who's paying off people and who is getting paid off.
Not many people, actually. This isn't one of those things where you necessarily profit off of it. You've already made your money. It's what you don't want to lose. So, I mean, the thing that I love about the conspiracy world is they're not quite sure exactly who's at the top.
Mm.
Meaning the first rule of power literally is stay hidden. Meaning it's you can't, or the longer version is never put yourself in a position where you can be overthrown, because people will overthrow. Governments are overthrown, coups happen, But you can't overthrow somebody if you don't know who they are. So
Makes sense.
it's this weird thing. You can't be the puppet master and be a celebrity at the same time, because once you're a celebrity, they know who you are. If you're the puppet master, you can control things, but you're anonymous. Oh, it's really weird. So, I mean, could you say, I mean, could it be, you know, one of the big groups like the Rothschilds or the Bilderbergers or the Council of Foreign Relations or the Vatican? Oh my God, it just goes on and on. Or the Masons or the Jewish cabal. It goes on forever. Nobody knows exactly who's at the top. Is the Illuminati at the top? I don't know. I don't think so, since they're talked about in movies.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. Oh, it's the Illuminati. It's like, well, if you're
Yeah.
saying that you're at the top, you're probably not. But all those groups really have is a share of the power. They've already got their power. There's an old quote, and I do love quotes, which is men rarely give up power voluntarily. Meaning once they have it, they don't want to give it up. It's a very addictive drug. And so that's who's controlling it. At the very top, it's people that have bank accounts where money is meaningless. They own a lot of stuff. They control industry. They control the way our civilization moves. And it took them a long time to set things up. So if in 1960 they were told, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, it's not that. And they suspected it from the beginning. They were like, yeah, we're not going to tell people this until we can figure out how to use it to our advantage.
Yeah.
How's that?
So you think it's gonna come out in a while? You know that.
Oh,
like,
I do.
all
I
people
do.
are gonna find out the truth.
I do. In fact, I think we've been helped. I've said this in many interviews, which is, look, if you wanted to shut us down, you could have done it back in 2015. You
Yeah.
could have stunted the algorithms. You could have said, to Google, never ever fill in the Earth is with flat, right? You could have gone into YouTube and never ever recommended us to anything. We were being recommended to people constantly for 3 years, 2015 to 2018, just nonstop. No matter if you typed in any conspiracy at all into YouTube, Flat Earth was recommended for you. So why would you do that? If you didn't want Flat Earth to get out, you just make sure it's stunted to where it's not coming out. You don't let the documentary happen. You don't let books come out. You do whatever you can. You shut down stuff. You use censorship if you have to, but you shut it down, and they didn't. In fact, it was the opposite. We were being helped. Not necessarily where they were, I was getting calls from the Illuminati saying, okay, we're going to help you do this. But the resistance that we got was token at best. It was just, the people were just kind of going through the motions. Even when Neil deGrasse Tyson came out on a mainstream comedy show here and did this rant against us, it wasn't his best work at all. I mean, he used no graphics, no video, no anything. He just came out and talked for 7 minutes, and most of it was above the audience's head, and he drew a lot of attention to himself, attention that came to us.
But
So
I mean, couldn't it be like put the other way also, that there are no people that could, like, if there isn't someone who keeps the secret, if no
Right.
one keeps the secret, then there's no one to stop you from telling it. So I think that you get like a free pass to saying all this. It could also show that no one wants to keep it a secret because no one thinks the Earth is flat at that point, if you understand.
yeah, but at the same time, I know where you're going with that,
Yeah.
but in this case, the less stunting. If it was me, if I wanted to keep this thing under wraps, I would do it through technology. I would do it through social media and make sure it never ever got traction ever. I mean, come on, Google is basically owned, by powers. The government is fully vested in Google, right? And Google owns YouTube. Between those two things, just those two things, and you want to throw in Facebook, for good measure, you can reduce the popularity of any topic, any topic whatsoever. And when it comes to, yeah, most people didn't believe in it back in 2015. Here's the thing. I'll give you a quick example. When you typed in flat Earth into YouTube back in 2015, it said search results equals 50,000. Right?
Yeah.
That, Internet 101, search results. And it wasn't necessarily videos. It was how many times the topic was referenced in different things. And that number just kept going up exponentially to where I think at the end of 2016, we were at 7 million. And then 2017, we were at 12 or 14 million. And by the middle of 2018, we had crossed, I think we were at 20.9 million. And I say that because the numbers aren't there anymore. In fact, we had just we were looking, the only targets above us were like Taylor Swift and Katy Perry and people like that. I mean, there were some big targets, and we had just passed Donald Trump, who was at 20.8 million. And I didn't think we were going to catch him for another 6 months, and we caught him. And I made a video, said, Flat Earth catches the president of the United States. Thought it was really great. And just a few weeks later, somebody messaged me and they said, hey, by the way, the scoreboard's gone. I go, what are you talking about? I go, the numbers have been stunted. Are the numbers not what we think they are? And they go, no, man, it's gone. It's not that search results for Flat Earth equals 0. Search results for all topics simultaneously were removed. So if you go into YouTube right now, if you type in any topic, you do not see search results anymore. People just completely bypass. We were the only one that was really paid attention to those numbers, because for us it was a scoreboard. It was like, oh yeah, we're just crushing it. We're absolutely crushing it. And somebody, I know full well what happened. There was some nerd, a group of nerds in some, meeting that said, okay, how are we going to stunt this? We're going to say it's 70% of the number. What sort of algorithm are we going to use to take their numbers down? And then somebody probably pipes up, says, why don't we just remove it? Let's just take it away. And then somebody's like, we can do that? It's like, yeah, who's going to complain?
Yeah.
Right? It's still in all the other search engines, so after that, what I was saying is, yeah, in 2015, not that many people believed in it just because they weren't exposed to it. But now the numbers are through the freaking charts. I mean, we're all over the place. We've saturated just about every form of media you can think of, with the exception of primetime television.
Yeah, that's so true. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But what do you think that the importance is, if we all said that we found out the Earth was flat? Why is it important? Some people is like, you can believe whatever you think because it doesn't matter. But after all the things you explained before, after all the chaos and stuff,
why does it matter?
Why would it be important afterwards?
Okay, the big reason is, and I get that question a lot. At least 1 out of every 10 people ask me, "What? Who cares? I still got to go to my job in the morning. My spouse doesn't listen to me. My kids hate me. What? It's not going to change my life in any way, shape, or form."
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's not true, because the very foundation of Flat Earth says that you're not alone. Meaning, remember, if it's a building, with walls and a floor and a ceiling, if it was actually constructed, if it was built, then it was built by someone. And that, as you know, is the exact opposite of science. Science says you're this little ball that's flying through space in impossible directions, and you're covered with a little bit of water and smoke, and you were created from the Big Bang, and your life is an accident. You mean nothing. You have no purpose. In fact, why are you even here? Who cares? Which is interesting, because most of this world is not atheist. Nothing necessarily against atheists, but I never really know what to do with true atheists, because if you're a true atheist, you would live every life like you were going to die tomorrow. Flat Earth is the exact opposite, meaning if it was built, then it has purpose.
Yeah,
it
so
has
purpose in the world.
Oh yeah, it is huge ramifications there, huge, which is why, I can't speak for Europe, but in the United States, at least half of the members of the Flat Earth community are hardcore religious. I mean, hardcore.
I saw statistics, and it was crazy.
Yeah. Well, why doesn't that make sense though? Because if you were looking for a reason to believe in God, Flat Earth will take you a long, long way. Now, what I thought was interesting, though, was immediately after I started making the clues, people took it and applied it to the Bible. And they said, okay, let's go over the Bible verse by verse and see what it says.
And it says that the Earth is flat in one of
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's only one verse that even contradicts it even slightly, and that's Isaiah 40:22, that says, he who sitteth on the circle of the earth. It's like, well, circle isn't a globe, it's not a sphere, it's not a ball. Circle can be a dinner plate, it can be your dining room table. Everything else points to some sort of flat enclosed structure. And to me, it makes more sense because it's more efficient. You don't have to, if you want to simulate the universe, you can, because nobody's going there. So if 99% of the population believes in the illusion That's what you do. And people say, well, are you calling God a liar, a deceiver? I'm going, no, I'm saying he's really efficient. I go, there's no reason. In fact, it was something that Carl Sagan, the famous astronomer from years ago, I'm sorry, physicist, astronomer, where he said, he goes, the universe is kind of a puzzling place because it's so much wasted space. It's mostly empty. So, and he never could understand that. It's like, yeah, God would be extremely efficient. So
But
there you go.
one of the things that I thought was that we as persons and people in general have like this need to feel like we belong, and we have this need to feel like we are here at a purpose, for a purpose. And I think that's just something who comes with humanity, after my opinion. So I think that our brains like triggers to say that, and that's
Oh yeah. 80% of the world's population belongs to one of the major religious houses.
yeah, exactly.
And yes, you're absolutely right. I think we are hardwired
Mm.
to believe in something. Well, heck, let's take it even not just God. We want to believe in. You ever heard the term suspension of disbelief? That
No.
mean anything to you? It's the reason why you cry at movies or get emotional in movies. So why do you cry at movies? Especially if like you're in the theater, right? I mean, full well they're actors.
Yeah.
In fact, you've seen them in other movies. In fact, it's a production. This studio has made other movies. You're seeing other people. In fact, it's a two-dimensional image. Nothing's happening. Nothing on that screen is real. So why are you crying?
Don't know.
And I'm not just saying, men and women both cry. It's because something called suspension of disbelief, which is heck, there's people that cry when they read books, right?
I've done that.
Yeah. Well, why? That's text. Why?
Yeah.
It's because it's a psychological phenomenon, we're hardwired. We want to believe. We are invested in the story. We want to we project ourselves into the story, and because we're into the story, our minds, it's like it becomes more real for us, which is why you watch some movies and you don't even make it through it. It's like, I'm not buying it. When they're called plot holes. If there's too many inconsistencies in the stories, people aren't invested anymore in it. They're like, this movie isn't doing anything for me.
Myself in it, the situation or the story.
So imagine this, apply that to this world, which is all of a sudden, if something like this rings true to you, especially the fact about you not being alone, which we all entertain that thought when we're growing up, and I know you're young. But I mean, when we're growing up, we all think about that. It's like, who am I? What am I doing here? What's this all about? And we think about it off and on. Granted, there's a lot of distractions in our life, and Flat Earth tends to focus that, which is, it's like, you know what? You don't have to worry about the big picture. We already solved it for you. You're here. You're in a building. You're in a sound stage. I mean, Shakespeare is the guy that said it. He goes, all the world's a stage. We're just players on it.
But I just think that I don't feel like I'm alone because I have the people on the earth. So I don't have to believe in God or believe in something else. But I understand that sometimes I think I believe at something after death. But that's just because I think it's horrible that it's done when you die. Then
and that's a great way of thinking. No, there's nothing wrong with that. And many people that don't go to church believe in an afterlife. Why not? That's probably hardwired in us as well, which is we don't like thinking about us being gone and there's nothing else. I mean, it's almost incomprehensible to us.
But that's because we have only seen like us being here. We have only seen life. We have always been here in person. So I think like we trick ourselves to thinking that there's something after the death.
Or it's part of the plan. It's part of the system. Think about this. There are roughly 8 billion people in the world, and I think about 7 or 6 billion have died so far, right? None of them have come back. Let's not get into the religious stories about people, religious icons that came back from the dead. No person, John Smith, never came back from the dead and started walking the streets. And there's a reason for that, because think of this. And I used to joke about, sorry, my ride's here. The siren. Think about this. the if somebody went to the afterlife and took a 30-second video of it and brought it back to this world, think of how much chaos it would cause. And because remember, this world, there's an old line from The Matrix, which I love so much, which is human beings tend to define their reality through misery and suffering. Its conflict is almost inescapable in this world. Doesn't matter how beautiful, how talented, how powerful you are always mired in conflict, right?
Yeah.
Which people would rather. There's a lot of people that would rather be somewhere else if there were somewhere else to go. So if there were an afterlife, people would bail on this world in 2 seconds. Even like right now, it's like we can't think of what happens after we die. But if all of a sudden you saw like a 30-second clip on YouTube, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, here's what the afterlife is like. If it's better than this world, and
Then
there's a high degree, you're jumping off bridges, right?
Yeah.
People will just like, oh, I am gone. They were gone. But
Done
you
with
put that
this.
mystery out there, and that keeps people from going because it's called the fear of the unknown. Or I don't know if we were the ones that came up with this quote, and that is the devil you know versus the devil you don't know.
Yeah.
It's like we'd rather be suffering here than something that could be worse out there.
Yeah. And it could
Sorry,
be better. We don't know.
Yeah.
And it could be nothing.
Could be nothing, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah.
Highly, highly doubt it. Because if it was, there's some design features of this world which seem too blatant. And again, it could be nothing. Sure, why not? But if it was nothing, we're not going to know anyway. You know what I mean? It's not. We can't comprehend nothing. We comprehend hell and heaven and stuff. We can't comprehend nothing.
Yeah.
That it's like hitting pause on something. Technically, when you hit pause on something, nothing's happening. But the person involved in the pause don't know anyway. So I could go on.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Where else do you want to go with this?
So do you think like you have to be religious to be a member of the Flat Earth community?
No, I don't. But there's a caveat to that, which is you can't. You don't have to be religious, but it is really tough to be an atheist. Now we don't require anything. Obviously, we don't hand out membership cards like they did in the old days. But being an atheist would be very, very tough to do because again, if we are built, if this is a building, then it was built by someone. And if it was built by someone, you can only go one of two ways. Either you go the direction of an older, more powerful civilization than our own, or some giant, Santa Claus basically in a bathrobe. That's that. And at that point, you're splitting hairs because one man's advanced civilization is another man's deity. Come on, let's face it. If a giant golden spaceship landed in a town near you, two things would happen. There'd be a group of people saying, oh, wow, they do look like the people from Avatar. And there'd be another people that would start building churches immediately for the blue people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just one of the things we do. We love worship for whatever reason. I mean, come on, we do it with sports people. We do it with entertainers. We worship all sorts of stuff. We are hardwired to worship things.
Yeah. Okay. My next question would be, how did it affect your life to be a flat Earth
person?
To think that to be a flat Earth person, and a lot of people like sacrifice their relationship with their families and stuff because the family disown them, kind of.
Yeah.
Do you think that? Can you like understand how the family can disown people who thinks the Earth is flat?
Yeah. Well, it's a huge paradigm change. It is difficult for people to. There's two things that happen when you get into flat Earth. One is your enthusiasm goes through the roof because all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, I have purpose. I'm not alone. It empowers you, but at the same time, you're also so enthusiastic that you want to share it with people.
Yeah.
The problem is that you forget very often how long it took you to get there. So if it took you 2 weeks to get into the whole flat Earth mindset, then then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I got it. But once you get it, you forget about those 2 weeks. It's like, I can convince my family in 2 hours. It's
Mm.
like, no, you can't. Why would you ever try to do something like that? And that's what they do. In fact, holidays I hate because people's, family gatherings, they'll sit down at the table and people say, "Oh, what's been going on in your life?" It's like, well,
I
I'm a
think
I'm a
that's
flat earther.
yeah.
And people look at them like they're on drugs, or they just told them that they were gay, or I mean, it's almost, in fact, as far as the disowning goes, there's a lot of conflict because it's like a religious paradigm change. It's like um, sitting down in the middle of a big Catholic family and saying you're converting to Judaism,
True.
right? It's on that sort of level where it's like, what do you mean you're converting? What? Why? And then all of a sudden the questions come out, and there's this huge pushback. And so, yeah, people have gotten divorced. People have left their families. It is rough for some people, and it is all instigated by on our side, which is even weirder. At the same time, and I'm sure I said it in the documentary, whereas there's a lot of people that will not date anybody but flat earthers now
Yeah,
because
dating side
it's
also.
oh
Uh,
yeah, dating sites. You don't well, it's too much of a paradigm change. It's too big. I mean, you could try going through the motions, but if they don't come around eventually, it's going to fail. It's going to be doomed, and there's nothing you can do. I mean, yeah, if you're lucky, if the person is special enough and open-minded enough, they'd be, we're tolerant of all sorts of things when we grow up and hang out with other people. People have hobbies. It's like, but like for example, if you were a vegan, would you date someone who was an active hunter and skinned his own and made his own, cured his own meat? Probably not, right?
it's
Is there,
I am vegan, and my family. I have like 3 persons in my family who are hunters.
there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's working fine, but that's not a
Well, if for your family, sure, but would you end up marrying a guy? Well, no offense. I mean, I don't know if guys or girls, but would you would you date someone along those lines? Maybe. But that's the sort of paradigm change we're talking about here. In my family, it really varies. It's kind of split. Some people like it, some people don't. There's some people that like it that are in the closet.
Mm.
90% of our community, which also I don't think was talked about in the documentary too much, is in the closet.
Yeah,
You know,
they didn't say anything about that.
Nah, the documentary people hated us. So by the time we got to the end, they thought that this topic was horrible, mostly because of what was happening here.
Yeah,
You and I are talking, and you're young, and when that 12-year-old boy walked up to the microphone and was asking me questions, the documentary people went
that
bonkers.
yeah.
Oh yeah, they're like, "What is happening? Why is that kid here?" And they really thought that we were adversely affecting the future. And
Mm.
it's like, I didn't ask that. I don't know who that kid is. He just came on his own. It's like not my fault he skipped school.
But how
So,
would you like people to treat you? Like the documentary. I didn't. I think it was very interesting because I got like an insight on how it worked and stuff. But I
right.
didn't think that some of the scientists seemed like they were making fun of your opinions, and I don't think that's a good way to put it. And one of
Well,
them also said like, I don't think that you can make fun of people and that will change their minds or something like that. And that's why I'm talking to you also because I think that's true. So how would you like people to oh, I'm just gonna open it. How would you like people to react, and how would
well,
you
I'd like people to react not like the slide I just sent you.
mm,
So the slide I just sent you is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it's one of his most famous quotes, which is, "You should believe in the good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." And that's the reason why scientists come at us the way they do, because science puts their stamp of approval on things. And once they do, they say, well, it's right. We know it's right. It's like you shouldn't question it because we are the authority.
yeah,
And so yeah, when they look at us and say, oh, flat earthers are crazy, and I come back with different arguments for them. And I say, it's like, so science can't be wrong. And here's where it gets interesting. I say, and they say, well, no, I've talked to scientists, and they say, no, science can be wrong. I go, really? Give me 5 instances where science has admitted straight up that they're wrong about anything.
Mm.
They don't. They just absorb. They just readjust their position on the topic. For example, I'll give you a quick one. This was in a speech thing that I did real fast. So the so that fish I just sent you, right? I
Yeah.
don't know if you've seen it. It's a famous fish. It's called the coelacanth fish. It's been extinct for at least 70 million years, right?
Mm.
Every scientist in the world, every single scientist would have bet everything they owned that this fish was, because that's the fossil record. There it is. It's extinct for 70 million years. Well, that's a problem because then the British found one, and then they found another one, and then finally National Geographic did a special on, and they're swimming around with them. They're all over Africa.
Yeah.
So the question is, so science was absolutely positively put in a certificate you can frame wrong about this. Absolutely wrong. Every scientist in the world was wrong. How did they screw up so badly? And the reason is that the biggest flaw of science is that nobody bothers to reinvestigate the previous work of other scientists. They build on top of each other. They just keep building on their own because, oh, the guy below me, he's got to be right, right? Well, he went through peer review process. It's got to be right. But what if it wasn't? What if the guy down at the very bottom, the very foundation, was wrong? Then everybody above him is also wrong. So when I get people who come at me and they say, oh, you're smarter than Stephen Hawking and Albert Einstein, I go, no, I don't have to be. They're very, very intelligent individuals. They could blow me away in an SAT score. They're heavy, heavy math. The
Yeah.
problem is that they built their assumptions on just that, assumptions. They never bothered to check to see if it was absolutely right. So let me go back. I know I ramble a little bit, but let me go back to a quote that I put in. I don't think it was in the movie, from George Orwell, which he said that, and this was in 1946. He said, when you go to anyone on the street and you ask them how they know the Earth is a globe, they say, we know it's a globe. And then when you push them on it and you say, how do you know for sure? They get angry.
Yeah.
Because remember, this was 1946. NASA wasn't even founded until 1958. How did everyone in 1946 know it was a globe? They didn't. They were told. That was it. There was no space program in 1946. How did you know? And you say, well, that doesn't prove anything. I'm going, no, it does. Until you get high enough to look at the Earth for yourself, you don't know. And science should know better. So I don't. To answer your question, the short version of the question, I hope that people, when they look at flat Earth, are going somewhat open-minded. But I know after 5 years of doing this that they don't. The knee-jerk reaction is always the same, which is flat Earth, dumb. Flat Earth is stupid. But then again, you have to ask yourself, why do you think it's stupid? And you say, well, because the space program, right? Yeah, there's all sorts of space footage. It's like, you mean the United States military? Those guys? They'd never lie to you, ever. The United States military never lies to anyone about anything. Nope. Nope, never does. And
But
yet,
it's so true. It's so true. And the reason that I picked this subject is because one of my friends, or one of the a person I know, she is a flat earther.
yeah,
And when she told it in school, she basically got bullied, and they were making fun of her all the time. And I was like, first of all, I wanted to know why she was so outgoing with it, because it's a thing that I would consider as an opinion. But if you would like know that people is not gonna agree with you,
yeah.
so why keep on like pushing it? And that
How
was
how old how old is she?
she is at my age.
She's 16.
Yeah,
What's her name? What's her name?
Nicoline.
Nicolina?
Yeah,
Yeah, if she's listening, is she going to see this?
yeah, I can show it to her.
Yeah, yeah. Nicolina, stay strong and good for you. Again, the reason why, and you're probably wondering, why doesn't she give up? Why doesn't she just pack it in and say, I don't, because once you get into it, you can't get out of it. Meaning, and it's not because I convinced you that the Earth was flat or enclosed. I didn't even persuade you of it. What happens is I tell you, hey, you know what? Do your own research. I don't care. True. So I do. I say, do your own research. And once you're going through that, you're the one that tear down the globe yourself. You're the one that looks at the globe and says, okay, well, this isn't right and this isn't right. And then eventually you're the one that you convince yourself. Well, once you've convinced yourself, how can you unconvince yourself? Very tough to do because you were the one that did it. You know, and it's like, even if you want, it's kind of like the Matrix line, if you remember the movie, which was even if you could go back, you know, why would you? You
Yeah,
know,
that
you
doesn't
already,
make sense when you know it's false.
yeah, you already got out. It would be meaningless once you got out. So good for her. I mean, and yeah, but yeah, people, there's a peer pressure behind it, but at the same time, we see more, especially with younger people, like the U.gov survey, which I love so much. They didn't talk about it in the movie. 18 to 24-year-olds in the United States, a full third are with us. A full third. That's huge. 18 and 24. That's the part that scared National Geographic. That's the
Yeah,
part that
but
scared the scientists.
66% or something like that. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, yeah. And then when you go below 18 in
Mm.
your range, it's over 50%. And that's where, but here's the catch. It's anonymous. So like if you did a straw poll, in fact, there's videos I could show you. They're wonderful. Like do a straw poll. If it's anonymous and you're not, the people are like, as long as people don't know, oh yeah, we score really high. But if you put people in a classroom and you say, raise your hand if you think the earth is flat. Oh no, 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 no. Then you're down to single digits
And
because then it's just
that's the interesting part. Like people stop saying their opinion if they're gonna get judged.
right.
But do you think it's because in the movie also they said that and in some things I googled afterwards they like said that it was a bit dangerous for people to start thinking that way. Do you
Yeah.
think that it could be dangerous in any way to think the Earth is flat?
How?
Fact,
I've heard that comment as well. Which was, oh yeah, here by the way, this was the slide when we actually hit 20.9 million that I made for it. The no, how could it be? Flat Earth is different from other conspiracies. It's a message of hope. Meaning all the other conspiracies, you know, it's in whispers. It's like, oh, the government can't be trusted and we should overthrow things and blah, blah, blah. You should have underground meetings. And with ours, it's a very, very positive thing, which is why, by the way, way more women are involved in Flat Earth than just about any other conspiracy. Because women respond to a positive, you know, they respond to positive energy. They don't, they look, it's like, oh, I don't want to look at 9/11. That's depressing. You know, I don't want to look at Pearl Harbor. I don't want to look at JFK or every American war. Just about, it's all depressing. There's nothing depressing about Flat Earth. It's a very, very positive thing. I mean, yeah, we go after NASA a bit and go after some governments, but the overall message is bigger than those things. Remember, this is one of the only conspiracies that we have nothing to do with. We didn't build this place. Man had nothing to do with the construction of this place. All we did was we kept the secret. In fact, we didn't even know for sure until 50, 60 years ago. So actually 60 years ago now. So that's why it's how could it hurt anybody? How?
I
Now
thought
now
that
now
too
there
first, and then I googled it because I had the same opinion. I was like, it's at some point just an opinion um for some people, and that's how could it hurt other people? And then one of the scientists talked about if we say that the world is round, and then people start doubting science and stuff like that,
yep,
then they will be very easily manipulated because
abs
stop they stop believing in the facts that we have built up. And
facts. Yeah. No, I mean, the institute. You're right, and unfortunately there has to be a loser in this.
yeah,
And science is worried, absolutely worried, which is why National Geographic called me up almost immediately and said, we need to talk about this. We need to fly out and do this, which is why here, I'll drop some in you, which is why we made the cover of these guys last year, Popular Science. We made the cover of these guys last year. We made the cover of these guys last year. I thought it was really impressive. Skeptic magazine, because they don't believe in anything. They absolutely think that everything is true, and we were just, again, crushing it in all these areas because science is worried. And the reason why they're worried, it's what you just said there. We have created a model to explain the world that is easier than the solar system model.
yeah,
Way easier. The solar system model, think about it. Oh my God. On top of the trigonometry and geometry and calculus and quantum mechanics that you need to build a solar system, if it was real. Uh, I mean, no, we're talking about distances that are so vast, you have to measure things in seconds.
Yeah, it's way
Right.
more complicated, but that's also one of the beautiful things. I think that's the reason that I believe in that. It's because I don't think that we could live in this world and it could be so beautiful and we could have all this, we could live and have life if it wouldn't be complicated. I think that,
Oh, that's an interesting take.
yeah, I
Interesting
think
take.
we
But
have all
but
this
I'm
stuff.
not saying that it isn't complicated. I'm just saying that it's much, much smaller. You can do a lot of beautiful things with 20 something that's 20,000 miles wide. You don't need you don't need a universe that is just our solar system, which is what, 1 trillion miles from side to side. I'm just ballparking it. You don't need that to create the beauty that we're in right now. The complex life and all the systems involved here. I mean, think of the things that we can build with our technology, with just, money and engineering. Think
Mm,
of all the beautiful stuff that we can do. We're close. I mean, we don't have we're unless we come up with a different power source, we're never going to be able to do the engineering feats that's happened here. But 99.9999% of all the people in the world only live in this bubble. And if you want to say it's a globe, that's fine. But either way, it's a very, very small structure. So while I appreciate that you say, well, the complexity, it has to be complex. Technically, yeah, it's complex, but it's more on a micro level. I mean, come on, the human body is so complex that we still haven't figured out most of the stuff that goes on there.
exactly.
Uh, we're still working out genetics. We're still working out a whole bunch of stuff just in earthly physics. Uh, the stuff that here, let give you another one real quick, which I talked about in the clues, which was geology. The deepest hole ever drilled, right, is only 12 kilometers.
Yeah, that's not
That's,
much.
that's nothing, and yet you're showing us a diagram of everything going down something like 7,000 kilometers. It's like, what do you mean? You've been down 12 kilometers. What are you showing us? And in the fine print, this is a science thing. They say, well, we're taking a guess. We have no idea what's down there. It's like, well, then why don't you say that? Why don't you? Why, in fact, why are you showing us diagrams at all? Well, in fact, here's the big one. I really would love them to do. Show me a globe with just a big question mark in the center of it. They don't like doing that. Science likes to put their stamp on it. It's like, well, here's what we think it is. And then when they're wrong, they say, here's now what we think it is, which is, by the way, the fish that I
That's
showed you.
like that's the layers that they put on top. The layers that they put. I think that you can put extra science and you can do extra science, and then the ground basis can't be wrong, but you can still make a lot of great science. I think you have to have some theories to keep on building up
Oh, of
science.
course. You're absolutely right. Guesswork is absolutely fine. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with guesswork because we learn from taking shots and but if it's excuse me if it's not repeatable by the general public, you're going to run into problems. For example, the boiling temperature of water at sea level. Easy enough to do, right? You use, get a kettle, some water, put a temperature thing in it, turn up that flame, and you can measure it yourself.
Mm,
Any of that stuff. But then you've got people that are doing entire PhD programs on dark matter. Dark matter is a theory. It's an absolute theory, and we've been working on this for decades, and they're pretty sure they have no idea
no,
what
I'm not sure.
what dark matter is. And that's just one thing. Another thing, uh, which they also don't talk about in the movie as much, which is gravity. Your best physicist will tell you. I mean, they're not shy about saying it. That's like, oh, yeah, you ask them what gravity is. They say, we have no idea what gravity is. We can tell you what it does. We can't tell you what it is because we can't replicate it in a lab. We can only, it's like you drop something, yeah, it falls. Drop something, it falls. Well, it's gravity. What is it? I don't know, but things fall. So
But
we put a name to it. So, and because people will say, it's a common misconception. They say that flat earthers don't believe in gravity. And it's like, no, I believe in gravity. I mean, for me, gravity is not much different than what you say gravity is in a globe. You say, what's gravity in a globe? It's a magical molecular force that pulls things down to the center of the earth.
mm,
What is in flat earth? Well, it's a magical molecular force that pulls things straight down. Not really that much different.
but it's then you believe that it's pulling things down because it's magical, but not like You know,
Not based on no. If you want to base it on density, fine. I'll say it's density.
mm,
You know, if you think it's the mass density of whatever matter you're talking about that's clumped together, that's fine too. But I don't think it's the only thing. In fact, that's one of my arguments to you, or debate points, which is gravity versus the vacuum of space.
mm,
And it is literally, again, one of the things that wasn't talked about in the movie, which is, okay, so you take a straw and you suck it out of a glass, suck soda out of a glass, right? Why didn't the soda stay in the glass? Because you sucked it out, because you used a vacuum force to suck it out. So gravity isn't that strong. And if there was a second floor to your room right now, right? Say there's upstairs, you turned that into a vacuum chamber. You had a valve, and you pop it. What happens? You know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be violent. It's going to be instant, and it's going to equalize
yeah.
right then and there. And it's one of the laws. It's not a guideline. It's not a rule. It's a law of thermodynamics. Pressure cannot exist next to non-pressure without a barrier. And
Mm,
so when you blow up a balloon, you let it go, every single time it's going to fly off. Why? Because the pressure is going to equalize. So when you go outside, why is the air still with us? Why didn't it get sucked off to space? And you're going to say, well, gravity. And I go, well, you mean the same gravity that couldn't even keep the air in your room instead of going upstairs? That gravity? The same gravity? Scientists will not answer these things. They will not do it. I say, where is the bleeding age? Where does our atmosphere end and space begin? They just like, well, 600 miles, give or take, or 500 miles, or 700 miles.
Yeah.
It's like,
because they're not sure yet.
what happens there? What happens at 600 miles? Is it
Mm,
just a few molecules? And then, because it can't just bleed off like that. If it's bleeding off, then it's going to bleed off constantly. That's what happens. And they say, well, there's no other alternative. That's where science gets stuck. They say
yeah.
it has to be gravity because we're still breathing. And I say, well, unless it's an enclosed system, unless you're in a building, it's a pressurized system and the air can't go anywhere because it hits a ceiling. And they say, well, that's not it. Can't be it.
But there also that I've like seen some because when I started this, I
Yeah.
like thought about how can I like in person, because I know it's very important for flat earth, like to do experiments that you can do in person.
Sure.
So I wanted to like think about experiments that I could do in person to show that the earth is round.
Okay.
And then I thought about, the moon. The moon is always, you can always see the same pattern on the moon.
Same face of the moon, which is,
Yeah.
by the way, a phenomena which science just says it's complete coincidence. Don't you think that's a little strange that we can only see exactly the same? It's completely locked in to the rotation of the Earth. It doesn't even change a quarter of a degree in hundreds of years. No one talks about that. Instead of it just being a projection up there that got stuck, I don't know why. Or maybe it was a hint. And didn't you think that was a little bit of a coincidence? Or that the moon fits perfectly in front of the sun? That even though the sun is 400 times farther away, it's also 400 times larger, or the moon's 400 times smaller, depending on which way you look at it, and it fits perfectly in front of it? Coincidence? Rather than it being, I don't know, the same size, and then just kind of spinning above us. Here's one. If you're on the moon, here, let's do this. I'll throw a couple things at you real fast.
Yes.
We can do this. We can do this in Skype. I'm doing more of this later. So this is an Apollo 12 photo, right? Just a random Apollo 12 image from the Americans.
Cool.
I use this in some of my speeches as talking points, which is how many, I can see at least, I don't know, half a dozen things that are wrong with this photo. There can't be anything wrong with the photo. It's a real photo, so it can't be anything wrong with it. But there are some. The what?
The flag is moving.
Well, don't worry about the flag. I'm not even going to look at the flag. Let's look at the stuff. Here's the reason why this photo gets away with it. This was published in magazines. Why this photo gets away with it and people don't question it. The reason is because the average person, including me, when you go through school, you don't remember anything about physics or engineering or chemistry or anything. You have one light source, the sun. The shadows should be going in one direction. One light source, one direction. Why are the shadows going in 4 directions? This isn't a time lapse. Why are they going? It's because the light source is really, really close. The sun can't be close. The sun is millions and millions of miles away. No, that's a light source, and it's maybe 50 yards away. That's why those things are going in a certain direction. How'd that thing land without creating a blast crater? That giant nozzle below the thing should be generating 10,000 pounds of thrust, and that's ash, supposedly. That's powder. It might as well be baking flour. And there isn't anything displaced whatsoever. There is no splay pattern. It's like it was just set there. Engineering. That dish that you're looking at, that little satellite dish, remember, this isn't 2020. This is 1969, a long time before you, right? 1969, we didn't have crap for electronics. That thing, we looked up the specs, right? This is battery powered, had maybe a range of 50 miles on a good day. And that's Morse code. And supposedly it was doing two-way transmissions, 10 frames of video per second, flawless, no static, absolutely pinpoint accuracy. How are you even lining this up with the Earth? How are you communicating to the Earth with this thing? 250,000 miles away through the Van Allen belts? No, not a chance. No. And of course, the stars, the one thing which I love, which is, okay, the star constellations are going to be too tough to put in there accurately, because remember, the constellations are a giant clock system, and there's no stars. There's no stars in any photograph. Thousands of pictures taken, never any stars. And say, well, it's an exposure setting. You can't see the stars with the exposure setting. It's like, you mean you couldn't see stars at all, ever? You couldn't adjust the camera? You didn't take one roll of film that shows the stars? So, and again, we got away with it because people don't understand. With the spacesuit, which I love so much, the spacesuit is soft. It's a flexible material. In a vacuum, it would go completely rigid. It would be so tight, and then the guys would just fall over, it would burst, and they would die. Nope. Move your elbows, move your knees, jump around. Everything's fine. Your gloves, you can build that little satellite dish. You shouldn't be able to build anything with the pressure that's outside. Remember, there's no atmosphere. So, and you've got pressure inside that suit. It's staggering. So no. Other things. Now, to you though, in fact, I can send you a link to the video. We'll see. Maybe you can watch it while you're with me or not. Let's find out really fast. There's a video here. It's only 4 minutes long, but I kind of want your reaction to it. You want something to watch. Here, let me share it. Oop. Nope, didn't want that. Nope.
Oh, a quick question also.
Yeah.
And it's not one in the papers, but you know, it was very interesting because in the film, made like this experiment. You know, the persons, there were like 4 or 5 people in the group who made experience, and then one of the experiments showed that the Earth was round. And
was that the laser experiment?
Yeah, and the one experiment they did before that also. And I think the crazy thing about that was, even though the experiment showed what they didn't want it to show, then they did not believe it. They were like, okay, but we have to keep on going, and that's fine. But you know. So
why didn't we quit?
Yeah.
Why didn't the entire Flat Earth community? In fact, why didn't a single person leave Flat Earth after that documentary came out?
Exactly.
The reason, well, one, it was the power of editing. Remember, the director hated us. They were absolutely anti-Flat Earth at the end. We did so many experiments that they wouldn't show. We had so many things that they refused to put on, and the only 2 things they came after was the ring laser gyroscope, which most people didn't understand anyway, which was good. Ring laser gyroscope. I could ask people all the time. It's like, okay, what did it prove? Most people seriously have no idea what it means.
I didn't
but
understand
either. Which is, okay, the sky is moving at 15 degrees per hour. Multiplied by 24 hours, you get 360, right? So does that prove? So something's moving up there. If you watch a time lapse of the sky, it looks like the sky is moving. But science says, no, the sky isn't moving, we are moving. Well, that's the big question. What did the gyroscope pick up? Did the gyroscope pick up that the sky was moving, or did the gyroscope pick up that the Earth was moving? I say it was the sky. The laser experiment at the end, I'll keep this one short. Jaron did screw up the experiment, but it was also the director that didn't offer any explanation. He wanted to make sure the movie ended with Jaren failing on the experiment, which was if you shoot a laser off into the distance, eventually, remember, if it's flat, it's going to keep going for a while, you know, unless the beam increases and increases. But remember, it's got to be a perfectly flat surface, which is why you shoot over water if you can, because water always lays flat. Well, whatever reason, and remember, it was also during the credits, they were showing that there was a whole bunch of obstructions, but it didn't matter. The point was that when Jaren initially set up the experiment, he was shooting across land down this dirt road that wasn't flat, and he didn't even know it. The first rule of experiments is you don't publish before you run experiments multiple times. That was the first time Jaren ever did it. So he never even went there during the daytime. So all of a sudden, people kept writing him and saying, you screwed up. How'd you screw up so badly? And he goes, oh, maybe I should go back out there. And he goes back out there during the day. He goes, oh, wow, I didn't have line of sight to begin with. It's like, you brought a film team out there and you didn't bother to set this thing up ahead of time. Never go live the first time, ever. It's one of the first rules of filmmaking, which is why we don't have live television most of the time. So no, that didn't bother us at all. As a matter of fact, it made the audience feel safe when they watched it. You don't want to end it necessarily showing that the Earth may be flat. All we care about is people do the research on their own. So, but yeah, nobody was going to quit the flat Earth community because we knew, the guys that were like Bob and Jeremy, they were pissed off. I was pissed off. I mean, here, I'll give you a great example. Here's the power of editing. You ready? I don't know if you saw the movie more than once. You may have missed this. But when I was at the Kennedy Space Center, I was working on a touch screen thing, right? Up above, right? And when I left, the camera was still focused on us, and he zoomed in on this giant green button that was right next to me, right? Well, I hit that button all day long. I mean, that was obvious. I mean, the thing, there's only one control. It was a giant green button. I hit it and it's not working. So I figured, well, maybe there's a touch screen. Well, no, they didn't have a touch screen. But what they did was they said, hey, let's just get rid of the part where Mark hits the green. We'll just remove it entirely. The Mark hits the green button. And then we zoom in on it and they go, oh, look, Mark missed something obvious.
Yeah.
And they asked me at the premiere, when we premiered this thing in Toronto, they said, hey, was it okay if we took that shot at you? You know, because it was funny and it tracked well with the audience. The audience was like, oh, yeah, it was really interesting. Mark missed something. And I said, yeah, sure, that's fine. But the truth was, I absolutely hit the button. Or as a famous actress said here, it's kind of like reality television. She goes, if it's on TV, it's not real. She goes, you have no idea the power of editing and what can be done. I did an experiment with National Geographic where we shot 9 miles long. The big one is long distance photography, and I'll have you click on that link here in a second. Long distance photography. And the first section was they wanted to shoot these balloons at 9 miles, and they wanted to raise them up above the curvature of the Earth. Well, the problem was that when we were on the beach, we could see them 9 miles away. And they were saying, well, you can't see them. I go, I mean, we absolutely can see them. We were the ones that spotted them. We're on the other side with our cameras. Well, you can't see them because the curvature is there. So what do you think National Geographic did? They made sure that balloons were never shown in the segment. They never used any of it. It was their experiment, and they removed it entirely. So like it never, ever happened. And that's because they didn't want any doubt to be out there. The science, remember, that's National Geographic. They're science-based. They have a vested interest. I don't want to pick on journalism too much here, but objective journalism, objective news is almost impossible nowadays. Mostly because there are companies that own these news agencies, at least in the United States, and those companies are owned by bigger companies and so on and so on. And so when National Geographic wants to run a story, what do you think the angle is going to be? When Popular Science ran their story, what do you think the angle was going to be? And Discovery Channel and anybody else that's science-based. Science as an institution is really, really worried about this. And so there's a video. I don't know if you can you see this video at the same time that we're doing this?
Can you send the link again? I don't know.
Oh, you can't see it?
I tried to go back. Okay, I'm just a little bit scared that
I don't think you'll kill it. Well, you know what? Don't even click on it. Don't even click on it right now. I'll explain it to you, and then afterwards you can watch it. Yeah. But here's the thing. So the biggest proof that we use when we go out there, you want to be convinced with something. The reason why we have spread so fast is because the big test that we do is here on the ground. It's not in space. It is long distance photography, which is You shoot off into the distance, and eventually that object in the distance is going to go over the curve. It's going to go behind the curve, and you're never going to see it again because it goes over the side of the hill.
Yeah.
Easy enough, right? Because the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared. So 8 inches per mile. So if it's 10 miles, it's 10 times 10, which is 100 times 8 inches, which is 800. And 50 miles would be 50 times 50 times 8, which would be 1,700 feet. I didn't do that in my head. I'm not a genius.
I know.
Right? And so eventually these objects are going to be gone forever, right?
Like Parallax's project, you know, the one with the boat who sails down the canal. Is that like it? Oh no, you froze. Oh god.
I didn't.
Oh,
Am
okay.
I back?
Yeah,
I'm
I
back.
think you're back.
Yeah, it's still recording. You're good.
Okay.
So, so in fact, maybe I'll shut off my email while we're doing this so we don't have any more conflicts. So here's the thing. When you shoot off into the distance, boats can be problematic every once in a while because there's something called atmospheric lensing or fata morgana or refraction or whatever. Because remember, what we're talking through right now, this all around us, it's only 99% transparent because it's a gas. You know, it's 80% nitrogen and 20% oxygen. I know there's some trace gases, but who cares?
Yeah.
And so, but that gets thicker over time. So you can only see so far before this thickness. It's kind of like looking through water in a sense. If you've ever dived, you've seen pictures of divers. Like when you go even 200 feet down, the sun cannot make it through the water, right? This is just a thinner version of that. So when you see a boat off in the distance, potentially, depending on heat and distance and where you are and all this other crap, it can act like a lens. And you think the boat is being chopped off, but it's not. It's actually being mirrored from the bottom up, and then it's just fading away into nothing. So the link I sent you, this is a great example because it's oil rigs. You know, in the United States, we have a lot of oil rigs.
Yeah.
And so these are off of California. And one's at 6 miles and one's at 9 miles. Well, that's great because they're fixed. You don't have to worry about it. There's water. They'll always be in the same place. And so we've had people that have gone down and shot different oil rigs at these distances. And they shot them at only like 8 feet off the beach, so they can get a nice shot. And here's what's interesting. So let's say it's 9 miles. 9 times 9 is 81 times 8 inches, which I don't know. It's enough to bury part of that oil rig if you're looking over the curvature. That's not the problem. When you watch this, and I've narrated it so you can understand this, that's not the interesting part. The interesting part, we didn't figure this out for a while, which is the horizon is behind them. That can't be because remember, the whole point of the horizon is that it's in front of them. Eventually, the horizon will cut off things. It will cut off part of the oil rigs at 6 miles and it'll cut off part of the oil rigs at 9 miles. The horizon can't be behind it. It's like taking a piece of paper, right? Regular, I don't think I have a piece of paper in front of me, but you put 2 dots on it, right? And then you bend it, right? You can't see those dots on the other side of that paper, right? No matter what you do, right? But what you really can't, and even if you bend the paper up far enough, you might be able to see the dots. I don't care what if they're 3-dimensional dots or whatever, but no matter what, the horizon can't be behind them. It can't be. The only way that can ever happen is if it is flat. Cannot happen on any sort of curved surface. And the scientists are losing their minds off of this one. They're saying, well, it's an anomaly. It's not really. I go, tell me what atmospheric effect can put the horizon behind the objects. Everything beforehand, you want to chop off the oil rigs and say, oh, they're being blurred by this. Yeah, fine. Every argument they've had, it's because the horizon is in front. But it can't be behind, no matter what. That is one of the, again, why long distance photography has done so much for us. What really changed the game, I don't want to drag this out. I don't know how long you want to go, but what really dragged this out is, what really resonated with people was that we invented HD technology. That was the big thing. If you would have gone back, this is before your time, you gone back even 20 years ago, the cameras we had were junk, right? By comparison, it was like VHS. You could have a $3,000 VHS camcorder and zoom in on something that's off in the horizon, just this blurry mess. We just didn't have the resolution. But HD technology now, you can zoom in and it's very, very clear. We can see things 10 years, for some years now that we couldn't see before. And it didn't make any sense to us. It's like, oh, wow, I can zoom in on that tanker that's way, way gone. I mean, in fact, the tanker's gone, right? You look at it, you're looking off the horizon, there's no boat there. It's gone, right?
Yeah.
Not anymore. You crank up the zoom, well, now you can see it. And most people, it doesn't click. It's like, wait, what does that mean? Well, you shouldn't be able to see it. I've had military guys that said the same thing. It's like, look, we target boats at 30 miles, at 40 miles, some at 50 miles. With point-to-point beam radar lasers, right? And they can't. It's like we shouldn't be able to target these things. But we do. It's like, it's not. We're not shooting mirages. We're not blowing up mirages. They're real boats. So how is that possible? And it just goes on and on and on from there. I mean, I have a list of subject matter experts, all branches of the military, pilots. In fact, one from your neck of the woods. You should look it up if you get a chance. Female pilot flew 737s for KLM, and she was benched. She was taken off of flight duty because she's one of ours, she believes.
What?
And she flew for years, and they said, and she went into the medical doctor, and she was messing with him a little bit and said, look, just so you know, I don't think we're living on a globe anymore. And he goes, yeah, you're not flying until you renounce that. Yeah. And she's still not flying, as far as I know. I'll dig up the link for you while we're talking. Anyway, what other questions you got?
She lost her job.
She got a desk job.
Oh.
They don't like firing people in KLM, like a lot of companies.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we have 2 left.
Okay.
And one of them is that a lot of people would say that you are afraid or paranoid of things like the government of vaccines and so on.
Wait, who said that? Did you hear that?
Believe in. Yeah, I hear it from the people around me, and some of the links I've seen on YouTube.
Am I paranoid about the government? No, I'm not. Am I paranoid about just anything in general? No. I'm a little different though, meaning I believe in the greater good. Meaning, and what qualifies as a conspiracy for me is, would I, if I was in their shoes, would I do it? Let's face it, governments make decisions all the time for the people without letting them know. What you don't know won't hurt you. If we're making a decision for the greater good and it benefits you in some way, does the ends justify the means? If how we got there, does it, because you wouldn't make that decision. And so, yeah, when it comes to the government, there's all sorts of stuff that, I look at what they do, and then I say, all right, does it make sense to me? Do I, I try to say, it's like, what are you going for exactly? What are you trying to accomplish? And if that, if that works, then it's like, yeah, of course, that's what they would do. Everything from, let's look at some generic conspiracies. 9/11.
Yeah.
A great example. What did 9/11 accomplish? Well, it gave the United States a huge presence in the Middle East. What did we need about then? Well, we needed the oil. Look, the oil is what it's all about anyway. I'm still staggered we don't teach this in schools. Maybe that's a different reason. The entire value of our civilization is based off of oil and how much is left in the ground, period. When we run out of oil, everything goes back to pre-oil, and it's not very fun. So what would you do? People don't like it. I'll give you an example here in the United States. Mothers don't like sending their soldiers, their sons, to fight for things. But they will send them to, if there's a threat to America. Oh yeah, it's the oldest trick in the book, literally one of the oldest tricks in the book, which is you've seen this in the schoolyard, right? You walk up behind somebody, you hit them in the back of the head, and when they turn around, you point at your friend.
Yeah.
It's like, wasn't me, it was it. And what do you think they do? They go straight at your friend.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what you do here. You make it look, it was very, very effective.
Mm.
And so would I have done it like that? Well, yeah, why not? I mean, you've got to convince the people. You've got to scare them into fighting back, fighting, an unjust war. We've done, and look, it's not new for us. America, we do this for a lot of things. There isn't a single war that we've done that wasn't for ulterior motives.
True.
We want to be the good guys. You guys know this. We want to be the good guys. A lot of the times we're not.
Yeah.
But you don't want to be be, it's like, I'm the villain. You don't want to do that. So you paint around it. Napoleon said it best. He said that history is just lies that are agreed upon. Meaning after you do it, whatever you're going to do, it's like, all right, how are we going to spin this exactly?
Yeah.
How are we gonna make it? Because you don't want to leave the bad taste in people's mouths when it comes to the public. I'll give you two more examples. One would be a few years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, we actually tried to remove Hiroshima and Nagasaki from our textbooks entirely. Tried to remove them, right?
That's not quite good.
That's not going to work. I mean, there's a lot of Japanese people that live in the States, a lot of them. What do you think they did, right? And we also tried to remove slavery, which also tough to do. Black Americans make up 13% of our population,
Yeah.
and we did slavery for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years.
It's quite hard to just wipe out.
Yeah. But I'll give you one that was from a book I wrote recently. And it's an exclusive, the one that I tell people about, which is the Panama Canal. It's a conspiracy you've never heard about. And it's like, what, Panama Canal? It's dumb. It's not a conspiracy. It's like, oh yeah, it is. It absolutely is. When you build giant engineering projects, people die in construction accidents, right? You build any building, somebody's going to fall and do stuff. When you, I'm thinking about this for a second, like the Hoover Dam in the United States, a giant dam, Hoover. Okay, well, like when you build a big dam, right?
Yeah.
People died. We built this big dam. I think maybe 70 people died in the construction of. That's quite a bit, right? Do you know how many people died making the Panama Canal, which is basically just a ditch, right? Just a big ditch. You know how many people died? Better part of 6,000. 6,000 people died. And you're thinking, wow. And then, and you're like, wow, you're all, I see the expression. And I say, you know what they died of? Malaria and yellow fever. And you're like, oh yeah, well,
Yeah.
malaria kills people. It's like they're in the jungle. What'd you expect? I go, and then you say, well, it's not like they knew they were going to die. It's like, oh yeah, we knew full well they were going to die. Why? Because we didn't invent the Panama Canal. The French did. The French started it way before we did. And they lost so many people that they gave up. They lost 21,000 men. They just tons and tons. They were dropping like freaking flies because they didn't know anything about insecticide. They didn't even have, we had to invent mosquito netting, right? The point is after they left, we look at it, it's like, yeah, maybe we should go in there, right? And then and then the meeting comes. It's like, yeah, but we're going to lose some people. It's like, yeah, what are acceptable losses in this case? I think we were fully prepared to lose up to 10,000 men. And here's where the conspiracy comes in. Conspiracy is, remember, these were civilians. This wasn't military. This is civilians. We were hiring a whole bunch of people. It's like, go to Panama, make some money, go to exotic locations, right? Do you tell those people that you're hiring that they have a 1 in 8 chance of dying? No, you do not. Why? Because you wouldn't go. That's why. That's where the conspiracy comes in. A conspiracy, by definition, is when 3 or more people lie to protect something that's either illegal or potentially unethical. However, the caveat to that is, does the end justify the means? Meaning, was it worth it to lose 6,000 men for the Panama Canal? Can you put a price on human life? Yeah. Yeah, you can. all day long. America, it's one of the things we do. We put prices on human lives. Now, can you do it to yourself or family members? No, of course not. Your mother would never sell you for $1 million.
No.
However, if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time and you were stuck in some sort of human trafficking thing, you would be way cheaper. So yes, you can put a price on human life. Was the Panama Canal worth it? Yeah, it was. It was strategically, militarily outstanding, and it was the most expensive toll road in history, and we made billions off of it. Billions in adjusted dollars. So can you do that? Yes, you can. Can you sacrifice the Alamo and take huge chunks of land away from Mexico? Yeah, you can. Can you sacrifice a single battleship and take Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines away from Spain? Yeah, you can. We can do the.
It's so wrong.
But it's look, empire building is what it is, and men are just. I mean, it is the most powerful drug for men, which is power and expanding the empire. I mean, look in your neck of the woods. I mean, look how many times sections of land in the Middle East were conquered and then reconquered, and I mean. Let's face it, not to dwell, because I know you have a few other questions, which is, look, Rome fell, right? The Roman Empire was massive. At one point, they ran everything for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. They ran it for so long that no one even remembered what it was. For hundreds of years, they didn't even know what it was not to run everything. That's how long they were. But eventually they fell. So look, people, and they told their people all sorts of, they were just arrogant. They didn't even have to lie to their people. It's like, no, we're going to conquer.
Yeah.
Like that in the streets, it's like, hey, who have you conquered today? Well, we're working on these guys. That was their culture. The United States has to lie to colonize. We have to lie to spread the empire.
Why?
And so yes, there are conspiracies. Sorry, last part with this.
Yeah.
For anyone that thinks there are no conspiracies in the world, of course, you're kidding yourself. It's like we all know in business and politics and sports and entertainment and even journalism and science, yes, there are conspiracies, mostly because people want to protect their own interests. Businesses lie for money. Politicians, they just lie. Sports people, they're very competitive and they will lie, cheat, and steal to win. Entertainers will lie because it's also very, very competitive. Journalists will lie for ratings, and science will lie because they want to be right, because they want to be published, because they want to advance science. Science has become this religion in itself. It's jumped from science to scientism. So anyway, what else you got?
Okay, the last question I have for you is, what would you do if you someday found out that the world is actually round, and would you tell people?
Say that one more time.
If you, like, one day you woke up and you heard some arguments and you did some science that showed that the earth was actually round.
Oh, would I tell people? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, there was text coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I would. Absolutely I would. In fact, I that was how this whole thing started, was I was trying to get people to show me. It's like, yeah, prove the globe. Yeah, and that was my challenge back in 2015. I had worked on this for months and months and months and said, all right, I can't prove the globe anymore. Tell me how I went wrong. And that's where I put the thing out to the internet and said, show me how I went wrong. And nobody has, to where now I'm coming up with my own challenges. There's two ways you could prove that the earth was, for me anyway, would go a long way into proving it's a globe. One's the obvious, which is take any sort of camera, 4K camera, put it to the side of a capsule, point it at the ground, turn it on, let that rocket leave Earth orbit. And let it, unedited footage, 4K if you can do it, and to where, it shrinks down into a ball, and there you go. I mean, there you see the Earth, right? You would have thought we would have had this by now, right? This never happened. That footage has never existed in the history of space travel. A little strange, I think. Also, it's strange that no astronaut has ever done a 360 with his camera on, ever. In the history of space travel, even on the moon, I would have thought that would have been one of the first things you would have done, and just spin around in a circle. Nope, never ever happened. That'd be the obvious thing to do. The second one would be the cheaper one would be the spacesuit test, which is loan me a spacesuit from any era, because no spacesuit has ever malfunctioned and killed anyone in the history of space travel. Also really weird. Put me in a vacuum chamber and untethered, just like the moon people, just that stupid backpack, the miracle backpack, which does not explain what the hell happened, how it's working, and tell me how I don't die. Put me in a vacuum chamber. Tell me how that works. That would, you're saying, well, what if you die? I'm going, well, that's just it. How could I die if that spacesuit is perfect? The thing is, no one's ever explained exactly how a spacesuit works. They just put it on and they think, well, it's like a scuba suit. It's like, no, scuba suit is not a spacesuit. Because scuba, in fact, it's the exact opposite, even though all the training they do is underwater. Every spacesuit thing that they ever train on here is in water. It's like, why would you train in water? It's the exact opposite. If the pressure is coming in, why would you train in water? It doesn't. Well, because you're floaty. It's like, yeah, but the physics are all wrong. That's not how you would do it. You train in a freaking vacuum chamber. You don't ever seen them training in vacuum chambers. Why not? Because you can't explain how the spacesuit works. Here's what I mean. I don't care about the oxygen or nitrogen or heating or cooling. Tell me how, when you have air in your suit, how it doesn't try to get out with such force that you become just rigid. Again, and in fact, it is a great example. You can look this up. This is not hard footage to find. You go to, you look up any of the early NASA spacesuit things that they designed in the 1960s. Everyone was metal and plastic and really heavy and clunky. I mean, it looked ridiculous. It looked like a bad sci-fi movie. And they realized, like, oh man, we can't even get these guys to walk up. They'll never walk up a ladder. They won't be able to do anything. They're just going to be how are we even going to get them out of the spacecraft? And then somebody came up with a brilliant idea. It's like, no, I got it. We'll just use a soft suit. Nobody knows anything about physics anyway. They're never going to figure out. Kind of like the moon thing. That photo with the shadows going in wrong directions. Your average person doesn't understand. It's like, no, the shadows have to only go in one direction. It's the sun. It's one direction. It's like it's here on Earth. All the shadows have to go parallel. And it's like, as long as it's on TV, people will believe it. And that's how it worked. Again, there's a line from the Truman Show, and which is, we believe the world that is presented to us.
Yeah.
And the same thing goes, and that's not just the world itself, it's every aspect of the world. If it's on television, if it's on the news, it's absolutely real. Because all the news is absolutely real. But we don't truly believe that, but we have to believe it. You know what I mean? So when all of a sudden, we'll segue into current events, and then we can sign off and you can do whatever you want. Which is, so if you tell everybody there's a virus that's killing everybody, and yet in all these small towns all over the United States, nobody's dying, and the mortality rate is so unbelievably low that it's ridiculous, and so you've got all this pushback, but the news just keeps saying over and over, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. Who do you believe? Right? Do you believe your own senses, or do you believe what the TV tells you?
The TV.
Yeah, you have to. And I don't blame. Look, I mean, I run into people, friends of mine, people that are wearing masks. I'm going, not flat earthers. And there isn't a flat earther that will wear a mask, by the way. And it's like, what are you doing? And here's my argument. And I doesn't matter what you believe in. Go to the contact list on your phone. Is anyone on that contact list dead from this? No. Not you, not me, not nobody. Well,
I know people who have family who died, and have family who is sick in this virus.
Perfect. But you don't. But you don't have anybody on your phone. But you've heard of somebody.
Yeah.
Got it. And the follow-up question would be, again, because this is the caveat to it, which is, were they struck down, or did they already have some sort of a condition and then they eventually died? Meaning, were they just perfectly healthy people walking around and then 6 days later they were dead, or did they have lung cancer? Did they have diabetes? Did they have heart disease? Did they have all this other stuff? Because in the States, everybody that's going in, that dies from this, has some underlying condition. All of them. And so what are we, and plus the mortality rate is really, 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 again, the price on human life, right? If we'll hit 100,000 people next week, right? Well, yeah, but it took 5 months to get there, and you killed the entire economy because of this. Literally killed it.
Mm.
It's dead
We
for
lost
the most part.
so
And
much.
oh, I mean, you wait. What's going to happen the rest of this year? I don't know what's in your neck of the woods, but the United States is in real trouble.
Yeah,
We
same in Denmark.
it is bad, super bad. So I know it's a little off topic, but I have to bring this up, which is, look, we went through Ebola and SARS and West Nile and H1N1 and all this. Nobody cared about any of that, right? We didn't shut down anything. All of a sudden but the TV kept saying the same thing. Be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. And the other thing, again, inconsistencies, why there's pushback. 5 weeks, they said, don't wear masks, don't wear masks, don't wear masks, don't wear masks, right? And then 5 weeks later, it's like, oh, wear masks. What are you talking about? You told us for over a month not to wear them. Why should we wear them now? Well, because we're telling you to. To my point, I'll end it on this. If the news came out literally tomorrow and they said, starting Monday, everyone should wear polka dot masks and give no reason whatsoever for it, I guarantee you on Monday,
we would do it.
yeah, there'd be fabric shops that would be completely sold out of fabric, polka dot fabric, and people would be wearing them. And again, I'm waiting I'd be like, why are you wearing this? It's like, well, because we were told to. Remember what I said, circle back. It's not that you have a spaceship. You have not seen the Earth from space. You were told what the Earth looks like from space. And before NASA, remember, if you want to lean on NASA and the space program, that's fine.
Yeah.
But we were taught this for at least 5 centuries, that it was a globe. Why were we being told this for 5 centuries when we had no space program? How? And again, so I don't feel bad for people that get it. Look, it's not that it's not that you were tricked. It's your parents and their parents going back 20 generations.
Mm. Oh no.
You back?
Oh yeah, now it works again.
Okay, good.
Great.
Which is okay. Sorry, last thing, which is you put a globe in your classroom when you're young, and you just leave it there. You don't even have to point at it. You leave it there, and it's there in your peripheral vision for year after year for at least 12 years in the United States. What do you think is going to happen? I mean, it's classic reinforcement. Right above, in the corner of our classrooms, I don't know what you have in yours, is the American flag. After 12 years of sitting in the corner of your classroom, there are people that join the military just based on that flag being up there. It's like, oh, that's where I live. That's what I'm proud of being. I'm going to join the military. Well, what's the difference between that and the globe right below it? The globe is like, yeah, that's where I live. I'm willing to defend it. So if somebody says it's not the globe, what do you think the reaction is going to be? It's not that they're being mean. It's not that they're being malicious. That's the knee-jerk reaction. So anyway, is there anything else I can answer for you?
This is actually a bit just something I thought about. I wanted to know, with global warming and stuff.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of memes, and that's not a good. It's not a good source. But what do you do if the ice wall melts away? Will all the water just float out, and then we would die, or what?
No, because again, you're in sorry, let me move your picture over here.
Oh no.
Because you're built.
Oh, it works now. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. People have asked me about the global warming thing before, which is, if you're in a building, then we're talking about a lake. Basically, we're this giant lake inside it. So the water's not going to go anywhere. However, if all the ice melts, could the system possibly get overloaded? Yeah, maybe. But I do believe in climate change because remember, doesn't the whole term greenhouse gases make more sense if it's an actual greenhouse? Meaning right now they're saying, oh no, the gases are hovering over up at this certain altitude, right? And then it's this virtual greenhouse. I go, what if it's an actual greenhouse? What if there's a barrier up there, because that makes more sense. You know, you have 1 billion internal combustion engines running constantly on the world at any given time. What do you think that's going to do to that system? That system's trying to compensate for it. It's creating weird hot spots and cold spots all over the place. Absolutely, I believe in climate change. I do, because I believe we're in a physical building. But if all the ice melted, I think it would try to deal with the excess water. But I don't, again, in the United States, we've got like all of Florida is at sea level. So, Florida would be inundated by now if it was completely. But I do think that the system is trying to compensate for it. How's that?
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's all. Like, kind of. Do you have any last words or something you want to say?
Yeah. My last words is take whatever I say with a grain of salt. I'm not here to convince you. I'm not here to persuade you. I'm just here to give you a few ideas. Do your own research, ask questions, and see where it leads you. There's lots of content out there, huge amounts of content from a lot of different creators. What I recommend to most people, in fact, maybe I'll put the shortcut in there, although I think 2 of those links go to it, which is the short list for new people. Which is a lot of different content from different aspects, and you can everything from the sun to the moon to the tides to whatever you can think of, long distance photography, gravity experiments, all sorts of fun stuff. They're all in there. Take a look, and some of it may work, some of it won't. But the point is, do your own research. Try to convince yourself. How do you know it's a globe? How do you know? And see where it takes you. Because there's a lot of stuff out there that will blow your mind eventually.
I will check it out.
Cool.
And I'll give it a chance. I promise.
All right.
I promise.
Well,
That's so cool. And then just thank you so much for doing this interview. I can't believe you actually answered.
No. I love doing overseas stuff anyway. And you're actually not even the youngest person I've talked to.
What's
But that's awesome. No, I'm glad that you're looking into it, and I hope this goes well with your classroom, and hope you get a good grade for it at the very least. Oh my God, are you kidding?
Yeah.
You should get top marks for this.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, man. And thank you so much for helping me.
Yeah.
I hope this is gonna like higher my grade a little bit.
I hope so. I really hope so. And if you need any other resources for anything, let me know. I've got it all.
Thank you so much. That's great. Okay, but then maybe I'll talk to you another time, all right? Anyway.
Happy to do it.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All righty. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay.
Bye.
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 Everybody, be sure to share this video. If you're on Twitter, hit a retweet, and if you're in here already, just drop a like, please. This is going to be a special moment, I think. So we're going live on the screen. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Mark, we're fully live now, man. I just want to introduce you. Mark Sargent has been an integral part of my process in awakening to a certain type of thing. I know a lot of you guys watch my 3 a.m. streams and have heard me talk about flat Earth, but I've never really did a deep dive on it on my channel. I mean, I've talked about NASA, I've talked about space, I've talked about my encounters with extraterrestrial craft, but I've never really sold flat Earth to nobody because I don't know. It's probably the craziest thing to talk about publicly without people instantly dismissing it or having cognitive dissonance. Mark here, however, has done a channel, a very prolific channel, and has done I would call it a documentary on YouTube called Flat Earth Clues. And when I first heard about Flat Earth, it was just a suggested video. For whatever reason, YouTube and Google was trying to entrap me with it. It was a suggested video on music videos. I did not understand. And like many of you, the first thing I did was dismiss it and go, ha, 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 ha. The Earth is not flat. Who do these guys think they are? Christopher Columbus? But I did the dumb thing. I clicked on it. I watched it. And I've been stuck in that rabbit hole ever since. When was that, Mark? Did you put that out 2015?
Yeah, initially it was put out February 10th of 2015. That was the very first video, and then I finished all of them before the end of March.
Oh, wow. So you've been at it for almost 5 or a little bit over 5 years.
Yep, 5 years.
And as far as I know, you've done tons of podcasts. Are you in the hundreds yet?
Oh yeah, yeah. I stopped counting interviews after I think around 300, and then the YouTube channel I've got over I think 1,500 videos at this point. A lot of them are a combination of Q&As and podcasts and other interviews that I've done. So yeah, a lot of content out there now.
That's amazing, especially for you to go so hard on one subject. I find it difficult just to stick to the one music subject that I talk about. So I can't imagine that this process might be beating a dead horse with you. So my apologies for
No, not at all. I mean, there's a reason. I believe in a reason for everything. I believe in fate. I believe in destiny, and I believe that if you don't fight it, the world will take you where it wants to take you. And for whatever reason, the world wanted to take me down the flat Earth path, and I'm still on it.
Yeah, yikes. And if I'm not mistaken, you said you came up with this or it hit you like a ton of bricks at 3 a.m. as well.
Yeah. So I was initially I had started looking into flat Earth in the summer of 2014, just because I was conspiracy bored. I had looked at just about everything you could think of, and I had an opinion on just about every conspiracy there was. And so I thought, well, I'm getting a little older. I might as well put this on my bucket list. So
that's why they're protecting Biden, because if Biden goes down,
Hold on.
a lot of them.
My phone just started playing. Go ahead.
That's all right. So I looked at flat Earth and I said, okay, I should be able to shoot this thing down in a weekend. And about 9 months later, the night of February 10th, 2015 at 3 a.m. in the morning, 3:30, if you want to be more specific, is when all of a sudden I had that Jerry Maguire moment where I woke up and had this epiphany. It's like, you know what? I'm going about this the wrong way. I think I'm going to go the other way and say that it's not a globe, that we're actually in a building in some sort of planetarium, terrarium, some sort of snow globe. And that's when I sat down. Never had really done any video editing before. I had never narrated anything. So I just sat down and it just came so I'd never had such clarity in writing ever, where I just wrote the entire
was it like auto writing, like some people do? Like
yeah,
you just wake up with a great idea and you just start writing?
Yeah. I wrote and I never went back and changed anything. It wasn't like, I wrote 3 paragraphs and deleted 2 of them. I wrote the whole thing, and then when I was done, it kind of felt like that Forrest Gump thing when he got to the end of the country. It's like, well, might as well go back. And so when I got done writing, it's like, well, I might as well narrate it. So I picked up a $20 stupid gaming mic and I narrated the whole thing. It's like, well, I might as well add some slides to it and make a video out of it. And it took me all day to make that first video, literally all day, and then put it up on YouTube and started the whole process again the very next day. Got up real early and did the first 7 clues in 8 days. And then
wow.
Most of it was out of my system. And then I could pace myself after that.
So you did that with the intention of someone coming to watch it, kind of follow you on that particular path, and you're hoping somewhere along the way that someone could prove you wrong?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I consider it, because I did tech support, high-end tech support for really boring, really expensive software for years and years. And did it remotely and did a lot of phone work. And I considered myself a fairly clever problem solver. And
yes.
So when I looked at this, during those 9 months where I was just hammering on flat Earth, the T-shirt says that I became a flat earther because I tried to disprove it. That was very, very true for me. I was extremely stubborn to where after those 9 months, I think I had answered just about everything that I could come up with, any questions, the outstanding questions. So I was like, but I still thought that something was missing. So when I put the clues out on the internet, it's like, and again, I put it with my name, my real name, my phone number, my address, real easy to find me, because I wanted some academic to call me up and say, okay, here's where you went wrong. You forgot this, or you added this, and you made this sort of assumption, and you can give up your YouTube channel now. And it was the exact opposite. Everybody started contacting me except the academics. That was the weird part. And to this day, I have never had a PhD call me up and want to try to shoot this thing down. It is so tough to get academics to even address this. So, yeah.
That's powerful. I know one academic attempted to drag one of us, the brother B.O.B. I know he's watched some of your stuff, some of Eric Dubé's stuff,
Yeah.
and he came public through it. He did a series of mixtapes, which most of my tribe here is familiar with.
Mhm.
And then a very curious thing happened that we have a, quote unquote, serious scientist get on national TV and make it a joke of the sort.
Right.
And that threw me for a loop because they could have gotten anyone to address it. Matter of fact, they could have just not addressed it. But the fact that they chose to and didn't do a good job at it, that was like the final blow for me.
I was really surprised that Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I'm not supposed to say his name, but I'm surprised that Neil Tyson got on Comedy Central and did that monologue for 6 or 7 minutes. He didn't use any graphics, he didn't use any animations. I mean, he did not bring his A game. And it was stunning. It's like, why are you even on television addressing B.O.B.? It's like, fine. He used a little sound clip of you in his song, which was a brilliant song, by the way, Flatline by B.O.B. But the media could not ignore that. I'm sorry, you have a Grammy-nominated rapper going head to head against literally the world's most popular physicist. I mean, that's media gold right there.
Yes.
And that drug on for months. The media, every single, media outlet covered that. And that carried most of 2016 up until 2017 when Kyrie Irving decided to come out, on a podcast, which was even better. So.
Yeah, him and a few other NBA players, some other rappers, some, verified checkmark personalities, all kind of echoed those sentiments. But what's interesting about them tagging on B.O.B. is that they did a very effective magic trick where they highlight the messenger, aka B.O.B., this guy from Atlanta, he's a rapper, what does he know about science? So they actually picked a very easy target, I think. And I think that was like a handicap match in terms of winning people's trust or, wanting to keep the narrative going. They fought the little guy. And I was like, that's weird. I mean, there's mad flat earthers out there who actually have the quote unquote proofs that they could talk about instead of it just being like, wow, what do you think this is? The 1400s? I was like, man, if y'all don't get off this TV and and they had Bill Nye, like everyone's finding those old Bill Nye clips where he put the and that's my favorite proof, right? Bill Nye has a table and he creates this mock ocean, and then they have the little camera pan where they show you like, disappearing across. I was like, oh man, we gotta do better than this, man. They're taking a beating.
Yeah, when Bill Nye did that, and that was from the 90s when he did that particular clip, way back when he was super young. Because again, I love the fact that the media is lazy enough that they will put Bill Nye on to talk about this stuff. And which is why I made a specific video about Bill Nye. It's like, look, he is not a scientist in any way, shape, or form. In fact, even his wiki entry says he's not a scientist. The problem is he looks so nerdy that media can't ignore him. They put him on. It's like, well, he's thin, he's angular, he wears a stupid bow tie and a lab coat. He comes off as more credible than an average PhD. People don't understand that when you go higher in your education, you tend to lose some of your articulation. So PhDs are really, really dry. They are super, super dry. And the last thing you want to do is get some astrophysicist on there who answers in 1 or 2 syllables. So you put Bill Nye on, it's like, look, he's got a bachelor's degree in mechanical. And then he gave that up immediately and went into acting. He wasn't even a Hollywood actor. He was a Seattle comedy troupe actor.
Wow.
That bugged me. By the way, I just sent that picture that I threw into chat. I just wanted to point this out, which I thought was interesting, which was, so Kyrie Irving, caught a lot of hell for coming out, obviously, because he was one of the top NBA guards. Is he destined to be a Hall of Famer? Yeah, maybe. I mean, he was very, very good. No question. But what I thought was interesting was like this guy here's Novak Djokovic, number 1 tennis player in the world, right? Came out as a flat earther. His daughter drew that thing he's holding, and it's not only just him, it's his freaking family. They never talked to him. I have not seen an article where you would think the sports world would have descended on him, and they didn't. I thought that was very, very interesting.
Very curious. Like I said, they like picking their targets, so to speak, to keep the narrative going.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Let's reverse engineer this problem real quick because I have a few more people coming into the chat.
Yeah.
And I know they're gonna have so many questions. So let's start with the most obvious question.
Yeah.
What does it matter what shape the environment that we live in is?
What does it matter? Okay. Okay, let me frame it for you. It doesn't matter until you believe it. That's the safe answer. Because if you don't believe it, because people have asked me, it's like, look, I still got to go to my crappy job. My kids don't listen to me, and my wife's terrible, and all this stuff. It's like, what does it matter if the Earth's flat or not? And the answer is, well, everything would matter. The big thing, we'll look at the top three, which is academically. Every university in the world, the astrophysics and astronomy would have to be shut down. The remaining physical sciences, geology, biology, hydrology, archaeology, anything with an ology next to it would have to be literally retooled from the ground up. I mean, academics would be just in chaos for years. I mean, libraries would have to be emptied out and refilled. That's just academia. World markets, economically, you'd have to suspend trading on world markets for months until you figured out exactly what the ramifications were. But the big one, the super, super big one, is spirituality, which is, think of the five major religious houses of the world, which control most of the world's population. Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Yeah. And all five of those, you're giving them all leverage against science simultaneously. Yes. And you're asking them not to do anything. And you're saying, well, why would they have leverage? Well, because if this is true, then the world isn't an accident. You're not some little tiny rock that's part of a big bang, part of this impossibly empty universe. You are this tiny little building that, well, tiny to them, but giant to us. The universe is basically a studio apartment, and it was built specifically for you. And you're here for a reason. And that is very, very empowering to a lot of people. And so, yeah, it means a lot. Why would it matter? Why? Now, does that mean you still have to go to your job in the morning, your kids? Well, yeah, of course, that stuff would still happen, but it would change the tone. That's all anyone would talk about would be for decades. That's what the world would focus on. And it would change how people think. And say, well, what do you mean? I go, well, okay, would you still go to war if you knew this world was created by something that was not you, that something was bigger than you? Would you still commit hate crimes, race crimes, sex crimes? Would you do anything bad necessarily? I mean, I was a pretty good person to begin with, but I will never do a malicious thing to another human being again. Gun to my head. Be like, yeah, pull the trigger. I'm not going to roll those dice. Not now. So there you go. I got it.
So the way you see it, the spiritual ramifications, and I've been exploring this path too, Mark, but a little bit more differently. I've reached a similar conclusion because of an experience I've had with extraterrestrial craft, so to speak. Not necessarily extraterrestrial, but definitely wasn't made down the street. I tell you that. And it was so profound for me that I started to have to re-question and retool everything. So I started, diving really deep into history. And when you dive into history, a lot of these crafts are represented on images. They're represented in books via descriptions of old texts, especially the Vedic stuff. The Veda, those guys seem to live in a parallel reality in terms of their framing of the world, even with the story of Maya and this being a sort of simulation, Shiva the Destroyer, Brahma coming after ever so many years to reset things. And that's paralleled again in the Old Testament and Genesis with Noah and the flood story. And then a very curious thing that they say, even in creating men, they say, let's create them to replenish the earth. And that's like page 1, chapter 1. Yeah. So obviously there's a greater force implied in religious texts that created our current, it's not, I don't know if it's species or not, our current iteration. Our current iteration, according to religious sects, have a group of creators. And that's very similar to the Anunnaki and Sumerian story. But when you also look at those sects, they do not describe a globe model. There's nothing to infer that you're living on a spinning ball and that the sun and moon are millions and millions of miles away, and that, more importantly, more profound, I think, there's no indication that people born here get a chance to fly out of it. Right. So did you ever come across some of the more occultic or ancient stuff that kind of like confirms some of that for you?
Yeah, I've seen so many different things. I mean, we've got sheets out there. In fact, let me find one for you really fast. It was from the speech I gave in 2019. It was a compilation. Here, I'll dump it in your chat. 1 second. Come here, you. it's a compilation of all the different cultures, and they all drew the same thing over the centuries and millennia. They all drew the same thing, and that was some sort of enclosed structure. Let's just take the most obvious one, because we're in the United States, which is Christianity, which is that we would have been dead in the water if the Bible would have even hinted at some sort of globe. And yet there's only one verse, and we went through it with a fine-tooth comb. I mean, there's a massive Christian community in the Flat Earth movement in the United States. And there's only one verse that even remotely talks about it, which is Isaiah 40:22, which is, he who sitteth upon the circle of the earth. Well, circle isn't ball or globe or sphere. Circle is circle. Your dinner plate is a circle. Your dining room table is a circle. Your pizza is a circle, so on and so on. And everything else, if the Bible would have had even half a dozen of those that would have sort of gone along the same lines, we wouldn't have had any traction whatsoever. People would have said, yeah, well, Bible says globe. They would have been dead, literally dead. But it was amazing. There was only one verse, and it's Isaiah. And yet every other verse talks about fixed, immovable, the firmament separating the waters above and the waters below. The story of Joshua, which I love so much, or the second coming, where everybody can see the second coming simultaneously, which doesn't work on a globe, and so on and so on. Everything, and again, that's just Christianity, but everybody drew what they saw. Everybody drew what they saw, and that was, everybody sees the sky moving, and they just have this feeling. So tell me, that compilation I just sent you there, that says a lot, which is every culture. Find me a culture that didn't think like that. In fact, if you even watch a time lapse of, type in like stargazing time lapse or night sky time lapse and watch it and see if you can snap out of the illusion, which is the sky moving or are we moving? Well, if you're down here, it looks like the sky's moving. Why isn't it moving?
Right.
As well, because science says that it's us. It's not the sky. Well, that's kind of a problem, because you were saying that before you even had rockets. But anyway, I could go on.
That's interesting. The science says thing is very interesting, since a lot of the things that science says they got from the Vatican Church. The biggest one, the most curious one, was the Big Bang Theory.
Right.
That comes from church. So there's something curious about the quote unquote supposed separation of church and state,
right,
where if you look at these cultures, these are their shamans, these are their intellects describing these things via text. And these are depictions on walls, very old walls describing it. And the most prolific one, of course, is the Masonic stuff. And we know the ramifications of that behind the scenes. So what people like to do is saying that science as a monolith all agrees on this one thing, yet the people who fund and back science are creating a whole different worldview. And I don't think people can actually have those two ideas in their mind at the same time. They're like, why would anyone do that? Why would the biggest question is, what would be the benefit in fooling everybody? And to be honest with you, I don't think the intention was to fool everybody. I mean, as far as they tell us, I don't see everyone back there wasn't in on it.
I don't see it as a trick. I see it as a test. More than anything. People say, well, you're saying that God's a deceiver. God's lying to us. I'm going, no, God's testing you. There's a big difference. And let's say some government figured it out ahead of time, and they figured out, it's like, well, people are going to discover this unless we hide it. And that's what the government basically did. They hid it for as long as humanly possible. Now, why would God make this into a test? Well, and I talked about this in the clues. If you don't do this, if you don't create the illusion that we're in a solar system, eventually our human instincts are going to take over, and we're not going to act natural anymore. The argument which I put in the clues, which was the wildlife preserve, which I love so much, which is, you can take any animal species. Let's just take buffalo, for example. You put them in a 1,000-acre wildlife preserve with, they've got grass, they got water, they got trees. They couldn't be happier. But the thing is surrounded by a giant fence. Right? Buffalo don't care. They do not care. They're not going to care. They're going to live their life absolutely perfectly. You could put 100 buffalo, 500 buffalo, a couple thousand buffalo. It's not going to matter, even if you up the numbers, right? But if you put half a dozen people in there, all they're going to care about is the fence, which is, wait, why is the fence there? Why are we on this side of the fence? What's on the other side of the fence? Who built the fence? Have we angered the fence makers? Maybe we should sacrifice things to the fence. Get a buffalo.
And all of us, next thing you know, they're killing buffalo to sacrifice to the fence. I mean, and you know that full well that's what would happen. And so what I think happened was, 500 years ago, it was a brilliant answer, whoever built this place, which was just make it to where the fence doesn't exist. Tell people, that there is no fence. Don't even bother looking for it, because again, once we hit, especially the 1900s, once we discovered oil and the internal combustion engine, we had now the power to go look for things, which is exactly what we did. In 1926, we sent planes to the North Pole, and in 1928, we sent planes to the South Pole. As soon as we could build planes, we were sending them places. Why wouldn't we? And so, you'd want to keep this thing a secret because you want to delay it as long as possible. I think it's part of the process. I think this is a school, but we're not told it's a school. We're not supposed to discover that it's a school until the very end. And then once we discover it, it's like, well, that's it. You graduated. You're done. So that's what I think anyway.
That's an interesting thought. So it's because the most profound thing about that is time, right? So I think a lot of people who tackle this problem forget that we don't get a narrative that's a matter of fact from anyone in authority until we can travel across the whole world. Right. I think a lot of people in their minds pretend like airplanes have been around for everyone forever, and that this was just no duh. They solved this hundreds of years ago when they were on camels.
No, and that, by the way, that's an excellent point, which I brought up on several occasions, and people just haven't gotten it. It's like, look, we've been teaching the globe for 500 years. Well, the United States is only 250 years old, and in other countries, we're still known as the New World. We didn't even have a map of this place. So when people say, oh, no, the Greeks drew a globe, I'm just going, fine, they drew a globe, but they didn't even know where the continents were. So who cares? I mean, but you're absolutely right. Until 100 years ago, no one was flying. No one was flying, with the exception of maybe a little bit of the military in World War I. That was it. Our planes were literally made out of cloth and wood. There was nothing. We had nothing. I mean, in fact, you even go back 70 years ago, and most people weren't flying. It wasn't until very, very recently, only in a generation, maybe 2 generations, that masses were flying places. And so it's just you don't get how recent everything we've had is. I mean, going back, like you talk to kids now, and they look. It's like, look, 20 years ago, I didn't even have HD television, right?
Yes.
We didn't even have. I mean, everything was low res. The computers were crap by comparison. Smartphones. What smartphone?
What is that? Yeah.
Smartphones weren't even a thing. Our technology, what we've done, what we've ramped up, has been very, very, very recent. So everything up until that point was just assumed. Which, in fact, I'll give you a quote. It's in the description box of every video I make. And it was something I just stumbled across, which was from George Orwell, the guy that wrote 1984 years and years ago. And he said, this was in 1946 that he wrote this. And he wasn't a flat earther, but he was talking about the responsibility of science and how people just believe anything that science tells them. And he says, you go to anybody on the street right now and you ask them how they know it's a globe. People will immediately say, well, what are you talking about? We know it's a globe. It's known. It's a given. And then you say, really? How do you know? And then they start getting upset, because at that point they realize for the first time, it's not that they know, they've been told. And there's a big difference there, because NASA wasn't even founded until 1958. Wasn't even founded. So how did everybody in the world know in 1946 that it was a globe? It's because they were told, and their parents going back 20 generations, that it was a globe. It was just burned into our heads by whoever built this place and the powers that be. It was easy enough to do because science became its own religion.
Yeah.
Real quick, by the way, we're talking about like science gets away with stuff. Here's a perfect example I used in my speech last year. Let me drag this over here. So this is a picture of the coelacanth fish, and you can have anybody look this up. It's one of my favorite examples, right? Extinct, 70 million years. There you go, fossil record. Part of the dinosaur era. 70 million years gone, right? You would have bet every scientist in the world. They would have bet the farm. They would have bet everything they owned. It was a sure thing. Well, that's a problem, because in 1938, the British found one off of South Africa. and then another one off of Mozambique and Madagascar and so on and so on. And the next thing you know, National Geographic is swimming around with these damn things.
Right.
So what's the point? My point is, don't shoot down things just because science, makes this statement. Are all dinosaurs have been dead for at least 100 million years. And like, for example, before Flat Earth, I thought it was kind of a neat kind of fantasy thing. It was like the Loch Ness Monster. You've heard of it. Loch Ness Monster. Are there dinosaurs swimming around some of the lakes in the UK? Well,
yeah.
Can't be, right? Can't be. Because, why? Well, because they've been dead for at least 100 million years. And then I show you this fish. And I think that fish has been dead for at least 70 million years. Obviously not. So, and you say, well, and no, it's just because you haven't found one yet. That's why. That fish was easier to catch. You can see the diver swimming next to it. It's not exactly skittish. However, if you were a plesiosaur or some water swimming dinosaur, why wouldn't you? Who's to say that there aren't a few of those things still swimming around? I mean, we've heard about them in all the major lakes, not just in UK, but over in the United States as well, in Canada. So science will make mistakes. And the saying I know I ramble, but the saying I like to throw out at people is that science is only right until the day they're not.
Yikes.
They make the statement, it's like, we're right. And then all of a sudden, show them that fish. That fish, scientists do not like talking about that fish at all. They go, well, they had to reclassify it. It's like, well, it's a living fossil. And so
like
seriously, they make, and it's in an evolutionary state of stasis. It hasn't evolved for some reason in 70 million years. It's like, really?
It hasn't evolved for 70 million years. That's the most remarkable part that people look over. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 70 million people. Again, the numbers throw people. It's like 70 million is such a huge number in terms of existence. It's such a huge number. And it's like, okay, so why aren't the oceans just filled with these damn things? Well, I don't know. For whatever reason, they are balanced with nature. They only hang around Africa, and they're out there. And so but my point is, how did science screw this one up so badly? How did they screw this up so badly? And the reason is because they believe everybody that does work prior to them, they think it's absolutely true. So they look, it's like, whose work are they building on? Neil Tyson says, well, the work we're doing is built on the back of giants, people, the founders of physics. It's like, yeah, but what if they were wrong? If they were wrong, then everybody that built their stuff on top of their work is also wrong. And which is why
it just falls like Jenga. Yeah.
Yeah. There's nothing there's not going to stand on. I'm not saying, and people will come back and say, oh, you're saying you're smarter than Hawking and Albert Einstein and stuff. Like, no, not at all. They're very, very smart guys and very, very math oriented, and they can crunch numbers like nobody's business. But if the foundation that they built their work on is wrong, it's not my fault. It's not their fault. It's just they're wrong. Plain and simple.
And that's the curious thing about numbers in general. You can balance the equation on both sides. So I hate that we have to use science when what we're really saying is math as justification for our experience, because that doesn't seem to make sense for anything else that we deal with, especially relationships, religion, and everything else. Like, you start talking numbers and stuff, I get why it's there. I get why you need it and why we need people who know physics and why we need inventions and technology.
Yeah.
But that is a very dishonest way of going about it. For instance, like the difference between our system and the metric system, right, is just sliding the scale of numbers.
Right.
And you're going to get different combinations of numbers that don't have a name in their system that has a name in ours. So like if we start describing something in our system, do people in Japan or China go, there's no such thing? Of course not. You adapt. And I don't think this is a matter of it falling apart. I think they just don't want to foot the bill of adapting for whatever reason.
I love, by the way, that the United States never adopted the metric system. I'm old enough to remember when they tried to do it back when I was in 6th grade, the late 70s. And they tried, and the teachers was like, we love the United States is not that old, but even regardless, we love our traditions, and we love the inch and the ounce and the mile and the foot and all these different things that have all these names are steeped in tradition, and all of a sudden you come along with this generic thing, the hexameter, the decimeter, and everything's part of something meters and or the liter, and we're like, yeah. Nah, we're fine. And the rest of the world took it. We didn't. I love it.
Yes. Yeah. It was just like we're doing with Common Core Math. Once again, stirring up the pot for the next generation of Z's. But
Yeah.
so in the chat right now, we have a few people chime in, and the most interesting or expected response I have is that I have a family member that works at NASA.
Oh, yeah.
This is funny. So my take on that is working in a space center or for NASA does not imply that your job is to know that the Earth is flat or round. What is your take on that when people do the referral?
Oh,
to
no, and I don't.
thing?
It's fine, and I'm not. It's fine. It's great, and by the way, it's very deliberate that so many employees work for NASA or work for the subcontractors that work for NASA. By the way, which is a military organization. It is absolutely part of the Department of Defense. But what I'm saying is, because one of the first responses from people like that will come back. They'll say, well, it's such a huge conspiracy. You're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of scientists and everyone that's ever worked at NASA. It's like, no, very, very, very few people at NASA would ever have to know any of this stuff. Because the only guys, if I was going to do it, because I've been accused of being the greatest secret agent in the world from time to time. If I was going to do it, I would treat it no different than the movie Capricorn 1, which is only the telemetry guys. And if you don't know what telemetry is, it's when the rocket gets out of visual range and the only thing you have left is the numbers. Kind of like when a plane goes off in the distance. It's like, well, okay, we've got its latitude and longitude, right? Well, the rocket goes off, in the distance. Like, okay, we know where it is based on these numbers. If you have someone that can fake those numbers, you can do anything because remember, it's out of visual range. You just have to go on their word. Well, it's like, okay, well, we think this rocket is 40,000 miles away from the Earth.
Yeah.
You have no way of verifying this whatsoever. You have to base on their numbers. So only the telemetry guys and only their bosses, which again, straight out of Capricorn 1, I highly recommend it. It was a wonderful independent film in the late 70s, which was about a fake Mars mission and how easy it was to fake a Mars mission. Very, very,
Wow.
it was such a weird movie. O.J. Simpson was one of the astronauts of all things. And
So they have predictive programming right out of Apollo missions?
Sure.
Wow.
Sure. I mean,
They're wild.
think of it this way. I mean, well, okay, I'll give you an example. So Capricorn 1, the only reason it was made was because when they filmed, again, the average person doesn't know this, when they filmed or when they broadcast the Apollo missions, from the late 60s all the way up until 1972, they wouldn't give the networks direct feeds, which is unheard of.
Right.
It's like, what are you talking about? We're waiting for the feed, a direct pipeline to the network so they can give it the clearest signal as possible. They say, no, you have to bring a camera crew down to Kennedy and you can film it off a projection screen. We're gonna broadcast on a wall. It's like, what are you talking about? Why the hell do we have to do this? Give it this feed. Nope, that's how it's going to work. And they did it deliberately, so that's why it was so unbelievably grainy, because they didn't want the production techniques to get out. And the networks were really, really upset about this. And one of the CBS affiliates, a guy that ran this station, he said, he goes, hell, after watching the feed, he's going, it's not that he didn't believe that we went to the moon, he just thought that the production was terrible. He goes, I could make a better moon mission than this. He goes, hell, I could make a better Mars mission than this. And so he did. He made, I don't think you could even make that movie today. He made a movie called Capricorn 1 that was done in the late 70s, 6 years at least after Apollo had wrapped up, where they went to the moon, went to Mars, and the entire thing was faked. Once the rocket got off to a certain point, off out of visual range, they just ditched it in the ocean and ran fake telemetry numbers. That's all you'd have to do to fake it. People don't get it. I know Neil Tyson goes, oh, how expensive it would be to fake the moon mission or anything. It's like, were you kidding? Do you not watch the science fiction stuff that we put out? Like Gravity, for example, was beautiful, was absolutely gorgeous. You could intersplice any of that into regular NASA footage and it would be flawless, which means which is real and which isn't. Or go even back to, you want predictive programming, go to the 1968 Academy Award winner, 2001: A Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick. You watch that on Blu-ray today. Find the flaws in it. There are almost none. And that's what we could do in 1968.
Exactly the same. Yes.
So
yeah, it looks exactly the same. And two things I took away from that you're mentioning.
Yeah.
That when we do have rocket takeoffs, the number one thing that you do see is them recovering it out the ocean. So that's one.
Yeah.
And then two, when it comes to questioning when will we go back to the moon again, the answer given is that we lost telemetry data.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if they're nudging the conspiracy, if there is one. So like, if we're all just stupid because there's something else going on and they're using these type of moments to keep us in the dark while they work on their secret plans to escape Earth school, then cool. But for them to come out and have that new mission that they're doing. In fact, I think the mission is called Mercury, if I'm not mistaken. It's one of these missions where the NASA guy goes on there and he says, hey, we have this problem with the Van Allen radiation belts.
Oh, no, that's Orion.
Orion.
That's Orion.
I'm like, well, you guys are just trolling us. Yeah. And if you're not trolling us, that speaks to the brother who says, his brother works at NASA. That's crazy. Yeah. Because the guy leading Orion works at NASA, and he can't get how they got through the Van Allen belt.
Yeah,
so how convenient is that?
That is one of my arguments. It's a wonderful video. Anyone can look it up. It's on the NASA.gov website. It's called Orion Trial by Fire, which was made at the end of 2014, and it was a very well-polished production where they were talking about what they were going to use for their capsules for Orion, which is also known as the Mars mission. And they said they couldn't even test capsules with people in it because they haven't solved the radiation belt problem from the Van Allen radiation belts. And it's like, what are you talking about? You solved it. You solved it perfectly. You went through it multiple round trips from 68 to 72. You didn't use any shielding. You didn't use lead or gold or a whole bunch of water. You used aluminum and plastic. Nobody died. Nobody got radiation poisoning. Nobody even got cancer. There's still 5 of these guys limping around today. No one wants to talk about this. And in fact, it's one of my big 5 questions. It's like, are the Van Allen belts deadly? Yes or no? If you say yes, then how the Americans get through it with no shielding? And if you say no, then why is NASA running that stupid Orion Trial by Fire video? It doesn't make any damn sense. It's
a catch-22 for them.
Oh yeah, it is. Oh, you can't win. It's a trap question. The other part is, which I love hitting scientists with this. It's like, why? And it was easier to do back in the 80s and 90s, but not now. It's 2020. Why haven't we gone back to the moon? In fact, why hasn't anyone gone to the moon except for the Americans? It's staggering. I mean, we've even if we didn't have the tech back in the 60s, we have the tech now to do this. But we're not. The Russians never went. The Chinese, there's no person that's set foot on the moon except for the Americans. And the response I get most often is the carrot on the stick, which is, oh, we're going. Oh, we're going. I go, when? They go, soon. I've heard this over and over. In fact, there's some wonderful compilations of American presidents saying this. Every American president since Reagan has said this. Like, oh, we're committed to going back to the moon. Think about this. Reagan, 2 terms, Clinton, both Bushes, Obama, and Trump have all said this. It's like, year after year after year. It's like, oh, well, we're giving, billions. We're going to build it. No one's got, there's no replacement rocket. There's no nothing. In fact, hell, even Elon Musk, who said in 2017, it's like, oh, we're going to send a couple tourists around the moon. We're not going to land. We're going to go around the moon. The end of 2018. Well, it's 2020. Nothing ever happened. He never built the rocket, never built the capsules. We don't know who the people were. It was just a story. They push it to the people, and everybody in the back of their minds said the same thing. It's like, oh, well, we're going back someday. It's like, when? It's 2020. We're not going back ever. No one ever said, oh, we're going back soon. I have heard this story. Every year I have heard this story, and it's never, ever comes to fruition, ever.
Right. I've noticed that too. I've looked really deep into some of those old conversations that astronauts would have, and it just seems like a complete 180 spin from what they were saying during Apollo and what they're saying now, almost as if these are 2 different organizations trying to solve a problem that was already solved.
Excellent
and for
point.
me,
excellent
and
point.
I was like,
yeah.
Why is that a thing?
Yeah, in fact, I brought up the Orion Trial by Fire thing to actually a physicist who was I can't remember his name off the top. Stanton Friedman, the world's greatest UFO, the late Stanton Friedman. And when he heard that it was made, he's like, what are they doing over there? Because it's like that video should have never ever been made. Why would you ever make a video in 2014 saying you can't get past the Van Allen radiation belts? Because you're right. It's like they have 2 separate organizations. It was like they forgot stuff. Like that there's enough, because it's been 2 generations since the moon landing at this point. So they forgot everything that happened. It's like, you guys realize you went to the moon, right? You did go. And it's like, and now all they care about is what stuff they can fake on the International Space Station. How much stuff can they throw up there without explaining how it's up there? Like gorilla suits and guitars and how many thousands of dollars. It's something like $10,000 an ounce to put stuff up there. If you believe it, it's like, so really you're going to put up a flute and a guitar and a gorilla suit and every NFL team's jersey?
Sports jerseys.
Yeah, the jerseys. It blows me away. So you can announce it, or stuffed animals for the kids. And it's just, people just don't get it. It's like, it's the interior production of the ISS is so horrible that I almost wonder if they're doing it deliberately, because even I've met enough producers and directors over the last 5 years. Even your B and C list directors would not make mistakes that these guys have made. They're just terrible. Just awful.
Snapchat would do a better job.
Yeah.
With some of the replacement things that they're trying to do. A lot of those camera projections or some of those blue screen leaks that they have.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, if you were trying to convince me this was real, there is no way with all your budgets to the tune of billions of years that you're hiring this stuff off of Fiverr, bro, because I shouldn't be able to see that, man. Like, you put the hairspray in your head and you think so Mark, I think that's what the problem is, right?
Yeah.
I think people are going to be offended if we say that, right? And they look back at it, because there's only one thing that your mind can do in that circumstance. If they're faking it or joking with you, basically you, the viewer and believer, inherently they're saying, I think you're that stupid that you believe this. And I think people can't step away from that and say that this agency that we grew up to love or learn would do something that brazen. So the alternative is like, well, they're just having fun to the tune of billions of dollars and not telling you what it's really about.
Yeah.
Like, there's no good answer to any of that.
You're right in that capacity. It's not that people are stupid. It's that people are only the accumulation of what we're taught. And if you go through school, look, it was me included, and you're not taught much about physics or engineering or chemistry or, heck, now microbiology, apparently. If you're not taught any of these things, you can get away with a lot. I mean, you can get away with huge amounts. And plus, the movies do not do us any favors whatsoever, like the vacuum chamber stuff. You remember the end of the movie Aliens, where Sigourney Weaver is clawing her way out of a decompressed cargo bay, right? And the wind's blowing by her at, I don't know, looks like less than 100 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. And people don't understand, it's like, that's not how a vacuum chamber, how vacuum versus non-vacuum works. It's second she opens up that airlock, the alien's dead, and so is everyone else in that room. Instantly, in a fraction of a second. This is not something that's debatable. It's absolutely true. I mean, you can see the vacuum chamber tests all over the place. It's absolutely instant. It's absolutely violent. You think I'm kidding? Take a balloon. Take a balloon, take a pin, and pop it with a pin, right? Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen a balloon explode in slow motion? No, it doesn't happen. Why? Because that's not how it works. The second you put that tiniest pinhole in there, the whole thing ruptures instantly, and it explodes. Or implodes, how you want to look at it. So every time I see a movie thing that shows the pinhole, or a little hole in the fuselage, like, oh, we've only got 2 minutes air left. Get the tape, right?
It's just leaking, and they gotta get duct tape to fix it.
Then the ISS though uses that and gets away with it. They had a hole supposedly in the fuselage from a micrometeor. Oh, two and a half years ago, and they said they initially plugged it with their finger. It's like, what? Do you not? That is not how it works. We're not talking about theoretical stuff here. We're talking about basic physics, basic physics. And I got to drive this home. When it comes to thermodynamics, then there are laws. It's not a guideline. It is not a rule. It is a law, which means it cannot be avoided. That means pressure cannot exist to non-pressure without a barrier. And the stronger the pressure difference, the thicker that barrier has to be. Like why submarines, military submarines, are so damn thick. They're feet thick of steel, right? Reinforced steel. And even they can't go down forever because, that's what's called crush depth. Well, the same thing applies reverse. And that is, if you have an object, in fact, you could look it up on YouTube, say pop can in a vacuum chamber, because that's all the ISS is a pop can, right? And remember, a soda can is mostly liquid. right? It's not all air. You know, you apply a vacuum, you know, to that pop can, it bursts every single time.
Yeah.
So why is the ISS still floating around? It's aluminum and plastic. There's no way.
Because that introduced the next question. If they're not close enough to the so-called that barrier you're alluding to, then they're not in space at all. If they're even up there.
Look, if they're supposedly what 400 miles up, they're close enough. The pressure difference would be massive. I mean, come on, you've seen. We all know the stories on the ground. If you're at 30,000 feet in an airplane and that window next to you ruptures, you're
it's over for you.
sucked out of that plane. Everybody knows that. Every pilot can tell you about depressurization of the aircraft at those altitudes. You will absolutely get sucked out of the plane. People have done it. They've died. That part the movies do get true. But which leads to a whole other thing, which is, where is the bleeding edge of space? Where does our atmosphere end and space begin? Where is it? And people have said, there's all sorts of answers. They don't know. And so I go, okay, so what happens when the molecules get thinner and thinner? Is there just this part where there's nothing? You've got literally a vacuum sitting next to our atmosphere, and they go, yeah. I go, really? Because you can you can take a straw and suck soda out of the bottom of a glass, no problem, with almost no vacuum force whatsoever. That's how weak gravity actually is. And yeah, people, sorry, it just aggravates me. They don't get it. We're not taught these things, and because we're not taught these things, the powers that be use them to their advantage, and they get away with it every single time. Here's a quick one I can give you. Here, look at this shot right here. It's a shot I usually throw at people at conferences at the end for talking points. That's just a regular old shot from Apollo 12, right, from 1969, 1970. Right?
You sent me the Neil deGrasse one.
The what? Oh no, you
sent me Neil.
See the oh sorry, hang on. No, not the Neil. Well, the Neil deGrasse Tyson quote is great. I also love that one where he says science is right whether or not you believe in it, which is just aggravating. No, this shot here from Apollo 12. Perfect example. I throw this out at audiences and I say, I can count at least 6 things that are wrong with this picture. At least 6. And how many can you find? And people just start yelling out stuff because they can see them. I mean, forget about the fact that there's no stars in the background. Forget about that. It's like, fine, you want to say it's exposure settings, great. I think it's a little unusual that no one at NASA ever even changed the exposure settings, so we don't have a star background in any of the thousands of shots that were supposedly taken on the moon.
They perfectly took perfect pictures.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, and these are gorgeous shots, by the way. Absolutely gorgeous. No, here's things again we don't remember. We don't retain so much from school. Shadows, one light source, the shadows go in one direction.
Yes.
One direction, all in the same direction, parallel to each other. They can never intersect, and yet you see here the shadows are going in 4 directions.
Yes, they're intersecting too.
That can only happen if the light source is really, really close, or there's multiple light sources. In this case, you can see the hot spot. You know exactly where it is. It's behind the guy that's taking the shot.
Yeah, it's right here.
It's right there. No blast crater underneath, that's 10,000 pounds of thrust supposedly underneath that thing. Not a grain is moved out of place. If you zoom in, and you can zoom in on this thing all day long, it's really good clarity. That particular capsule looks like it was made out of curtain rods, paper mache,
and aluminum.
Some foil. It's horrible. One of my favorites, of course, is the thing that's overlooked, the giant VHF transmitter in the middle, right? That's just a straight up VHF transmitter, battery powered, from the late 1960s. It has, on a good day, a range of 50 miles. On a good day. That's with Morse code. And it supposedly was beaming back 2-way communication, flawless, plus 10 frames a second of color video simultaneously over 250,000 miles through a Van Allen radiation belt with pinpoint accuracy. What are they lining this thing up with? They have no digital crosshairs to line it back up at Houston. The moon would be this little dot in the sky, and they line that thing up perfectly. BS. Not a chance in hell. It just goes on and on and on. I mean, there's nothing, but again, because we took these pictures and we put them in Life magazine and Time magazine and National Geographic, people believed them. Why? People forgot the rules about shadows. They forgot the rules about electronics and engineering and how transmitters, how far things can go. They forgot how the splay pattern was supposed to be there. By the way, if this 10,000, remember they're walking around on this ash, right? This supposed this ash. At no point did anyone dig down to see how far the ash actually went. It's like this ash was supposedly covering what, rock? Did anyone ever actually put a shovel and see how far down the ash went? You would have thought that capsule would have blown away most of the ash and the thing would have landed on rock. Never did.
No.
Oh my God.
There's not enough displacement for the craft. Period.
No.
Like its feet is not deep enough in for its weight, of course.
No.
And, people will try to do the mental dynamics, or gymnastics. Oh, but the gravity is a little bit different on the moon, so it was a light little Nerf gun landing. I'm like, whatever, man.
The spacesuit defies thermodynamics. Why isn't that spacesuit a basketball? Basically, you pump air into a basketball, you can't crush it with your hands. It's really taut, right? It's tight. You can't burst it. Well, then why? Well, it's because you put pressure inside it, right? It's not even, it's a little bit more pressure on the inside versus outside. Well, here on the moon, you're talking about pressure on the inside and no pressure on the outside.
On the outside.
Those things should have turned into parade floats.
Inside out.
They should have burst, and it never, ever, ever happens. And it just, oh my God, it's just, anyway. But again, they get away with it because we're not taught. It's like the population is only given enough information to make them functional, and that's really it.
Well, what's most remarkable about us having this conversation right now is that we're living through an event just like this.
Oh, you want to go there?
Hold on, before we go there, I want to check the chat before we go to 2020, because I think we butchered NASA enough. I know they're working on something else. I just wish they tell us what it really was. But so, I don't think. How do I say it? So, we went through the fact that apparently something or someone put us here. And we're in some type of artificial construct.
Right.
So much so, some of your biggest and brightest, quote unquote, pseudo-scientists are saying, that simulation theory will explain this all the way. Let's get on that bandwagon with the quantum computers.
Well,
as a matter of fact, they just said NASA discovered a parallel universe. I was like, wait a minute, what was NASA in the parallel universe business?
Right.
So,
right. Well, I mean, come on, let's face it. I would love to talk about virtual stuff, but most people wouldn't understand it. And by that I mean, look, the Matrix is 21 years old now. And the Matrix was about as high end of virtual reality explanation as you could get. I mean, it was a freaking trilogy, and it resonated and made a lot of money. But it was mostly an action film, whereas people still didn't get the underlying premise, and that is you can fool the human mind with a simulation if you really, really had the tech to do it. We see things in our world now that the better movie to watch would have been the movie that because everything in Hollywood is in twos. There's more than one studio making the same theme. The other one was The 13th Floor. That was the more brilliant movie. 13th Floor was a remake of a German film from 1975 called World on a Wire, which was, you think simulation theory was hard to do now. Imagine doing it in the 1970s, which was based on a 1960s book called Simulacron 3. Which was that in our process to build a simulation, we figured out we ourselves were in a simulation. That's the twist ending. And we see things now in our world that we do in computer simulations. The most obvious being the double slit experiment, which again, science does not like talking about because they can't explain it. The double slit experiment is something that happens in the graphics world. In the graphics world, in simulations, I don't care if it's military or entertainment or GTA or Warcraft or freaking Fortnite. I don't care. When you're not looking at something, it's not being rendered. Meaning it's whatever's behind you. If you're not looking at it, there's no reason to draw it in its higher rendering form because you're not looking at it. It's called like flashlight graphics. So if you're walking around a room, with a flashlight, a dark room, you can only see the things that the flashlight are on. Why? Because that's what you're pointing at. That's what you're seeing. Well, that's happening. That happens in our world as well, and nobody likes to talk about it. So, and what I mean is, when you're measuring something with a single electron gun, you're firing stuff in. This is the double slit experiment in a nutshell. If you're not watching it, if you're watching it, it's rendering. If you're not watching it, it's not rendering.
Yes.
And that just blows my mind because we didn't even know what that meant until we started making our own simulations.
On computers.
Yeah, right. Our own computer stuff, because it's called conservation of resources. It's something we do in computers to save resources, which is there's no reason to, if your character is never going to be on the other side of that mountain, there's no reason to draw the other side of that mountain. plain and simple. And you can even take it down to, if you look, if your character is not on the next street over, don't draw the name of the street. It's just black. It's just nothing. There's nothing happening there. And we see this in real life. So when scientists come on and talk about simulations, like, yeah, great, fantastic. But the public isn't going to get it which is why I start out with flat Earth. The longer
Yes.
version, which was in my book as of late, which was, if it's flat and enclosed, if we're living in a building, it's probably digital. Probably. Although who
Yes.
cares from our standpoint, because it's real to us. But outside
Yes.
of our world, it's probably digital, which I'd say, and I'm not being insulting in any way when I say this, I go, God's a programmer. Plain and simple, because we can now say that because we know what programming is. Before computers, God was obviously making stuff with magic hammers and chisels and stuff that, tools that were available to us. But now that we're into computer technology, well, there you go.
Wow. I'm on the same wavelength. I got there from a different trajectory, unfortunately. I've gotten really deep into some of the old occult stuff, and a lot of people stop at, for instance, with the Matrix, which is interesting about that, is that Sophia Stewart, who wrote the preliminary scripts for it, she's been vocal lately. She's done a lot of podcasts, and she has a lot of different conversations that are beyond the Matrix. And she always points back to some of the old religions where she was nudged back in her childhood. If I go further back, we get into like Crowley, Blavatsky, and those people. I went further back than them and went to Pascal. And Pascal wrote almost 100 books on America. And this is a African-American man during the Civil War era, talking to spirits and bringing Rosicrucianism to America and exploring some of these ideas of what we would understand now as parallel realities. And of course, my favorite was Philip K. Dick, and some of the things that he's been captured saying about multiple realities, and some of the books, his Blade Runner, Man on High Castle, things like that. We have a lot of these brilliant minds all in the echo chamber, it would seem, to nudge people to say, hey guys, by the way, this isn't quite real. Even Oprah's doing it, right? With the law of attraction. Like, think how stupendous that is. If you close your eyes and say something and convince your mind or subconscious mind that it can be, then reality through this, experiment gets to manifest it for you. And even though you probably can't get the $1 million or the yacht you really want, but there's enough other smaller things that everyone could attest to that starts with just the idea. So what is doing that? What is
Mm-hmm.
delivering these goods to you? And if you had more credit, could you order more, like a video game would, right? Like,
Right.
it doesn't matter if you have mana or magic or not. Do you have the skill? Do you have the level to wield that skill? And I think a lot of people jump the line and say, oh man, I can't carry this sword, so the sword's no good. And we do that with our reality as well. So
Yeah.
it's very mind blowing, man.
Yeah. I mean, again, I love the whole virtual reality concept. But I have to start out, the lowest common denominator thing is it's flat. And then people can kind of work their way up from there. But honestly, after 5 years, people, there's a lot of people that are getting into the little flat side of thing. The virtual side of thing, you got to be into tech, which is so strange because everyone, there's so many people that play video games. And it's like, what do you think Fortnite is based off of, or GTA or Warcraft or freaking Minecraft? All that stuff. It's based off the same technology. They play it, but they don't understand it. Sort of like, let's go even simpler. The microwave. 99% of people own a microwave, but almost none of those people know how it works at all. They just want it to work. They know it works. It's like you put in things, you hit the button, things heat up. Sometimes it's inconsistent. They don't know why. They don't know any of that stuff. Why? Because why would they? They don't care. Same thing with, asking the average person. We'll take a notch up. It's like everyone uses their smartphones. Very few people know, with the exception of even the programmers. If you're an engineer, you might know some of the hardware. If you're a programmer, you might know some of the apps. But reverse engineering a smartphone would be impossible for most people.
Right. And have you ever had this experience, Mark, just in real life in terms of like glitches in the Matrix, where something that wasn't supposed to work, maybe electronic, maybe, I don't know, electronics is probably more practical to talk about, but let's say you turned on something and it wasn't supposed to be on because the battery died, and the moment you thought about it, it turned off? Or like answering a phone call and it wasn't plugged into the wall, or turning on a light switch and the light bulb wasn't there, or any kind of
There's been a lot of little weird moments in my life where I don't know. I mean, I'm so open-minded about stuff that I don't even question it. If something works or doesn't work, I am a huge believer in karma. I am a huge believer in fate. That things, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And I've seen too many things in my life that happen just because they felt like they were meant to happen, like the timing. Video games are all about timing. It's not just about thresholds and actions. You reach a certain threshold, then action happens. It's also, the other side is timing. And you can feel it in games, right? Or more often. Oh, sorry, let's take out games. Television shows. Things happen in television shows during certain points because they have to, because you have to keep the plot going. You can't just sit there and do nothing for a while. And does it happen in real life? Yeah, you bet it does. Which means, you want me to blow your mind even further? There's sometimes that I've even gone one step further, and I've said, forget about the virtual reality side of things. What if it's not a virtual reality? Because virtual reality is actually not very efficient. And what kind of clued me into this was walkthroughs. People are, especially kids are so lazy now, they don't even play their own video games. They just
look it up.
Well, they watch people playing video games. they watch YouTube. It's like, wait, you're watching a YouTube thing forget the walkthrough of how to do it. You're not even going to play it. You're just going to watch a guy walking through a video game. Well, technically, that uses up far less resources than actually playing the game. So it got me kind of thinking, which was, what if you're not living in an interactive game? What if you're living in sort of a virtual movie?
Yes.
Meaning, because I'll give you a quick Hollywood example. Let's say you're a director of a movie. You had total control. Forget about the producers. You have total control of the movie. Every decision in that movie was made by you. And you finish the movie, and a week later, before it's released, you bump your head on a tree, and you forget that you ever made the movie at all. But then somebody takes you to see the movie. Well, to anybody else in the theater, it's like, yeah, it's a movie, right? But for you, it would be the greatest thing ever, because every decision that was made in that movie, you would have made. It's like, wow, I would have used this music. Those actors are perfect. That dialogue is perfect. Everything would have been perfect to you. All you need is to remove the memory, because it takes away, talk about conservation of resources, because at that point, you're talking about a path through the game, which is very, very narrow. But if you choose it ahead of time, and you get rid of the memory, then all the choices that were made up at that point, you've already made, which leads into the line from The Matrix that most people missed when the Oracle was talking to Neo and the park bench, where he goes, I can't make that choice. And she goes, you don't have to make the choice. You've already made it. You're here to figure out why you made it.
Yes, I remember that.
Which means, he made these decisions ahead of time. There's a lot of underlying stuff, and I know the Wachowskis didn't write it, but whoever wrote it had a lot of brilliance in that thinking, which was, that's how I would do it, which is you don't random interactive, where things are live as they happen. No, most of our media is not live. Very few things are live. Why would you make it live? If you do a pre-recorded production, you can make it perfect. You can make it exactly the way you want. And so that's what I kind of, I'll lead you one more thing into that, which will kind of give you, and then we can switch off to wherever you want. If you get a chance, anyone's listening to this, look up something called, forget about the double slit experiment, look up something called neuroscience and free will. It's in Wiki. It's actually a Wiki entry, which is something, they've done television specials on this, and science doesn't like talking about this either. Even though it was a scientist that came up with it. The standard thing, you have somebody sit down in front of a computer, attach little electrodes to their head, and you say, okay, start picking numbers at a certain point and note the time, it's going to be in seconds and tenths of seconds on the screen. And note that not only when you hit the button, but when you decided to hit the button. So for most people, it'd be like, I'm going to pick the number 4. And the second within a second or so after you think that, you hit the number 4. Well, here's where it gets interesting. The computer, of course, isn't sophisticated enough to tell you what number you're going to pick, but it could tell you exactly when you were going to hit that keyboard. In fact, the computer could tell you, because your brain waves were ramping up for it, 8 seconds before you hit that keyboard.
Correct.
Well, that's impossible because if I think I'm going to hit the number 4 now, right, That's what, a second or two at most, and yet the computer is already anticipating your brain is already firing up basically 8 seconds before you even consciously said the number 4 in your head. How is that possible? And the reason why they call the experiment neuroscience versus free will is because that's predestination, which means that you had no free will. You made that decision before you made the decision. You made it before you were even consciously aware of it. In fact, you were being fed data to choose it. And again, science hates hates looking at stuff like predestination. It's like, no, we have total free will. It's like, yeah, but only because we're in it. We perceive free will, but if you make all your decisions beforehand, it's sort of like the sorry, I don't mean to ramble too much, but
it's okay.
There's sort of that you've seen this in different future movies, time travel movies, and that is, if you don't go back and change the future, like this guy is always going to run the stop sign, right? Well, if you don't stop, if you don't stop him from running the intersection, he's always going to run the intersection. The thing is, as an observer, you watched this happen, right? You saw it happen ahead of time. So for you, from the outside, it's predestination. And, all you have to do at that point is that if you removed his memory, he decided at some point, before he came in here, that he was going to run the intersection and then remove that memory, that's all you needed to do. All it is memory. Memory is a funny, funny thing. And it is, again, part of the Matrix, where, they condensed, they didn't show what happened, where, like, when Neo learned all the martial arts, right? Happened in seconds. In the computer world, it happened in seconds, but in his mind, which you never ever saw, he had to go through tons and tons and tons of classes. But they weren't going to, for whatever reason, they didn't show those huge montages. Time is infinitely relative, and it's sorry, we get into that for a long time, but
no, I get it. I think our subconscious mind, or how'd I put it? I think the best way to put it is that the human body, the animal part of us, might have more than one driver.
Oh yeah. Well, it's probably.
So I think the DVR is recording it slower than the spirit or soul that's doing.
There you go.
So like we have like a buffer or something, or a decompression wall that may account for some of those things.
Yeah. Or to boil it down even further, are we the player, or are we actually playing ourselves?
Yikes.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I mean, is that a bad thing? Not necessarily. I mean, because that's what you'd want to do. You'd want to be, I mean, how many video games do we wish? So it's like, wow, I wish I was in there, doing that. But it's a tricky thing.
With an 8-second millisecond latency delay, like, I'm going to pick the number 8, and then you choose it on the controller, and then the mind that you're driving goes, we're going to pick number 8. 1 second, boom, it's 8.
Yeah, exactly. So that it's like, where did that signal come from? Exactly, because it came along, before you made the call. And people, when they show it, in fact, you can watch the television specials on this. When they pick a journalist and have him do it, it freaks him out. He doesn't know what to do. It's like, because it can't be. It's impossible, because we can't think outside of our own consciousness. If I think of the color green, well, I just thought of the color green. I originated it. Nothing drove me to picking the color green except for me. Well, except that we knew that there's something else going on that picked you. You had picked that green 8 seconds before you picked it. It's like, it bugs, it irritates people, because then it's outside of our. We don't like to think outside of our consciousness, outside of ourselves. But that's what we're talking about. So anyway, let's shift to something else.
Yeah, man. Let's go to 2020, man. I've been listening to some of your more recent podcasts lately. As it pertains to the things going on, we don't have a good code word for it, but I know YouTube likes to bug out anytime I say it. So
no, you can
I will
just say virus. You can say virus. They don't, as long as you don't say the C word. They tend to be fine. Or put it in the title, or don't put it in the description either. I mean, they really monitor titles and descriptions. But and I know some people use the code word, but I've said it on many a thing, and I've never gotten flagged for it. As long as you don't criticize it. What YouTube changed recently was they will come down. Remember, it's a private company; they can do whatever they want. They will come down on anyone that accuses anything of being a false flag, whether it be a shooting or a bomb or even a virus. You can't say you can't. I shouldn't say false flag. You can't accuse anything of being a false flag. They will
Got it.
just remove it entirely and potentially hit you with a community guideline thing, which is different from a copyright thing. So when it comes to the virus, what's happening now, the reason why it's and I'm not necessarily obsessed with it. It's just that as I'm watching the news and mainstream media, I'm trying to figure out what the bigger game is, because there's a game to this. It has nothing to do. The virus is just hype. The virus is just a framework for something else that's happening, because it doesn't make sense. We've gone through things. We've gone through swine flu and West Nile and Ebola and all the other crap. We've gone through. Nobody's done anything. There's, in fact, the line I like to use, which goes, well, I know no one was around 100 years ago, which was the gold standard was the pandemic, the Spanish flu, which supposedly killed 1% of the population. And I believe it, right? 1% of the population. And people understand that's a lot of people. That's a huge amount. It's 1 out of every 100 people you know. It's gone. And that's the whole world. And if you applied that to the world right now, that would be 78 million people, which is ridiculous. That's bodies in the streets. That is huge amounts of people. And that's what they said was going to happen. They said, oh yeah, 1%, that's the mortality rate. Well, here we are 5 months later, and 1% of the population is 78 million. Well, 10% of that is 7.8 million. 10% of that is 780,000. We're at what, 300,000? So half of 10% of 10% of 1%. That's where we are. It's like, and you've shut down the world's economy. I mean, crippled it. The ripples from this are going to extend for a long time, and it's going to be really, really, really painful, and economically. So what's the goal here? I mean, are you really think you can do like a forced vaccine, forced tests? Maybe in other countries, not in the United States.
Not in this one.
No.
Right.
I mean, to give you a perfect example, the governor of Washington, where I am, up in the northwest corner of the United States, he tried to pass a thing where he was going to require restaurants that opened, they would keep a logbook. Meaning, when you came in, you had to give people your name, your email address, everything. Basically, you had to log in. I know, right? And then you had to check in with them when you left. And that didn't even last a week. It was gone within a week. It was like, yeah, we're abandoning that. We couldn't even keep people from going to the beaches and the parks.
Facts.
And
Florida, California, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yeah. People. Yeah. I mean, you saw what potentially you could do, and yeah, you found out there are a lot of people that would snitch on other people. That part pissed me off to no end. But it is just hype. I mean, the numbers are ridiculous. And in fact, I got into a thing with a podcast guy just a couple of days ago out of the UK, where he was saying, you would open up. I go, absolutely, I'd open up. I go, look, this is America. This is, lives, a few lives comparatively versus all the jobs. There's no contest. I go, the United States lets people die for money. We do all the time. We have all throughout our history. And if you believe that they actually died from corona,
from the causes, yeah.
The line I like to throw at people, again, if they're skeptical in any way, it's like, fine. And granted, I can't speak because my contact list is very, very small. But think of the contact list on your phone, pretty big. Mm-hmm. Did you have to remove anybody from that list because they died from the virus? No, you didn't. No. You didn't. Your friends didn't. Nobody did. And even if you can find somebody, because the only people I ever heard of is like, a friend of a friend and somebody's uncle. It's like, really? That's 2 or 3 years.
It's constantly someone's friend's older family member.
Yeah, that's not how it works. Even if you could find somebody, my new rule is, did you get struck down? Meaning, was it a perfectly healthy person that was jogging one day and 6 days later they were dead? That didn't happen. Didn't actually happen.
Like it happened in other countries. Like when it first happened, when they were making the mall rounds around February, March, whenever it was in Iran, they were telling us that military health officials were struck down within 3 days.
Yeah, which was which of course, since they were in a hostile nation, very well could be, but that wouldn't have been the virus.
Right.
That's a whole nother thing. But the big thing is, like, look, if it is an actual bona fide pandemic, you would know dead people. And I'm not trying to be callous or glib when I say this. I'm saying that one of your family members would be dead. The guy that works at the garage, he's dead. Your dental hygienist, dead. You know all sorts of people, and that's when people, which is why people didn't take it seriously, and they went to the parks and the beaches, and it's like, screw this, we're going out, because nobody knew anybody. There was no fear. Nothing hit home. I mean, which is why, and you've heard me say this in my thing, it's I call it the no zombie scenario. I've been really following a lot of zombie stuff in the background. I've been following Z Nation recently, but I call it the no zombie scenario, which is the news could come out tomorrow and run zombie stories, and they could say, "Oh, zombies here, zombies there, zombies everywhere. Be really afraid. Lock your doors, pull your curtains. There's zombies." And for a little while, that might actually work. Why not? Run a couple snapshots of zombies. You could fake it actually pretty well. The problem is eventually people are going to have to see zombies. They're going to have to see them from everywhere, from the big cities to the small towns. People are going to have to see zombies. And if they don't, eventually you're going to get that moment. It's like, hey, Tom, you see any zombies? No. Fred, you see any zombies? Oh, hell, let's go back to work. Because that's what they would do. They would go back to work because the threat isn't there. The threat isn't scary enough. And people say, what are you saying? I'm saying that you can make the numbers as high as you want. The numbers now, of course, they're gonna take this thing into six figures. Say 100,000 people died. Great. Where are they? And by the way, that's 5 months. 100,000 people in 5 months in a nation of 350 million. That's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. I mean, come on. The United States does not take death that seriously. Never has. I mean, come on. How many millions of people have died from cigarettes? None of those companies have closed down. They're all open. We never shut down anything. AIDS killed a whole bunch of people, including an entire generation of hemophiliacs. Did we ban gay people? Nope. Nope. We didn't do any of that stuff. So what happened? There's a secondary thing for this. Meaning, what is going to follow this? What are you setting this up for? And people are saying, well, it's a mutation, or they're saying it's a forced vaccination. It's like, yeah, but I mean, come on, we're a sue happy group in the United States. We will sue at the drop of a hat for anything. And you're going to try to go door to door and try to force vaccination on some people? How's that going to go in the cities, by the way? How are you going to do that? And what personnel are you going to do it with? Because you can't do it everywhere simultaneously. You're going to start on,
sure can't.
You're going to start on the East Coast, going to start on the West Coast. Where are you going to start with this? Because once, social media, now it's instant. Once you start rolling that thing out, people are going to talk. And the first, whether it's real or not, let's go worst case scenario. The first person that says, "Oh my God, I got a side effect from the virus, my arm fell off," the first person that posts that's it. You will have people they're just going to lock their doors. They're not going to answer them.
Everyone becomes skittish.
Oh right? Yeah, people knock, knock, knock. What are you going to do at that point? And by the way, if they go house to house and your door is locked, what are you going to do then? Now, the only thing they could do, and you know where I'm going here, is you could say, well, you don't get to work at our company until you bring in some papers. Yeah, unless you bring in the papers. Now, of course, that leads to black market papers, or the underground paper thing, and and by the way, is it just one group that can certify this, or people are going to be circulating like false stuff? Are you going to do a hologram thing like money? What, you're going to do watermarks? How are you going to pull this off? It's just too tough to do. And people say, oh, martial law. I don't want to diminish this too much, but martial law is too difficult. There's only 2 million, I think, active military in the United States. Not that many. Well, 2 million is nothing. And I mean, if you want the National Guard to even lock down California, all of the National Guard, it would take some doing to seal off all of California, and that's one state. What do you do for New York, for Florida, or the middle of the country? And how do you pull this off? Martial law? No, sorry, there isn't enough people for martial law, and you don't need it because people are self-governing.
Yes. People are telling on each other. Yeah.
They are. Every hotline, without fail, not just our country, every country that is open, and state that has opened up a hotline, a tip hotline, snitch on your neighbor if they're not social distancing, freaking they get overloaded almost immediately. People call up, behind their, looking through their blinds, going, "Oh my God, I don't like the look of that barbecue."
Damn it, Karen.
and they will call in, and they just it's staggering to me that the people will do this, and to where peer pressure is a powerful thing. I know I'm old, but you got to remember that, like, it did not take much. Once the cool kids started wearing Levi's 501s in high school, everyone was wearing them.
Everyone got them.
Because why not? I mean, the cool kids know something. Well, I should wear the same jeans. And then everybody was. I mean, without even, I think it was funny that people were buying out masks, back in February, right? They were selling out of masks back in February before anyone even mentioned masks, because they kept showing thumbnails of Asian people wearing masks, but no one was wearing them on the streets. Now,
Right.
well, then it started out 1 in 3 people wearing masks, and then 2 in 3, and then 3 out of 4. Now I think it's like 4 out of 5 people are wearing masks, just voluntarily in some places, because they're afraid of peer pressure. They don't want to stand out.
They don't want to be judged by people in the grocery store.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for someone to come up to me. I've got like half a dozen lines to give to people if they actually came up and say, "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" And my opening line will be, "Oh, I don't know, because the Surgeon General told us not to wear masks for 5 weeks."
Yes.
And the president, which I love, I never voted, but I love this line, which was, he's like, "Yeah, we're recommending masks." Oh no, I'm not wearing one. It's like, why would he?
Yeah.
It's bad television.
Yeah.
Even the rover.
And he's just walking through all the showings that they're doing of the factories and the meetups. He's like, no, I'm not wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And of course, more recently, social media has been kind of vigilant, showing the anchors or the interviewers or the media journalists.
Yep.
They'll have the mask on camera, and when they think the camera's off, first thing they do is peel it off their face.
Yep.
And I was like, come on, guys, like.
Yeah.
But that feels like that NASA moment, man. It almost feels like they're doing that to the effect of what they did with some of the NASA stuff.
Yeah.
It's like they're showing you, like, the editor or whoever's in the office has to be able to cut that or crop that out,
Right.
but they're not.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
every once in a while, you get guys that make mistakes. One of my favorites, and you can look this up, would be the Sandy Hook thing, where Robbie Parker was, the father of one of the kids that was shot, went on CNN Live 24 hours later. He didn't know he was live.
Laughing? Yeah.
And because it was a live feed, he was laughing and joking. Then he gets up to the podium and gets into, "I'm so sad," and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, you were just laughing with your buddies 10 seconds earlier. The problem was that was a live feed, so every once in a while the producers can't catch it. What are you gonna do? If you're a producer, it's like, holy crap, he does he know he's live right now? And now, of course, they chopped it out of the reruns of that interview, but it's still out there. The saying, which I love, which is, everything on the internet sticks. If it's out there, it's out there. People record everything now. So
Yeah. I've seen all of that stuff. I followed quite a few other events that they like to forget about and they haven't mentioned since. I know there was a very particular event in Nevada that no one has talked about since it happened. And I always thought that was really curious. That always
that
bothered
is
me.
funny you'd mention that. I was looking through my old folders, and I kept a folder on, I know which one you're talking about, the whole Vegas thing. And you're absolutely right. Nobody talks about the Vegas thing. It's it was, well, I'm only going to say it from a firearms point of view, because I'm a big firearms advocate, which is, look, you could ask, and anyone, I've asked all sorts of people this. I go, look, if you're a shooter, somebody pays you $1 million to make that shot, from that particular hotel room, those shots, are you going to choose an AR-15? Are you going to use a 5.56? No, nobody ever choose that weapon, and that's all he had. Was like a stack of these things, and supposedly went through like 1,500 rounds, and yet there was only like 100 rounds on the floor. Oh my God, it just went on and on. It's like logistically everything was wrong about that.
Everything was wrong about that. And the fact that no one, not even politicians or people on TV, use it as a point of reference to make an argument
No,
anymore.
they don't. It was dissected. Now, that being said, one of our members, one of the Flat Earth community members, was there in the crowd.
Wow.
So, no, do I think something happened and the crowd had to scatter? Yeah, I do. I do think there was some real shots fired. Do I think it was from that window? No, I don't. But I do think something happened, but I don't know what. I don't. Again, I absolutely trust this woman who was there. I know her very well.
No,
well, I shouldn't say
I think
very well.
I think they do know what happened there. I think when you start looking into who owned the hotel and you go down that rabbit hole of their relationships with politicians, and
Yeah.
you'll start to see like there's this web that's forming that. Matter of fact, I would say the last 20 years, every major event that we see on media that we can laugh at,
Yeah.
all of those actors, for whatever reason, the current president decided to put them on notice. And I think that's the most remarkable conspiracy coincidence I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Because if you've been following this storyline, or if you've been playing this game a while, you go, what? They're investigating who for doing what? Isn't that the guy that owned this and Building 7 Insurance and this and that and third? And you start to see him. People are finally able to put all of these people in the same room now.
Right.
And Trump has been the guy to do that, and it's alarming to a lot of people because a lot of people want to dislike him because there's things to dislike, and other people are afraid to think it's funny, because social conditioning, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think it is hilarious. Like, if this actually happens and they're using this quote unquote moment as a cover story to expose the last 20 years, or if not more, of propaganda and problems behind the scenes, and they actually bring some of that to light to the American public, I don't even think, they always say aliens is going to be a system shock. I think this is going to be more of a system shock than an alien would. I'm waiting for them to figure out why they got us sitting in the house and why California wants to extended stay for 3 more months. And the real conversation right now that people are having mainstream is like, they're trying to run it parallel with the election. So like you start thinking about votes and mail-in ballots and stuff like that. But no. It's like what you said. You're like, do you want all those mothers driving on the highway trying to find their kids?
Right. Well, yeah. I mean,
if they say something crazy right now.
Yeah, it's disaster movie 101, which is the only reason disaster movies are even as long as they are is because everybody's looking for a family member when the disaster strikes. So whatever's happening here, again, I don't know what the thing that's kind of ticking me off right now is I don't know what they're waiting for. Which is, look, I consider myself a fairly intelligent person, and the timing is now. We're in the window right now. So what the hell are you doing? You can't tell me you're just going to back out of this thing. Because, again, if you try to back out of this now, you're looking at the very least a new depression. We're not talking recession here. We're talking full-blown depression. Because once people, the restrictions, first off, people coming back into the workforce, the restrictions are over the top. I've never seen it. The restaurant industry is dead. They're gone. There's no restaurant can open. No restaurant is sustainable with the restrictions they're going to put in place. Retail is dead. Movie theaters gone. You're talking at this point. I know they're thinking of, like, for example, of opening Major League Baseball. Mm-hmm. But if you wanted a little precursor of how that's going to work out, look at what just happened in Germany, where Germany opened up some of their soccer fields, right? And the journalists were there writing about it, and they're saying it's just freaking haunting because they have to sit in a certain part of the stands. There's no one there. I know exactly what's going to happen with Major League Baseball. Here's my prediction, right? Ready? Right. First home run that's hit in a Major League park, and they follow that ball out there, and it just rattles around the stands, and nobody's chasing it because no one's there. It'll just echo through the park. Sorry, that's it. There's no fun to be had there. National football, really, the NFL. What's the point? I predict that there will be massive people in the industry. If you have the money to retire, there will be all these guys that'll just early retire. LeBron, for example. I know he just did that graduation thing with Obama and those other things. But if you're LeBron, do you really hang out? Do you really do it? What's the point? You're there to dunk and get the fans charged up, playing for an empty arena. He was one of the first people that said, I won't play if there's an empty arena. And then the NFL or the NBA canceled their season. So there's so many things that are going to change, and there's so many things people don't get it. They treat it like a snow day at first, like a snow week. Yes. And now it's you don't understand. Like, the job market will be, you thought it was tough. The job market was tough before. Think now, where there's corporations that aren't even open anymore, and the ones that are open, they're going reduced staff. Find me somebody that's going to just fire everything up, full blown again. Even the food industries are cutting back because because the restaurant's in it. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom here. I'm just saying that if you, and you heard me say this in one of my speech things, which is if you try to back out of this, it's probably actually going to be worse than if you just didn't push forward. And just look, don't forget this Band-Aid coming off slow thing. Whatever you're going to do, just do it. Because you're the slow suffering that will occur, you're talking about a whole new wave of homeless people. And people also forget that before somebody goes homeless, they commit crimes. That's
Yeah.
you. If you're desperate enough, it's like, well, hell, next week I'm going to be homeless. I might as well rob a liquor store. Next week I'm going to be homeless. I might as well do this. Multiply that by a lot of people.
Now think about that. All those crimes. Now you need, because you're still using the cover of a virus.
Yeah.
Now there has to be a whole nother protocol for pursuing criminals.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't even think about that in a serious way. Like when you put them in the cells, how do you do it? When you go to court and you have to do that, how do you do it? When you put them in the car in the back seat, how do you do it?
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about when it goes lawless 2.0 because of those reasons you stated in a couple of months, when unemployment really dries up and they decide not to do any more stimulus packages.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are going to be forced to feed their kids, and they're going to do it by any means necessary. So you're not going to, you don't even have a protocol to stop them from doing that. And I think that's what kind of spooks me a little bit.
The only thing, and I unfortunately do have a dinner thing I've got to do here in a little bit.
Understood.
But I want to get this point across, which is the only thing that's keeping everybody sane throughout this whole virus thing is that the food distribution lines are running mostly intact. And I say mostly because the grocery stores, and I have noticed it in various grocery stores, because I'm looking for the signs, which is there are gaps in the aisles, meaning
Right.
there shouldn't be. I mean, yeah, fine, you can find some toilet paper. People mostly got that out of their system. Still trying to figure that one out. But there are other gaps in different aisles which aren't being filled in, and there's gaps that shouldn't be there. Kind of like the Hawaii person that called in on a show I was in recently, and I said, "What's over?" She goes, "It's interesting." She goes, the canned goods are mostly gone." And it made sense because, remember, Hawaii has to have everything imported. And canned goods weigh a lot. So they have paper products because you can stuff a whole bunch of paper products on planes. But canned goods, they weigh quite a bit. And if you have limited amounts of flights that are coming in, there's not as many canned goods. The only thing that's keeping everybody from frickin' just turning on each other is the food lines are stable. If that starts to break down for whatever reason, then that's the real final trigger, because people will start to lose it. It's, by the way, one of the reasons why this pandemic is an absolute joke. Now, one of the early reasons would be like, okay, why didn't any of the airports close? That's an obvious one.
Right.
It's like no airports closed. You could still fly anywhere you wanted, basically. A lot of flights have been cut, so you're not going to be able to do it any time. But the other thing was, so you're temperature testing at places like hospitals and like some restaurants are doing and crap like that, but no one's temperature testing at grocery stores. Why not? I know why not. That's because what would happen if something went wrong. You don't want that sort of panic. So if you all of a sudden go into you have a mother of 5 that's going to a grocery store. She gets a temperature tested, right? And they don't let you, they don't let you in the store because you run a little high. What do you think is going to happen then? People are going to start freaking out. It's like, they'll push their way into the store. You'd have to have cops at the stores. And I mean, again, I'm still trying to figure out things like at the airport, if why they're not doing temperature tests at the airport itself, because again, you have a family, it's on vacation, you're going somewhere. Let's say your youngest temperature's running hot. What happens at that stage? You have to pull everybody off the plane? Do one of them not go? What happens? Does that kid get put in quarantine? There's inconsistencies that don't make any sense. So
yeah, I agree.
Anyway, we're at this weird crossroads. For me, we're still in the window. We're still waiting for the other shoe to drop. Again, not exactly sure why they're waiting as long as they have been, because the timing's there. You got everyone right where you want it, unless you're trying to amp up the stress levels, trying to get people to the new reality of what life may be like. I mean, you could still do it afterwards. I just don't think it's going to be as efficient. So
that's a great summation of some of the feelings that I know a lot of my people have, that I've seen in the Discord and Twitter, social media. I'm starting to see way more people who normally stay away from these kind of conversations start to break code, go off the script, start to share more videos. I remember for past few years, the older generation would share with us these chain letter type of videos. Now you're starting to see Dr. Shiva and things like that. A lot more, as I would call them, normies are sharing very similar sentiments. So yeah, I think you're right. The jig is up. The time is up. So hopefully we see some manifestation.
My favorite thing, if anyone wants, let me end on this. My favorite thing, if you want to watch something, would be watch the Dr. Erickson videos out of Bakersfield, California. Those 2 doctors. who were just laying into the administration. You know, they were saying, you know, the media was trying to crucify, and the media was saying, you know, are you saying that you guys are smarter than Dr. Fauci? Right? And they're saying, no, Dr. Fauci hasn't seen a patient in 20 years. He goes, we've tested over 5,000 patients here. We are in the weeds. We are the boots on the ground. And we're telling you, there's lots of generals out there, you know, that don't know exactly what's happening in the battlefield. Oh, they've got like an overview, but they don't know. And so when doctors come out and they go on YouTube and they say, look, it's not that bad. I don't know why it's being hyped up to be that bad. They're getting pushback from the media saying, no. And I know the media is doing it because they get ratings. You know, you could plot a graph. The more fear they push out there, the higher ratings they get. But that's where we are right now. The media has gotten the hold of most people. And why not? You know, we believe the world that is presented to us. And so when the media presents this world of disease-ridden fear, that's what we're going to believe, because there's no network that came out there and said, no, that's not what's happening. I mean, Fox doing its best not to talk about the virus now, but everybody else is. And, you know, since you're focused on that and you're worried, what do you do? And so, you know, don't get mad at the people that wear masks necessarily. I'm not going to get mad at them. I'm just not going to talk to them. That wear masks in public voluntarily. If you have to wear a mask because you have to get on an airplane, or if you don't wear a mask, you're not going to get food. Well, freaking get a mask on. Just go
ahead and put the mask on.
Yeah, just so you can get your food. I mean, if you want to push it, that's fine. But you now know. If you want to know who the sheep are, now you know for sure.
You said the sheep have a uniform. Oh man, hate to see it.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you for joining us, Mark, man. And any plugs, anything coming up, any social medias, websites?
Yeah. So obviously, you know, my books are called Flat Earth Clues, Sky's the Limit, and Flat Earth Clues, End of the World. And since my publisher wanted to jump on this, you know, I actually have a survival book out there. If it gets worse and the power goes out, I actually wrote a book for Katrina, go figure, back in the day. Never published it. It's called Empty Shelves. Organizing Your Corner of an American Apocalypse. It's on Amazon, but if you want, you can email me. I'll send you a free PDF file of it. But it's on Amazon and Kindle, and there's an audio version of it, and it's totally worth it. You know, especially for Americans. You don't have to stock up on anything. As long as you have this book, you probably last quite a bit longer. And of course, if you want to look at any of my stuff on YouTube, just type in Flat Earth Mark into YouTube, and you will find me. There you go.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us, Mark. And hopefully you have a great week ahead, man.
All right. You too. Thanks, man.
Hey, you're very welcome.
All right.
Peace.
You're listening to Slightly Sophisticated, where we have real conversations about real issues, although the levels of sophistication may vary. If you're tired of professional pundits on panels just regurgitating talking points or commentators monologuing from their soapbox, then you're in the right place. Now sit back and enjoy the show. Here's your host, Kyle Ramos.
I suppose some of us are slightly sophisticated.
Just listen.
Thank you everybody for listening. Today I am joined by Mark Sargent. He is a flat earther, and I thought it would be nice to change up the pace a little bit and get away from some more political stuff to talk about stuff that's just interesting. Mark, thank you for being here today.
Hey, thanks very much for having me.
So just give everybody a background. I think would be interesting to start, just a background of like how you started and how you got into it. Like what made you want to look into the flat earth idea, or even think that it was a thing, or how did that all happen?
Well, first I didn't want to look into it. I thought it was awful, terrible, a really, really silly thing to look into. But since I'm a little older, it was on my bucket list of things to do, which is look at just about every conspiracy you could think of. Mm-hmm. And so I had an opinion on just about everything you could, but I didn't on flat earth in 2014. So I thought, okay, well, I should be able to knock this thing out. It's a piece of crap. And I stared at it in the summer of 2014 for a weekend, and there were a lot of little things about it that were bugging me. And so I just kept pulling on threads until finally, the beginning of 2015, February 10th, actually, I just gave up. And I said, you know what? I'm going to go the other way. And I wasn't asking my friends for help or any of the people I knew on the internet. I wasn't asking anybody for help. So I had made a series of videos called Flat Earth Clues, and I put them on YouTube. It was basically my asking for help. It's like, okay, I can't prove the globe in a court of law anymore, not definitively anyway, and show me where I went wrong. And thought that somebody from academia would give me some sort of tongue lashing and shut this thing down and say, look, you can go, you forgot to carry the two and go back to your normal life. That would be it. And the exact opposite happened, to where, I had people calling me from all walks of life, all branches of the armed forces, and engineers and pilots and air traffic controllers and so on and so on. People are saying, yeah, you know what? It's not that crazy. Here's why. And between that and all the other people that were interested in it, it just kept reinforcing itself to here we are 5 years later.
So what did, and maybe you've talked about this before, but what did you do? Like, what were you looking at to say the Earth is round and that you couldn't prove? Like anything specific?
Well, yeah, when I was looking, when you try to prove the globe, and by the way, anyone who's in flat Earth, you can always tell by the verbiage, because we don't use the word round, because round can be used for two-dimensional things. Like your dinner plate is round, a pizza is round. We use ball, globe, or sphere. Something three-dimensional. So when I was trying to prove the globe, one of the first things I was doing was going to NASA imagery, or any space imagery. It doesn't have to be NASA. I mean, there's other space agencies now. And I find out that the first thing I looked at was there were no pictures of the Earth from space. Literally, there were none when I was first looking at this. Meaning, I'll take you back to a quick story that happened to me back in 2000, which I should have caught on, but back in 2000, I was just loving life and ignorant to everything. And what I was doing was I wanted to put different shots of the Earth from space onto different monitors. I was running a tech support team in Boulder, Colorado, for this time-attended software company. And I wanted to put different images. I thought, there's iconic images out there. I might as well put them on. And I started doing these searches, 2000, 2001, for Earth from space and all the Boolean strings of Earth from space. And there was literally one image of the Earth from space. And we've all seen it. It's the Apollo 17 classic blue marble shot. And no matter what search string I put in, I only got the same image in just different resolutions and different tints. But it was obviously, always the same image. And I, for the life of me, I was like, why is there only one image of the Earth from space in 2000, 2001? And I literally was like yelling at the computer, going, NASA, you suck. I go, you got the worst internet presence ever. What I did not realize is that literally there was no image of the Earth from space. That was the first thing I looked at. In fact, when, I think his name was Robert Simmons. I really got to memorize that name. If you remember, I don't know if you're where you were when the first iPhone came out, but literally the first iPhone had a picture of the Earth from space. And most people don't know that it was absolutely photoshopped. It was absolutely built from scratch. And the reason it was built from scratch is that there were no photos of Earth from space when the first iPhone came out. Again, his name, I'm pretty sure it was Robert Simmons. In fact, he broke it down in this interview. It's like, oh yeah, this is exactly how I built it. And I thought, wow, that's really, that was one of the first things that caught me. It's like 43 years. It wasn't until the summer of 2015 that the second blue marble shot was taken. And we know this only because Obama was the one that announced it during a White House briefing. I've got the links to it in my description box. And Scott Kelly wrote the press release on it, supposedly from the space station. It's like, wow, 43 years, you never took another shot of the Earth from space, not a full disc shot. And that's where most people start, their journey. Is like you want to lean on NASA, you want to lean on the space programs, and there's nothing to lean on. You look at this, it's like you open up this storage facility, and there's tons and tons of boxes inside, but they're all empty. It's just a few pieces of packing popcorn. So that was the first thing I looked at. Sorry, I ramble.
No, that was good. Well, I don't know, haven't done the research on that, so I have no idea.
That's right.
But the only thing that I would say is I have seen like stuff, particularly what's his name, Kelly, the twin brother that went up there,
the bald guy,
yeah. And there was a documentary from when he was in space and that whole project for him being up there for a year.
Yeah,
and they have images, like video.
Do they?
From like when he was in space.
Unfortunately, most of them are just CGI fantasy, and I'm not trying to be snarky or when I say that, but when people say, all right, let me back up a little bit. Am I saying that everything that NASA puts out there is a lie? Not everything NASA does is a lie, but most of it. But that doesn't mean that everybody that works at NASA is in on it. 99% of everybody that works at NASA doesn't know anything. It's just compartmentalized. I mean, if you build a fuel system, you don't need to know anything. If you do HR, you don't need to do anything. If you polish capsules, you don't have to do anything. But it has to be faked. In fact, the whole flat Earth thing justified a question which I was asking for a number of years, because way before flat Earth, people were questioning the whole moon mission, even to the
still do. Yeah.
The what?
People still do.
Oh yeah, still do, but they were doing this like back in the 70s, way before the internet. People were questioning this because the images just didn't match up to where there was this wonderful movie in the late 70s called Capricorn 1. That was done by a CBS studio exec. It wasn't that he didn't believe in the Apollo mission. He's going, the production value was terrible. He goes, it was some of the worst production value ever, considering the technology that we had. And that's why he made Capricorn 1, which was a fake Mars mission, which absolutely could be done. And if people think it's like, oh no, we can't fake it, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is like, oh no, it's way harder to fake it than it would be to do it in real life. I was going, have you not seen Gravity? The movie Gravity and not all the others? I mean, Gravity, which was done, years after like 2001: A Space Odyssey, is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. You could, in fact, if you took the scenes with Bullock and Clooney out of it and just intersplice some of those Earth scenes, and intersplice those with NASA cuts, they would be identical. So tell me what's real and what's not. And 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was done in 1968, you look at that in Blu-ray now, it's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. We absolutely can fake just about anything nowadays. I mean, forget about Photoshop. That Photoshop, of course, undermined the credibility of any image that was ever on the internet. But now we can do stuff in full motion video. So sorry, everything that NASA does, including, oh hell, I mean, I could send you just a simple NASA image from Apollo 12, any of the moon missions, because that's usually the first place you have to start. And that is when you're asking anybody about this, you have to say, okay, do you believe the Americans went to the moon? And if they say unequivocally yes, then you're going to have to back up a little ways, because that is a tough pill to swallow for anybody, especially in the United States. If you live here, rah, go team, wave the flag. You're told. It's like, in fact, there was a line, sorry, not to go off on a little tangent here, but there was a line by a newscaster at Fox News who said, she was going off on the whole, people disputing Apollo and then the American space program. And she goes, and she literally said, I'm not kidding, quote, I believe in Apollo because I'm a patriot. It's like, okay, that's all I need to hear there.
Yeah. Well, I don't necessarily. I don't think it makes you a patriot because you believe something the government tells you.
Well, that's just it. I mean, but that was her point. Is like, if you want to be a good American citizen, you believe everything that the media tells you.
Yeah. Well,
straight up.
Another reason that I have a hard time believe in the conspiracy in it is that there would have to be so many people involved, and like even to their civilians, for instance, Google has Google Earth, right? They have satellites that are in some form taking a picture of the Earth, let's say that, right? And you would think that there's just too many people, right? There's nobody at Google that's going to come out and say, yeah, like our satellites aren't orbiting a sphere, right? They're just in somewhere taking like there's just so many people that would have to be involved.
And that's a good argument, and I've heard it many times. The two points I'd like to bring out. One, I'll just take straight up from Capricorn 1, which is the only people that have to be in on it. Remember, compartmentalized in the military, need to know. You've heard the term need to know basis. You only tell the people that need to know when they absolutely it is part of their mission. In Capricorn 1, only the telemetry guys needed to know. Meaning, again, the guys that make the fuel systems, the guy that does all most of the hardware, they don't need to know anything. The only guys that need to know really anything are when the rocket gets outside of visual range, and then you're just viewing the rocket based on data. Whoever controls that data, it's like, oh, the rocket's here. You have no idea where it is. But whoever controls that data is the one that takes care of it. But so your second point, which is you're talking about a whistleblower. It's like, okay, eventually you're going to have a whistleblower. Well, if the compartmentalization and the need to know is so small, so few people, you watch all those people. I mean, very, very closely. You do. I'm speaking as if I was in the agency. You psychological profile just about everybody, all the astronauts. You make sure their emails are monitored, their phone calls are monitored. If they even think like they're going to deviate somewhere, you make sure they don't in various ways. I mean, the Gus Grissom story from years ago. Plus, not to go against the naive stuff here, but let's say you were going to blow the whistle. To use a line from the movie 3 Days of the Condor, who are you going to tell? Exactly. Who are you going to go to nowadays? Is any mainstream media outlet? I mean, you might be able to go to your friend at the local news station, but that's just an affiliate. When it goes up the food chain, all those food chains are monitored. Who do you tell? If you go to the New York Times, if you go to CNN, how do you know that story is going to be run? If it was me, I would make sure every story is monitored before it gets to that stage of whistleblowing. So sorry, there's nobody you can go to. Here's a quick one that I used in the clues, which was, let's say you were just a pilot, for example. Let's forget about whistleblowing on a huge scale. Let's say you were a pilot and you thought the Earth may not be a globe. Right? You may be living in some sort of building. If you're a pilot or a navigator or whatever for one of these airlines, who do you exactly go to in the airline? I mean, do you go to the FCC? Sorry, not the FCC. The Pilots Association. Do you go to your airline? Do you go? I'm sorry, FAA. Do you go to the FAA? No. I mean, you would be better off. You would be safer if you went to your airline and said that a UFO had been chasing you for 2 hours, because you do that, you're benched forever. And to go in and say that we've talked to pilots. There's a pilot at KLM Airlines who said, "Oh yeah, I absolutely think we're living in an enclosed structure," and she was benched. And they said, "You will not go up in a plane again until you renounce what you just said."
So you think that we're living in an enclosed structure?
Oh yeah. It's not. We're not living. And I know the pictures there that you see online. It's this flat asteroid flying through space. No, it's way worse than that. You're living in a building, a structure with walls and a floor and a ceiling, and something that was so huge that even our best and brightest didn't figure it out, because we didn't have the tech to figure it out up until about 1960. Literally, we had no way of figuring out where exactly we were until 1960, which is about the same time that NASA was founded. And they were founded in 1958. And when they found out, again, because we had nothing to do with the building of this place, all they had to do was keep it a secret, which they did very, very well. The two things you would do is you would seal off the outer edge and the upper edge, which they did simultaneously. In 1959, they created the Antarctic Treaty, which is the only unbreakable treaty in the history of mankind, which says that no corporations can set up shop there from any country ever. It can only be military and military scientists. Tourists can visit the outer peninsula, but that's about it. If you want to say that you took a sled dog or whatever, drug a sled to the South Pole, no. And by the way, there's so many countries that are involved with any sort of exploration of Antarctica. It's amazing. Nobody owns Antarctica. That's just the Antarctic. The other part is militarizing space, the upper edge. 1959, the outer edge was sealed off with the Antarctic Treaty. In 1959, the Van Allen radiation belts were announced by NASA, which was founded in 1958. And basically said that, oh yeah, it's super, super dangerous. You can't go up there ever. You'll die. Even though the moon missions went round trips through it in the 60s with no problem whatsoever, which was interesting. All military. The 500 people that have ever even claimed to have gone to space have been all military. with the exception of the civilian group from the 1986 Challenger disaster.
Well, so who exactly could have built such a structure?
Dun dun dun. That's the big question, isn't it? Or one of the big questions, and that is, well, you can really only go one of two ways. One is science fiction, and one is sort of spiritual. So you can go to the science fiction side. You know this one very well, which is because we've covered it in multiple movies. Which is that it's an older and much more powerful civilization than ourselves that has engineering abilities that are far beyond what we can do, or it's the divine, which is just an entity that also has technology that's far beyond ours. And really, at that point, you're kind of splitting hairs. I mean, one man's old ancient civilization is another man's deity. I mean, let's face it, if a giant golden spaceship all of a sudden landed in some country, there'd be some people would say, oh, wow, they do look like the things from Avatar. And there'd be, at the same time, there'd be churches that would automatically pop up because of these groups. But as far as who built it, the question of why, I mean, we're talking about theological questions at that stage because it's much bigger than ourselves. But think of this. Because engineering to us, we think of what we've done in the last 100 years. We've made incredible leaps in technology. I mean, we have to 8K television. I'm not even sure now anymore. What if we could make 1,000,000K television? What could you do with that? And things that we can do now, like, and say, well, it's still too big. And it's like, no, I mean, to the ant farm, we can make a $1 million ant farm. That would be amazing, right? And to the ants, it would be the closest thing to God ever. But to us, it'd be like, no, just $1 million ant farm. What's the difference?
I don't know. It's interesting that it's a possibility. Well, so here's the thing. This is another thing that I have a hard time with. And maybe you've gone through this. I'm not sure. But how do you explain the fact that the sun rises, at least, I don't know if you want to call it east or west, but, I guess for argument's sake, rises on the east, sets in the west?
As far as just
like
this is the path it takes?
Yeah.
Well, okay. First off, we have to back up a little bit. One, if we are in an enclosed structure, then the sun and the moon are likely inside here with us, and they're very, very small. And in fact, they're almost the same size. So the sun would be, and I know the maps, the artist illustrations that we draw are out of scale because unfortunately the sun is so small in our models that you can't even really see it. As far as it'd be about a pixel wide, whereas most of the diagrams you see these big herking things above the sun and the moon, or above the disk. But we have to draw them like 1,000 miles wide just so people can see them. But if the sun was, let's say, 50 miles wide, it's just going around over the top of this thing like a mobile above a child's crib. That's all it's really doing, and it's not setting; it's just going off into the distance. And the combination of it being really, really small, and the atmosphere has a thickness to it. Again, we don't teach people, including myself, physics or engineering or chemistry. What we're breathing in right now is just kind of a thin version of water. It's not even, people say, oh, well, it's transparent. You can't see it, but it's like, well, okay, well, you're breathing in some oxygen, but it's mostly nitrogen. It's 20% oxygen, 80% nitrogen. I know there's some trace gases, but we won't care about that. Let's make it easy. But that means there's a thickness to it. And over, when things go off into the distance, they just get fogged out. It's like a thin version of fog. So if it's a ship, you'll see the ship disappearing, but you'll see it like floating off the water for no apparent reason. Same thing when you're looking down a hot road, why does the jogger's legs all of a sudden disappear, even though he's only going down that road 500 yards? With the sun, because it's so bright, it'll still go through that atmosphere, and you'll see this atmospheric lensing, which is why it won't look perfectly spherical. It'll get kind of squished, which doesn't make any sense, but yeah, that's the only reason. Well, I know you were talking about most of the path, but I had to throw in the...
I understand that. I completely understand that whole concept. But like, because I was looking at the models, and it's so, like, I'm drawing it here. It's like a big round disc, right? Yep. That would encompass, what we know as Earth, yep. Right? And then above it would, like, also have a smaller in diameter arm that would house a sun and a moon on either side.
Yep.
Right? And then that would spin like inside. So it's not quite as big, it spins inside. But to me that would make it so like the path of the sun, like if I was looking up, it would have to, you know, like turn around me. You know, so it would show up and then I'd see it, you know, and then it would leave, but it wouldn't go up and down. It would go like around.
Well, because we're so if the sun is really, really close and really, really small, you're still going to get that effect. It's not going to, you're absolutely right. It would go around you if you were, say, during the Arctic Circle, during that 24-hour sun at the Arctic, near the Arctic Circle. And we've got videos. We've got some of our people that were up there. Absolutely. You will see it just going around and around, which is what you would expect. Even if it was a globe model, you would expect that. But when you get, you know, towards the outer edges, now it would just go across the sky. I mean, it would literally go from one side to the other. But in fact, I just sent you a couple videos, and there's some wonderful videos out there where people say, well, wouldn't you see it like getting bigger and getting smaller when it got off on the horizon? And yes, we do. Most of the time it's in drier climates, but that just goes to our point, which is, you know, you see the effect of atmospheric lensing. This place was designed for the illusion of that. It is brilliant in that aspect. Again, no different than a giant version of the Truman Show.
Now, let me ask you this. So about how many flat earthers are there? Do you know?
Oh, good Lord. I don't know.
A lot.
Millions. Oh yeah, a lot. I mean, there was, let me give you a quick story real quick. That was redundant. The U.gov British research group wasn't ours. You know, it was mainstream science. They were curious. So in 2017, they did a video, or they did an article where they polled 10,000 Americans. And they said, what do you think about flat Earth? Blah, 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 you know, different answers. And what's interesting was, as they got younger and younger, the numbers went up and up. And to where when they got to the lowest group, which was 18 to 24-year-olds, it was skewing a full third against the globe. And that really freaked them out. That was when all the science journals started getting in. I mean, they were even getting criticism. It's like, well, you're doing it wrong. You're obviously polling. It's like, what are you talking about? They're a polling group. That's all they do is poll. And that shouldn't surprise anybody. So, in fact, when you go under 18, which you're not even legally supposed to talk to from a polling standpoint, it skews even higher. Again, shouldn't really surprise anyone, because people are more pliable when they're younger. So anyway, sorry, short answer, millions.
Yeah, no. So, well, this is the only thing. This is what, because I think that it would be an easy hypothesis to prove, like definitively. Right? If you got a group of people and you pull, this is the point I was making. If you pull together some money, and I think a plane might be a little more difficult because you have to get fuel. It might be a fuel issue and, you know, distance or whatever. But a boat seems very plausible, right? You get a boat, big fuel capacity, and you would just go like from the California coast or from some kind of a coast.
Yeah.
And then just drive due east or west. And then if you would either run into another landmass, which would be like and then you could go around that, you know, presumably you could just go around it and then keep going in one direction. And eventually you would either just keep hitting landmasses and get back to where you started, or
the is it, am I thinking Galileo? Yeah, Galileo. The Galileo thing, which is if you take off in one direction, if you're on a globe, wouldn't you arrive in the same spot? I know, you know, where he circumnavigated the globe. It's an old argument, which is, it's like, well, it doesn't really affect us much, because if we're on, let's say, just a dinner plate, use that as an example. If you take your finger and you move it in a big circle around the dinner plate and you come back in the same spot, technically you've circumnavigated the dinner plate. Does it make it a globe? No, it just means you circumnavigated. Now, some people would come back and say, well, yeah, but in that case, you're making this really, really wide, you know, left-hand turn or a wide right-hand turn. It's like, yeah, but if the ants, you know, if the distances are so huge, you're never, ever going to notice it. Plus, don't forget that you're using GPS to guide you in most cases.
Well, you could do it. I think you could do it without GPS. If you believe, I mean, I don't know. Do you believe that there is a north and that a compass and like just
Oh, compass-
a rudimentary
the com-
compass works.
Oh yeah, the compass absolutely still works. In fact, that's a great point you brought up.
So then
which
you
is-
could just use a compass and just keep going west or east from.
Yeah, compass works though on a flat world as well. Compass north on a flat world is just the center. In fact, it's interesting because north there is no magnetic south, which blows. But most people don't even know that. Supposedly, remember it's a dual pole system, North Pole, South Pole, right?
Yeah.
But we've had people, in Antarctica, not us, not our people, scientists that go, hey, what does a compass do in the South Pole? And they said, no, nothing. For whatever reason, it doesn't do anything. Compass acts really, really weird, which is what we would expect. So all you have is the north. All you have is magnetic north, which of course moves a little bit, but magnetic north works perfectly fine for us, because if you use the compass, you bypass GPS, whatever, and said, oh, hey, make sure north is this way. Oh, you can still circumnavigate, no problem whatsoever. What's more interesting, though, is that there's no south. I've talked to multiple people, including military guys, going, yeah, nobody talks about it, that there is no magnetic south. You'd think when you got below the equator, eventually that compass is going to dominate south, because the stronger magnetic force would be with you when you were south. It goes, never ever happens. It's always north.
Yeah, but I think my theory would still be provable, because you could just go, if you believe north is north and there's just in the center.
Yeah.
Then you could just go north until you got to the furthest north, and then keep going past it, and then presumably you'd be going south.
Yeah.
But
that doesn't make it a globe. It just means that you've gone past the magnetic north.
Yeah, but I'm saying then you just come back to it. You could just go back to it.
Oh, I see what you're getting. Oh, okay.
Like,
well,
if
no,
there's
that's a whole other point.
Some
Which is,
point that is some directional center, and
Right.
you left from that center, and
Yep.
using the magnets of the pole, I guess. And if
Well,
you
I-
believe that, then
Yeah.
you could either hit a wall somewhere,
right.
or you'd be able to come all the way back to it.
come around the other side. No, what you're talking about is the pole to pole circumnavigation, which is has anybody gone North Pole to South Pole and gone back? No, they haven't. Which is very, very interesting. Almost every circumnavigation you've ever heard of goes around, the equator side. No one goes the longitude way. They always go latitude, which I find just absolutely fascinating. Nobody, even planes, don't do it, which is a whole other thing. Planes are forbidden from flying across Antarctica, even though it's the shortest route in many, many different things. And Wikipedia says, well, it's just too cold. It's like, what are you talking about too cold? It's like negative 30 degrees when you get up at 30,000 feet. So how can it be too cold? No, I get it. No, and that would be a great test too, if you were going from, but there's easier ways. If you want to prove, because eventually you're going to get to this. It's like, how would you prove the globe to me? How would you do it? There's two ways you could do it. One, the easy way, well, I shouldn't say the easy way. The more expensive way, but still easier, would be take any sort of camera, hopefully 4K, put it on the capsule of any rocket that's going to leave Earth, and then point it down. That's it. Just point it at the launch pad and turn it on and let the rocket go up. And eventually the Earth is going to, you're going to see things, the landmass get smaller and smaller, because eventually it's going to curve into a globe. It's going to leave. It should have happened with SpaceX when that Tesla in space went to Mars, supposedly. And never, in fact, it's never happened in the history of space travel ever, which is statistically highly unlikely. That there, you would have no rocket, pointing the thing down, and it would just never ever just run and turn into a globe. That'd be the easiest way to do it nowadays. One of the other things you could do, though, if you wanted to do it on the ground for cheap, and it was something I came up with a couple years ago, which is the spacesuit challenge, which is the thermodynamics says that pressure cannot exist next to non-pressure. Which is why, you blow up a balloon, you let it go with your finger, it's going to always fly off. Always, always, always. A vacuum chamber, you can't have a vacuum next to a non-vacuum without a barrier. Or pressure next to non-pressure. I mean, that's why balloons pop and stuff like that. So, but there is something in the history of thermodynamics, the history of physics, that defies this for some reason. That's the spacesuit. When you pump air into a basketball, it becomes a basketball. And it's tight. You can't do anything with it. If you've ever played basketball, it's super tight. You can't burst it. You can't. I mean, I suppose if you were really strong, you could. But Why doesn't a spacesuit become a basketball? Why doesn't a spacesuit become a parade float? It's perfectly flexible. It's like there's no pressure difference at all between the spacesuit and what's outside the spacesuit, which is a vacuum. And people say, oh, it's layers. And I go, no, my winter coat has layers. All it does is stop the cold from getting in. How does a spacesuit work? In fact, how did NASA, and the movies aren't secret, you can watch this. NASA, when they were in the late 50s, early 60s, when they were designing their first spacesuits, they were all plastic and metal because they knew what physics were. It's like, yeah, there's a vacuum out there. We can't use a flexible suit. And then somewhere along the line, they said, let's just go for a flexible suit. Nobody knows anything about physics. We'll just do it, and people will absolutely buy it, along with the other stuff like no stars and VHF transmitter that shouldn't do that, no blast crater and all this other stuff. And that worked. So my challenge is loan me, I don't want it, give me any spacesuit from the 1960s, because they all work flawlessly. From the 1960s until now, put me in a vacuum chamber and pull the switch. Tell me what happens. Tell me how I don't die. Tell me how that works. And the people don't understand how powerful, which segues into another thing I got to bring up real quick, which is,
hold on real quick. I want to ask you. So you would be willing, with your presumption that is not effective and that it's false.
Yep.
That
to
would
die.
It would be suicide.
Yep. It would be. To martyr for the cause. Oh God, yes. That'd be a romantic little thing. I'm one of those guys that would die for a cause if it meant it.
I just wanted to clarify that.
The what?
I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh yeah, no, I absolutely would. I put it out there. I said, look, because I know full well that now, of course, part of my challenge is like, you might want to get another spacesuit, put a scientist in there with me, just to ante up. Because if I'm going to die, I might be better if somebody else keeled over, with me. But it goes along the premise of one of the biggest points next to long distance photography, which is our number one point of all time, which we might get into later. But the second biggest one is gravity versus the vacuum of space. And what wins, gravity or vacuum? And the vacuum will win every single time. I mean, we've all seen the little things, from anywhere from taking a household vacuum cleaner that can pick up a bowling ball to you sucking a soda out of the bottom of a glass with a straw. Well, why does that happen? Because you use the force of a vacuum to pull that. Why didn't the gravity keep that soda in the glass? Well, because your mouth was stronger. Well, means it doesn't take much to do it. And so I extrapolated that out and I say, okay, let's say there's a second floor to your place where it is right now, and you turn that second floor into a vacuum chamber. Not even a very big one, just a medium-sized vacuum chamber. Put a valve. You pop that valve. What happens? It's not like the movies. It's absolutely instant. It's absolutely violent, and they will equalize in a fraction of a second. And so, and you say, what's the point? I say, well, why didn't gravity keep the air in your room instead of going upstairs? And they say, well, because the vacuum chamber, it was too powerful. I go, that's my point. When you go outside, why is our atmosphere still here? And your knee-jerk response is going to be, well, because of gravity. And it's like, you mean the exact same gravity that couldn't even keep the air in your room just 5 seconds ago? And I've literally had people come back and me say, well, there's more gravity outside. It's like, no, it's the same gravity. So, and scientists will never, they don't have an answer for this.
Are you saying like, if they're like, I just want to clarify. You're saying that there's the atmosphere around Earth, and when a rocket punctures that to go to space, theoretically the vacuum of space should.
And that's the best. Yeah, that's the best case scenario. What you're talking about there, which you use the word, nobody else has used that word in anything I've ever done, punctured, because mainstream science will never tell you where does our atmosphere end and space begin. Where is the bleeding edge of space? Because that bleeding edge of space defies physics, meaning you can't have. It's not like air, vacuum. That's not how it works. And gravity will lose every single time, and no one will touch it. They won't touch it with a 10-foot ball. And again, I don't blame people because it's something we don't focus. I mean, how many people really focus on physics in high school? Not me. I hated that stuff. So.
Well, another thing that bothers me is that when I was a kid, I had a telescope.
Yeah.
And you could see, it was a pretty decent telescope. So you could see like craters on the moon. You could see planets. Like I had a little, I had one of those little maps that told you like where the planets are at,
Yeah.
whether I'm assuming you don't think that's true, but like you could see things with a telescope, and we have some pretty good telescopes, and that was like just one that my parents bought me for Christmas or whatever, you know.
Sure.
It wasn't anything, you know, expensive.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that? Like, and those are obviously, like, you could see that the moon at a distance is a sphere.
Oh, sure,
From my telescope.
sure. In fact, and the argument I know I'm dating myself when I say this. If you go to a planetarium with a pair of binoculars and you look at the moon, I mean, we can do lots of things in the planetarium. We can't do a sun yet. I suppose if we spent the money, we probably could. We got the tech for it nowadays, but it's really expensive. But you look at the moon with a pair of binoculars. Does it look spherical? Yes, it does. Does it look detailed? Well, depending on where you are, yes, it does. Can you land on it? No. Why not? Well, because it's just an image on the ceiling. It's just a three-dimensional image sitting up there. And I say, okay, who's to say when you don't walk out of that planetarium, you're just not walking into a much, much bigger planetarium? If the technology is available to someone outside of our civilization, you absolutely can fool people. I mean, the Truman Show, in at least that limited aspect from 1998, was very, very possible. And that is, we believe that the world is presented to us.
Mm-hmm.
If you are born into that system, you're going to believe it. We believe all sorts of things when we're growing up. I mean, for God's sakes, many of us believed in Santa Claus until someone on the playground said that there wasn't a Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
But what if that kept going? I mean, so what I'm saying is everything that's up there on the ceiling, you're just looking at a giant, very ornate, very detailed clock system that predates language. I mean, you know, it's just lights in the sky. The planets, the stars, the sun, the moon is just part of a giant clock system.
So it's there.
It's real.
People are actually seeing it.
Oh yeah. But again, just because you can see it doesn't mean that you can touch it. I mean, come on, we know that. Remember, and I know you're probably not old enough to remember when when people switched over from non-HD to HD televisions. There was a lot of people that were blown away by the clarity. It was like, wow. Again, they all said the same thing. It's like, wow, it's like you can reach out and touch it. Like it's real, you know, to the point where like newscasters had to put on more makeup because we could see the flaws, and they were that detailed. And that's just us. Remember, we even have had HD TV for 20 years, maybe. What could you do if our civilization, provided we weren't going to crash and burn in some sort of apocalypse? What if we went on another 1,000 years? What could we do? And what if we were a benevolent society? What could we build?
No, I mean, I just think that it could be disproven a little more easily, particularly with like the circumventing the Earth.
Circumnavigating?
Yeah, circumnavigating the Earth.
Again, if you could do a poll, okay, I'll give you a quick one. There was a.
Hold on, let me ask you. But what is stopping from doing from North Pole to
pole to
pole like that?
First is money. Second would be the permitting. In fact, we were very interested. I think it was 2.5 years ago, there was a company that wasn't us that wanted to do a pole-to-pole circumnavigation, and they were charging something along the lines of $10,000 a ticket to do it. And we
a plane was going to do it, and they were going to charge $10,000 per passenger
per person. Yeah. It was 747.
Somebody was going to pay $10,000.
Oh yeah. I mean, there was a lot of people that were going to. Well, it's one of those exclusive
a lot of money
things. Rich people do dumb things.
Yeah, it's obvious.
But they were charging. It was a big jet too. It was like I don't know if it was a 777 or a 747, but it was a big jet. You know, obviously because they had to have the fuel capacity. And they were selling no tickets. And in fact, there was a debunker. One of our debunkers literally bought the ticket. Did a crowdfunding thing and bought the ticket. And 3 weeks before that thing was going to take off, the website just disappears. I mean, not closed, not, oh, sorry, we're refunding the money, just gone. We don't know if it was a scam. We don't know if it was shut down deliberately. We don't know if some government group got involved and said, yeah, you can't even think about doing this, and we're not going to tell you why. Pole-to-pole circumnavigation, yeah, sure, would be great. But don't forget that you would still, if you're going to do that, you still have to find a pilot that's willing to do it without GPS, because do it with just compass instrumentation, which would be tricky from what I understand when you got to the South Pole, because the GPS system is the United States military. It was designed in the mid-90s. It's supposedly this blanket multi-satellite system, even though there's huge gaps in the coverage. And sorry, you can't, not to use a line from The Matrix, but the system is going to, show you exactly what it wants to show you and steer you in a certain direction.
Mm-hmm. So the last thing I want to ask you about, I forget the name of the documentary because I just watched it. It's when I reached out to you.
Behind the Curve.
Yes, that one.
Yep.
And the last scene, I'm sure you're what. So before I get to that, were you satisfied with the portrayal in that documentary?
I wasn't initially, even though I was there for most of the 7 months of shooting that they did, and I had nothing to do with the production of it. It was all, it was an independent LA film team that was curious, and it just kept snowballing into something that they thought they could eventually sell, but they didn't know how popular it was going to become. It did well enough that when I went out to the film festivals to watch it, I went to the premiere in Toronto and different other places around the country, and it did a whole bunch of showings. I don't know how many countries it showed in, but it was a lot before it was bought by Netflix. And my first impulse, but I told everybody, I said, Flat Earth community is going to hate it, which they did, and the rest of the world is going to think it's very interesting, which they did. The follow-up question though is, would I have changed anything? Yeah, I probably would have changed the ending, even though the ending played well with the audiences, because the whole movie made people feel safe. If you kind of treat it like drugs, it wasn't 100%, definitely wasn't 100% uncut Flat Earth. It was Flat Earth for a while, then a scientist. Flat Earth for a while, then a psychiatrist. Flat Earth for a while, then an astronaut, and so on and so on. So when it got to the end, which was Jaren from Jarenism doing his laser test, a couple things. First off, you got to remember, by the time we got to the end, and we didn't even know, I didn't know, and I spent a lot of time with these guys. The filmmakers hated Flat Earth, just hated it, because they would thought we were influencing kids, which I thought was interesting. That was the reason why they tore into us. Now, to their defense, did Jaren screw up that experiment? Yes, he did. Most people, by the time they even got to that, because that was literally the end of the film, most people didn't even understand. I asked audience members all the time, and I said, do you understand what happened? And they said, something bad, right? I heard that all the time. It's like, something bad. I go, how do you know it's something bad? It's like, well, it seemed like something bad. I go, do you know what the experiment was? It's like, no, but we're pretty sure that it ended on a pro-globe note. And what people don't know is that Jaren, when he did that experiment, didn't actually do line of sight tests before he even did the test. Meaning, it's one of the rules of entertainment. It's like, don't do the first take live, ever. Go out there and make sure you know what you're doing before you actually do it. Don't all of a sudden bring a film team. It's like, we'll just wing it. So they did it the first time. People don't.
Hold on.
Also didn't.
So I want to get into it, but first, I want real quick. So I think that the film did a pretty good job in giving a little bit of both sides. I think they were smart in picking you as the more of the center for the Flat Earth people, because there was the other young guy from Texas who was off his rocker.
Nathan.
Yeah, off his rocker. Yeah. And there was a couple other, there's some people, and the other guy that ends up hating you, I guess, I don't know what his name is.
Oh, Matt Boylan.
Yeah, he was obviously there's obviously they have some kind of, I'm no doctor, but it seems like they have some psychiatric
issues.
And so they didn't pick somebody like that, which they could have obviously made it look really bad. Yeah. And then so I think it was pretty good. It definitely got me thinking more, for sure.
A lot of people, that was it. I mean, my email load doubled as soon as that thing came out on Netflix, and I didn't realize that everybody under the age of 30, because you get most bang for your buck, have Netflix. Mm-hmm. I was amazed.
Yeah. So anyway, so about the experiment, I just wanted to set it up so people understand what we're talking about. They haven't seen
okay.
it.
So what happened was the whole experiment was a laser line of sight test. So kind of like long distance photography, lasers fire off perfectly straight. So if there is a curvature of the Earth, if you're shooting over a series of miles, the laser should either, if it's a flat, it should hit the target. If it's not flat, it should go above the target. And what Jaren had done was, again, we learn as we go along. He had picked a section of ground in California that he thought was flat, because based on what Google Earth said. He's like, oh, Google Earth he saw this section near a canal. and but he never went out there to check it. He just went out there at night with the film team and never actually checked to see if it was absolutely flat. And because he's like, well, it looks kind of flat. It's like, it's not even a paved road. It's like, but he didn't know that. We didn't know what he had done until months later, because he was getting so much grief after the documentary that all of a sudden I see the podcast where he goes out there. He's going, and during the middle of the day, he's going, oh wow, look at that. He goes, I don't even have line of sight. It's like, what were you doing? It's like, you filmed this for the documentary twice, and you never actually, you actually shot it. So the test was botched from the beginning. But to defend Jaron, there were so many other tests that we had done during the year with and the documentary team knew full well. Like, we did a 40-kilometer laser test over Lake Balaton in Hungary. We sent a team over there with a military grade lasers, very, very cold. We did it over near frozen lake, for better conditions. We don't want to fire through heat waves, or don't want to fire over a warm body of water if you can. You want to make sure the distortion's as low as possible. And we did, Guinness Book of World Record was there with us, and we shot 40 kilometers. It was great, full detailed workup on the whole thing. It was fantastic. And we, in fact, after we became more and more refined to where you didn't even need lasers. We could do it during the daytime with mirrors, which was even better. We could actually take a mirror on the beach, literally at beach level, like 3 feet off the water, and we could use the sun as basically a poor man's laser and fire it back at the camera, and we could shoot that at 10, 12, 15 miles. And so we had all those tests in the book, and the documentary team wouldn't look at them. They would not look at them. In fact, I'll give you one more quick one, which is, you remember the first blue marble shot I was talking about for the iPhone, right? Which was made by Robert Simmons. And it was, it was completely photoshopped, and he was telling, and in fact, he overused the cloning tool in the southern hemisphere, because I don't know, he had a happy hour to go to before he finished. I don't know why. I thought it would have been a pretty high profile thing for iPhone. But what was interesting was when Patricia and I in that documentary went to the Kennedy Space Center, they had that picture because it was a NASA engineer. So technically they owned the rights to it. And they literally had that on the wall inside a space shuttle model that was outside. And we pointed this out to the documentary filmmakers. It's like, look, this is an absolutely fabricated image. Here's why. Here's the cloning tool. We showed them exactly why the image was there. And they never ran it. We pointed out so many things to them, and they wouldn't do it. So the power of editing. But to be fair, would I have changed much? No, because I saw what the audience reaction was. If we would have turned it into, even though it was flat Earth, non-flat Earth, flat Earth, non-flat Earth, back and forth during the movie. When the directors and the producers went up on stage to talk to the audience during the film festivals, almost the first question that came out of the audience members was, "Are you a flat earther? Are you guys flat earthers?" And none of them were. But that was the first question, because if they had said yes, then the audience wouldn't have taken them seriously. They'd been like, "Oh, okay, well, it's a propaganda piece, and you guys are just some sort of religious cult," and that would have been the end of it. So,
well, I think to do a proper documentary, you have to put opposing views, because if not, people are going to say this, that. They're going to say, "Oh, well, it's just a biased, propaganda film."
Yeah.
So,
and in fact, there was most of the people, again, I sat in audiences and I watched it happen, where the first 20, 30 minutes of the film, people went in not even believing that it was real, thinking it was like a piece of docufiction, where they literally did not think it was like, they literally, and then all of a sudden they had this click moment where all of a sudden you saw them whispering to each other going, "Wait a minute, there's something really big and scary on the internet, and I know nothing about it." And I'll give you another one, which is, there was an editor down in Los Angeles because a lot of people in LA know each other when it comes to this, and they showed him a cut of the film. He knew nothing about it. They said, "Just watch it. We're not going to give you any context at all." And when it was done, he came back. He goes, "Wow, you guys are holding out on me." He's like, "Why?" He goes, "Where did you get the budget for this movie?" And they're going, "What are you talking about?" It's like, "Oh, those actors, they played it absolutely straight." And because he didn't think that anybody was real. He literally thought that everyone was actors playing a role. They go, "No, man, that was real." He goes, "I mean, that conference happened?" Because that was a real, he thought that was like a multi-million-dollar,
bunch of extras,
fake conference. and which would have taken multi-million dollars to fix something like that with the amount of actors that would have been in it. And it's like, no, they were there for days. And so, no, it was, yeah. So I liked the reaction of it, and it generated a huge amount of interest. And would I have changed a few things? Of course I would have, but not as many as I initially thought I would, because of the interest it generated.
Is this all you do? Is do the flat Earth, or do you have a full?
This is what I do now. I didn't want to do this. Are you kidding? You think I really want?
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't know how you how do you make money?
YouTube? Bits and pieces mostly. So I make a little money off of Google, because they pay me for YouTube hits, obviously. 2 books, Flat Earth Clues, The Sky's the Limit, Flat Earth Clues, End of the World, and a little money off the podcast I do on Truth Frequency Radio, and then I've done a few other things. Heck, I did a commercial last year in Australia for a mobile phone thing, where they flew me down, and they was called the campaign was called Foolproof, and the thought was, well, if Mark can understand our app and he's a flat earther, then anybody can understand it. And it's like, but I got to say, and yeah, it was a little jab, but at the same time, I got the gig because there were flat earthers that worked for that company that I didn't, find out until later. So yeah, I didn't want to do this. This was definitely not something. It just kind of picked me up. I wasn't lying in the movie where it just kind of picked me up and took me along and won't stop. I mean, here we are in the middle of lockdown, and I've still got, with the exception of the public appearances, I don't get to go. Like last year, I did, I don't know how many conferences I did, but it was like 7 different countries I did things in last year. We do hundreds of regional meetups, most of which I don't have to go to because they're scattered all over the place. But yeah, that's if I'm not doing interviews or doing podcasts or doing whatever. I mean, I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah, because I mean, you're like when I watched the documentary and at the conference, you're like a rock star, like in that in the flat Earth community.
I don't know if rock star is the right word. I mean, yeah. What I like to say is we didn't talk about it in the movie that much, but I'm the recruiter for flat Earth. So chances are, here's the difference: have the people done better work than me? Oh yeah, God yes, tons of them. Lots of people have done better work than me. But if you're looking for the 101 book, chances are if you get into flat Earth, you are going to run into my stuff first, and then you'll know me. And so it's kind of like that if you've known people at universities, academics, that's like, oh yeah, I read such and such during my first year, but now I'm into these guys. I get that a lot. It's like, oh yeah, I was into your stuff. I hear that a lot. It's like, okay. So they know who I am, but again, it is a little weird because I've only been doing this, and I'm one of the oldest guys in this. Well, not physically, but I've been doing this for 5 years, and nobody's really done it more than 5 years. So that gives you an idea of how new this is.
Yeah, well, it's relatively new, and I would say the past 2 or 3 years is when it's really gained some steam.
Yeah, between the celebs were really what changed it. Like when rapper B.O.B. did that song against Neil deGrasse Tyson, that was brilliant. When some of the athletes, Kyrie Irving really helped us. Novak, Djokovic, sorry, hang on. Novak, Carl Frock, guys like that. I mean, so yeah, and when any media group wants to take it on, they usually make fun of it. It generates more publicity anyway. When National Geographic called, just begged, it's like, oh, come down to Los Angeles with us and set up a meetup just for us. It's like, okay, I guess let's do that. And it's in different countries, which is even better. I mean, I did street activism over in Dublin and Belfast last year. I opened the what?
That's gotta be interesting.
Yeah, I was a little nervous, because it's freaking Ireland. It's like, do you really want to sit on a street corner with signs and people going flat Earth? Might as well be wearing a sandwich board saying I'm crazy. Or I opened a conference in Stockholm, and it wasn't even a flat Earth conference, but the guy wanted to shake things up, and so he brought me in there to do that. And yeah, it's been wild.
Well,
so,
everybody has their niche, and I'm still not 100% convinced, to be honest with you.
You know what? I'm not here to convince you. I'm not here to persuade you. I'm just here to tell you, look, there's some ideas out there. And you know what? I'll go the other way with you. Usually I don't. This is not reverse psychology either. It's like, look, if you get up every day and everything's stable and thumbs up, everything's awesome, don't look at it. Because once you go down, I said this at the beginning of the second book, I go, it literally is, I put in a multi-paragraph disclaimer, but the short version is there is a point of no return, kind of like the Matrixy red pill, blue pill. Because once you go in, if you're in, you can't go back out, because you were the one that tore down the globe. So it's like, I'm not convincing you. It's like, that it's not a globe. What happens is the t-shirt literally reads, I became a flat earther because I tried to debunk it. And if you tear it down yourself, well, then how can you build it back up? Mm-hmm. And which is why our retention rate is so high. So don't look at it. Just kind of look at it from the side. Don't dig into it. Even though I just sent you videos during this.
I don't have to be honest with you, I don't have the time. And
good.
I don't have the time, number one. And number two, and nothing against you, but of the list of things that I'm really worried about, whether the Earth is a globe or not, is not very concerning to me.
I will agree with you on that point, in that lately, as you know,
I'm more worried about government tyranny. As much as I like talking about flat Earth, and I think the flat Earth is a great eye-opening, awakening experience, lately it has been drowned out by the utter madness that has been happening in the last few months. And every day, I check the news feeds basically every hour or two, all of them, simultaneously, just checking them, just because the headlines change so quickly. And 2020, I told people last year, I said 2020 feels like it's going to be a really, really weird year. And I had exceeded my expectations so far. So we'll have to see where it goes. I think it's exceeded everybody's expectations, because nobody, I don't think, thought that civil liberties would be eroded so rapidly.
I don't even know. I live in a rural island, right up in the Northwest. I can't even imagine being in Los Angeles or Chicago or New York or Atlanta or places like that, because it's just and most of it's voluntary. That's the part that gets me. I mean,
it's bizarre.
I went to the store last week, and there were 2 out of 3 people wearing masks. And yesterday it was 3 out of 4. And it's like, what is happening? Why are you doing this? You're not even being forced to.
Where I live in South Florida, it's a little bit different, and based on the county you're in, some are more tyrannical than others.
Yeah.
And so Broward, which is south of me, is more strict.
Yeah.
Palm Beach, less strict. So you go to Broward, you have to wear a mask. So I just won't even go. Like, if I'm there, I won't even. Because it's not far.
Stop.
It's not far from me, like, as far as like a drive or whatever. So I go there. I have things to do there. So, but I won't go to a store. I won't do it. I'm not gonna. The government can't tell me what to wear. What kind of bizarro land do we live in?
Absolutely.
So, and I'm not convinced of the lethality of this, and I don't feel like I'm at risk.
And you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. The number. Look, I'm a stats whore, and the numbers. I said this in the beginning. I go, the stats do not match up.
Yeah, no, 100% doesn't match up. So then I go in to like a store here in Palm Beach where I live, and you see somebody else that's not wearing a mask, and it's like you get that look, like you make eye contact, and it's like you're already in like some kind of a weird club. Like we have a bond, right? Like, oh, okay, we're not sheep. Got it.
Yeah.
And it's really bizarre to me, like the whole thing, and the relative ease that people have just been like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. I mean, even though I want to get mad at the sheep, it's tough, because if all the news services are on the same page, what alternative do they have? I mean, that's
you know what? I kind of disagree with that, because I get it. The news is on a there's some kind of monopoly there.
Yes.
And but if you don't have the wherewithal to think for yourself,
Right.
and to at least fact check them,
Yeah.
you know, and the thing is, I think you have a pretty good argument. This with flat Earth, like you have the same thing. Like, you know, you could just go do your own research.
Yeah.
And that's a little more difficult, right? To do the flat Earth thing, but to look at the numbers and just look at the numbers. It's not that difficult. Like, you can't do math. It's simple division. To get the percentage of something, it's simple division. It's not. You know, we're not talking about complex theories here. So just look at for yourself. You know, like the new one is, we're like, oh, the rates of infections are rising in some of these states that are opening up, quote unquote.
Right. The Georgia thing.
Yeah, but what they're not telling you is that that's because they're doing more antibody testing, and so the antibodies are coming back that they've had it, and then they're just lumping that in, and rightfully so, with the number of confirmed cases. But they're saying more confirmed cases, but they're not. It's not new active cases. They're just more confirmed cases, and some of those confirmed cases could have been from 2 months ago. So what's the rate of new cases of people who actually currently are still infected by the virus, not inactive cases of people who had it previously? And so, but the media is just deceptive. But nope. And if you don't look into it for yourself, like, you know,
then you deserve what's coming to you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It bothers me. What I call it. Luckily for us, at least in America, other countries not as lucky. You know, there's so many people, because we're all about money. When it break out, it's like, look, man, we're going to go broke. If you know, that's that driving force that people are like trying to go back to work. And what I call it is the no zombie scenario, which is the media could come out tomorrow, right now, and say there's zombies. There's zombies here. There's zombies there. They're really dangerous. Be afraid of zombies. The problem is, unless people start seeing zombies, they're going to be like, you know, eventually that fear is going to wear off. And that's what's happened with us, because, you know, it's like, hey, Fred, forget about zombies. Fred, do you know anyone that's died? No. Tom, do you know anyone that's died? No. Hey, and if they died, right, even you find the where person, it's like, oh, yeah, he died. Did he get struck down? Was he a healthy person? Then 5 days later he was dead? Or did he already have lung cancer? Did he already have this? Did he already have that? And then, of course, you know, the social media has really undermined a lot of the fear wave that's come out, but still, it's been pretty effective.
Well, this is what I tell people all the time. I say, how many people do you know? And they'll be like, oh, like 20 or 30. I'm like, no. How many people do you have in your contact list in your cell phone?
There you go.
And they're like, oh, you're right, like a couple hundred. I'm like, yeah, okay. How many of those people died? And they're like, none. Some of them say one, none. I'm like, okay, so the news is trying to tell you that there's a high casualty rate and millions of people are going to die.
Yep.
You don't know anybody.
Yeah.
You don't know anybody. Or you know one person who, like you said, had diabetes and heart disease and like whatever, like a myriad of
three gunshot wounds. Yeah.
A bunch of other things. And I'm thinking about, just use your common sense. Like, common sense tells you that if all these people are supposedly dying, like, where are they all at? Like, where are they? You know?
There was one of the big trumpets for this on our side is a guy named Richie from Boston. And he's absolutely just driving around just swearing that martial law is going to kick in any time. And he was the big guy saying, look, if the rates were that serious, one of your family members would be dead. One of your cousins would be dead. The guy that works at the gas station, he's dead. Your dentist assistant, she's dead. You know, you would run into, you know, everyone but since that's not happening, what do you expect? People are angry. It's like, oh, people are going to the beaches. It's like, because nobody knows anybody that's dead.
Yeah.
The fear has to hit home, and it never did. And so when people are talking about right now about that second wave BS, it's like the first wave didn't hit. What do you think the second wave? The second wave's not going to do anything because people are going, "Were you kidding? I didn't know anyone that died in the first time. So why should I listen to you this time?"
No, it's you're 100% right. It's crazy. And well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what. There's a fly. Have you noticed this? It's been driving me crazy. The whole time we've been recording, there's a fly in here, and it keeps.
Was it really small?
Yeah, I guess so. But he left now, but he's gonna come back. It's been driving me insane the whole time.
Anyway, thank you. Can I get I don't know if we're still on air. Can I get an audio of this?
Yeah. I'm gonna quick plug. However, where do you?
Oh yeah. If you guys want to know what I'm doing, again, don't look into Flat Earth because it's really crazy. Which just type in, go into YouTube, type in Flat Earth Mark, That's the easiest way to find me. My books are called Flat Earth Clues. The video series is called Flat Earth Clues. I have 2 on Amazon. One's called Sky's Limit. The other is called End of the World, which is interesting because that came out at the end of last year. And just because I made one, my publisher said you might as well release it. I released a survival guide just a few last month called Empty Shelves: How to Organize Your Corner of an American Apocalypse. And it's basically literally kind of a, not necessarily tongue-in-cheek, it's got a lot of serious stuff in it, but it'll tell you, if things get worse than now, it'll tell you how to hang on, especially if you're in America.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna put the links to all that stuff in the description so people can get to it quick. And thank you again, Mark, for being on the show. And that's a wrap.
Thanks.
Thank you for listening to this episode of Slightly Sophisticated with Kyle Ramos. Please like, subscribe, and rate the show. And if you feel so inclined, leave a review of what you think about Kyle's level of sophistication. Thanks again, and we'll catch you next time.
I suppose some of us are slightly sophisticated.
Just listen.
All over the world and all over Canada to go there. My sister used to go out. She loved it. My father, when he was younger, back when he was in the military, he went out there a bunch. But anyway, thank you for calling back so quickly, Mark. If everyone called me this fast, my reporting would be done at Tuesday every day, and I would have Wednesday to Thursday to just play Mario Kart.
Oh, okay.
So this is great. I'm doing a story about YouTube re-engineering its recommendation system, specifically to reduce traffic to a bunch of buckets that they've identified. One of them was Flat Earth videos, and so I kind of wondered, all right, has anyone who has who noticed this basically? Like, has it shown up on your radar?
Oh yeah, no, we saw it in its infancy. We saw it back in fact, I can even tell you a story. That happened back in 2018, even before the congressional hearing. The little things that they were doing where they were trying to solve what they called the fake news problem. In 2018, we will absolutely take responsibility for this. We were the ones that had the search results number removed from YouTube altogether, which was stunning to me.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So let me rattle it off to you really quick. So back when we started doing our thing, back in the beginning of 2015, if you typed in Flat Earth with no filters at all, it would show up at like, it would say search results equals 50,000. Basic Internet 101 search results is everywhere. And then those numbers just kept climbing and climbing and climbing because it was an interesting topic, and kept climbing. And there was only a few to where we were like 10 million, 15 million, 18 million. And there was only a few targets in front of us that we were looking at. And one of them was the president at the time. President Trump was always like 500,000 ahead of us, always. And we couldn't seem to beat him, and so I predicted it's like, okay, but sometime in December of 2018 we'll get him, and it was in the summer, so it was even 6 months beforehand. And somebody called me up and said, "Oh yeah, we just did it," and I said, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah, he's at 20.8 million search results," and that means that relevant search results, you probably already know, it's not number of videos necessarily, it's just every time it's mentioned in other videos and descriptions and stuff like that. So it's like this big aggregate.
Right. Yeah. It's a textually based thing. It could be the indexing of stuff. Yeah. So this was summer of 2018.
Summer of 2018. And by the way, if you're taking notes, my computer auto records everything, so I can send you the audio of this.
Thank you. If I get any audio problems, I'll let you know.
Oh yeah, no worries. So we at that summer of 2018, we were at 20.9 million, and he was at 20.8. And I remember making a video specifically because of this. I was really excited. It's like, and I literally titled it "Flat Earth Catches the President of the United States." And
wow.
I know, it was really exciting. And then 2 weeks later, different person calls me up and they say, "Scoreboard's gone." And I go, "What do you mean? They stunted us? What, the filters screw up? What, they run in some sort of algorithm against us?" And they go, "No, man, it's gone." I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Search results. It wasn't search results equals a different number, or search results equals blank, or search results equals 0.
the line is gone, and it never, ever, ever came back. So if you type in any topic into YouTube, there is no search results anymore. It's just that line was removed from it. So that was kind of a bad omen for me. It's like, oh, it's like, it's like, man, someone really didn't like. Yeah. And so then the congressional thing started happening at the end of like 2018, beginning of 2019. And then we started getting a little concerned because out of the, the three topics they brought up, the three things, just three random examples we're going to bring up of things we're going to deal with when they were talking to the head of Google and YouTube. I think it was false flags, snake oil, and flat Earth. Of all things, those were the three things. It's like, wow, we made the top three. Awesome. And so slowly but surely, they started rolling out this, and it has been really, really gradual. In fact, I'm looking at it right now. And so one of the first things they did was they were true to their word in this case. And they said, they said, we're going to, there's some topics you just can't talk about on YouTube anymore. One is, false flags. If there's a shooting, you're not allowed to say it was a false flag. And snake oil stuff, you're not allowed to talk about that. But they said with flat Earth, we're going to recommend it less. So for the first 3 years, from 2015 to 2018, we were being recommended, recommended for you on the right-hand side. We were recommended constantly because the algorithms were true. The algorithms are based on, in fact, there was I wish I could find the article for you. I can't remember who wrote it. I know it wasn't Wired though. There was a programmer that had left YouTube, and they had asked him, one of the questions, random questions was, why do things get recommended for you in YouTube? Out of all the topics he could have brought up, what do you think he did? He said, well, if the average person that looks into flat Earth watches 20 videos in a row, what do you think we're going to recommend? Because they want to, the whole job of YouTube is they want you to binge watch. And they look at the trends and they say, well, people get into flat Earth apparently go down this rabbit hole. And so we're just going to keep recommending it. And it becomes cyclical to where people started complaining. For saying, they do a search for tractor maintenance and they get 5 flat Earth videos. They search for potato salad recipe. They just keep showing up. And so YouTube basically said after the congressional thing, they said, okay, we're just going to recommend them less. And that was the first thing they did. So you will never see flat Earth videos recommended to you basically ever. Unless you're looking.
Can you get a sense of when that? I'm trying to.
When that started, that was immediately. That was immediately after the congressional things. So within a month after the congressional hearings, so the beginning of 2019, really was when
beginning of 2019 is
when they really started doing that. And so that was the first stage, which was, okay, we're going to recommend it less unless you look for flat Earth specifically. We're not, so that cut down literally cut down the monetization and hit results and subs and all that by 60%, like within a month. Literally everybody that I was, all my friends immediately, they were making, whatever you were making on a monthly basis, cut that by 60% immediately.
Interesting. And does that represent 60% reduction in overall traffic or just traffic?
Overall, every aspect of it. Number of subs per month. Hang on 1 second. Girlfriend is saying, what am I doing? 1 second. 1 moment. Oops. Go back. Okay, so that was in the first month, and then the second thing. So 60% revenue decrease right over across the board. Everything, all metrics, not just revenue, all metrics across the board. So no thumbs up, thumbs down, and that was because it's not being recommended as much. And then the second thing they did was, which wasn't nearly as effective, which I'm looking at right now. They said, well, we're going to put official wiki entries underneath whatever topic it is. So if you click on a flat Earth video, immediately underneath, you're going to see the wiki entry for flat Earth. Now, initially, they put in stuff. They tried to compete, and I think that was just ticking people off. They put like Apollo, like the Apollo missions. That was the first thing they recommended. Was the clickable link underneath, which they said they were going to do during the congressional stuff.
Right.
And now, like, for example, if you go into YouTube right now, if you just type in flat Earth, not only does it show up when you click on the video, but it actually shows up under the general topic. So like I'm typing in flat earth right now, no filters. And before the first, above even the first video, which is at the very top, is a link to Wikipedia Flat Earth. So they've added that in within the last few months on top of it.
Interesting.
In addition to all those things, there are certain people they have, and unfortunately I am one of them, I speak flattered in some ways, which I am never recommended for anything. So like my videos, if I make a new video, or even some of my bigger videos that are in there, if you type in flat earth, you'll see me. You'll see, stuff I've done, for whatever, ABC or National Geographic or whatever, but you won't see any of my videos, even though some of my hit counts are higher than some of these things. They will only do established channels, meaning, with exception,
National Geographic.
Yeah. The stuff. So if you're a certified channel on YouTube, once you hit 100,000 subs, you get a little tick next to your name. CBS Wired magazine has their own little tick next to their name. If you have a tick, it automatically gives you an added metric boost to where so if you go type in flat earth with no filters and you're scrolling down, with the exception of the ones that like the top two, which are brand new, one's 3 hours old and one's a week old, everything else, I'm looking, CBS News from 2 years ago, ABC News a year ago, Tech Insider 2 years ago, ABC a year, and so on, Jimmy Kimmel Live, on and on and on. Those all get, any verified channels automatically get a metric boost, because they don't want conspiracy channels to be profiled, to be premiered, if they can help it. So if they're doing everything they can to kind of steer you away from pro flat earth stuff, if they can help it.
Is there any traffic from recommendations at all here, or did it go to zero?
I get some, but it's usually references of references, people that'll recommend my links.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But just general first click stuff, almost impossible to get, because, and again, it's a multi-stage thing. Not that I blame them. Look, I'm not upset. It's like, look, back in 2015, we were screaming just to get any media attention at all. And then, seriously, it was like Forbes magazine mentioned us once in this little blurb at the end of 2015, and we're like, oh wow, that's really, really great. And then we became so media spoiled that I remember like Jaron from Jaronism, who was in the documentary, he was complaining. He's going, yeah, Newsweek's picking on me. I was going, oh, poor thing. I go, do you realize that you just don't know how media works? I go, if Newsweek is picking on you, you have nothing to. If that's the worst thing that's happening in your life, yeah, cry me a river.
Yeah.
So now
at the peak of the recommendations, how many will you get in a month? Like, was it in the hundreds of thousands or?
The earth is flat.
And that's the only pole on the other side of the slope from Little Mark. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored. And that's the only pole on the other side of the slope from Little Mark. And I think it's quite astonishing